What up? I don't think that's loud enough. Or maybe it's too loud. I don't know. Oh, I have it turned down. I see. That makes sense. Okay, what's up? Hello. It's a little bit of off-kilter music because I'm in a bit of an off-kilter state at the moment. Yeah, I don't know. Real life is weird right now. It's a weird time to be alive. It's a weird time for me personally, but it's Critical Eyes. What's up? Hello. We gotta get some energy in here. I need to turn that music off. It's keeping me in the weird headspace. Hello, my name is Megaphone Man. If you don't know what we're doing here, this is Critical Eyes. This is a series where I take a look at Critical Role. I've never seen it before, but I've been DMing for a long time, and I talk about the good, the bad, the ugly, the everything. I try to have some fun along the way. We are almost done with campaign 1. We're not almost done, but it's episode 106, part 2 today. And what's up? Hello. Mega's kilt is off. My kilt is all over the place. No, I don't know. It's I don't know. It is. I'm cool. Oh, I was pulling up the episode. I'm cool. I'm cool to the point that I'm going to talk about on stream. But there's just a lot going on that might inhibit my ability to stream, which sucks. But it is what it is, you know? I'm in it for the long haul. And so I am having to do some things in my life to make sure that I can keep doing it for the long haul. And you know, I'm not always going to be able to have the right mindset for the streaming. But that's okay, because we'll be back next week or the week after. I don't know. I'm finishing. It's not even a question at this point. I'm finishing, and once I've finished, you know I'm doing C2. Like, I'm so excited for C2. And I know that I'm bringing all this up out of nowhere. You guys don't even, you're not in my head. I'm just yapping. I'm babbling. I was wondering if I was, I don't know, mentally focused enough to stream today. We'll see. Maybe I'm not. Because I'm a little bit all over the place right now. But I am excited for 106. I'm interested in the player decision making, because regardless of anything I have taken issue with, from Matt's prep, from his DMing, from anything in the last few episodes, I have to hand it to him that, like, when he sets his mind to being quick, he can do a lot in a very short amount of time. Any quibble that I've taken with Pelor or Sarenrae or Ayun it pales in comparison to what my worries were for this arc. Like, I was worried that this was going to be a slow plod that was going to, like, crash and burn. Not crash and burn, but was going to, like, very abruptly resolve. Like, I was really nervous that we might take a bunch of time with the gods, and then we would just not have nearly enough time for Vecna, or to feel like the Vecna conflict was actually, like, meaningfully or how do you say it? resolved in a way that was satisfying, right? I was really worried about it. The Chroma Conclave really traumatized you. You know what? And I mean, yes, but also with the Chroma Conclave, he at least, he went slow, but he didn't rush it. Like, I gotta hand it to him on that one as well. Like, regardless of how long it took, he didn't rush it, I don't think. I don't think he really rushed the Thordak stuff or Raishan or anything. Like, he took his time. He leaned into it. Maybe with the exception of the actual last session. I do think he rushed the sequence in him on, especially of them getting through him on. But what are you going to do? I'll give him one episode. That's fine. This one, I can see how many episodes are left, so it wasn't like Chroma Conclave where it felt like he had unlimited time to do stuff. I was like, man, if the gods take as long as I think they will, this is just not going to have the time it needs to make Vecna satisfying. But like I said, I'll hold my hands up. I was wrong. He has gotten through the gods faster than I would have ever thought he could. I mean, fuck. He got through 3 gods in 3 episodes? Am I reading that right? I think I am. Episode 104 is Elysium. And then, we're on 106 right now. We're in the middle of 106. 103 is the Fate Touched. I assume that's, them dealing with Vax in the Feywild, if I, don't remember correctly. But I mean, this is 3, max 4 episodes to do 3 gods. I thought each god was going to take 3 episodes with the way that shit has been going. So the fact that we got through all of these is really impressive, and got through them in a way that was interesting. Like, again, for anything negative I've said about this arc or the gods or the godly encounters or the realms or what have you, they were all interesting. They were all distinct. I might have changed a few things here and there, but those are like the baseline. It is like, make it interesting, make it distinct. Don't make all the gods feel like each other. And I think that Matt did that. Especially with Ioun. I was so happy with Ioun this episode. Compared to the initial experience of going through the Athenaeum. Or of originally finding her at the end of episode 105. I really liked Ioun in 106. So, fucking hats off, man. This is a situation where, like, it's easy for me to find little things that I would maybe change here or there. But overall, I think if I was tasked with DMing the same plot, I think I would struggle to do it as cleanly and efficiently as Matt did. So, I can, given his framework, given his setup with these really fast scenarios, I can maybe find some individual things that I might have done differently or whatever. But overall, I think I think it was really solid, especially for what I think the overarching goals should have been, right? I think the overarching goals of these gods should have been to be fast and to set up an arc in such a way that the characters can lead it and take action and solve things themselves and make decisions. And that was part of the reason that it bugged me so much when I thought that Vecna had ascended and that was it. Like, the Vecna ascended, we're there, he's a god now, bing bang boom. that was part of the reason that kind of bugged me so much before I learned that there was still a distinction between where he is now and like where he could be. So there is still like an amount of strength to be gained by Vecna depending on the amount of time that they take. I was so bugged by that because it was taking, in my view, one of the main decision points that Matt had set up that was really cool. Like I thought that it was a great conceit to have this like powering up process and to make that process very clear and very straightforward and like very obvious about like what they needed to do, what the risks were. I thought Matt has communicated all of that really well, especially in comparison to the Chroma Conclave. I think he's communicated it wonderfully. I like the trammels. It's all a thumbs up from me, folks. And so I was bothered when I thought that was getting taken away. I was bothered when I was like, now we're just, he's one power level. There's no decision making, whatever. But when it was, kind of reshaped of like, okay, he ascended, but there's still another level, I'm all good. As long as there is a delineation, a distinction between where he is now and where he will be the longer they take, as long as there's a distinction in the power level, I'm all good. I'm all good. Because I think that the villainous plans, I'm not going to say it's like a weakness of Matt's. I don't know. But all I do know is that Thordak clearly had plans and he maybe was powering up. I honestly don't know. Like, I think one of the big issues with the Chroma Conclave is that it was really difficult to tell what the actual risks were of them taking too long. Right, of them, like, the longer they take, what are the risks? Like, what's going to happen to Amon? Like, there was some amount of escalation displayed, right? He changed from just taking, loot and gold, and when the loot and gold start running out, he starts taking people. Like, there is a progression there, but it was really vague, really hard to see, exactly how long things would be or, like, what the consequences were if they took too long. I don't know what would have happened if they had gone after Thordak instead of, say, going to the City of Brass, right? If they had just gone straight to Amon instead of going for that extra vestige, I don't know what would have happened. Seems to me like it could have been exactly the same, or it could have been different. I'm very uncertain. And that's, I think, part of the problem, is that uncertainty. Uncertainty that I think Matt has largely removed from this, which I think is awesome. Like, I can't hammer it home enough. I love the trammels. I like the way that they're mechanically implemented. Simple, straightforward, thumbs up. And the sort of mile marker of the Chained Oblivion took 4. Like, I love that. I think that's incredible. It, I would say, it heavily implies that they could get away with less for someone like Vecna. I think someone in the comments even said, 4 was for an original prime creator god. Vecna's certainly not going to take that much. It kind of puts like an upper limit on the number of trammels that they need, which I think is something that the Chroma Conclave kind of needed. It's like an upper limit on the vestiges. But at the same time, it also gives kind of a scale to things. Okay, the scale is 0 to 4. Now the players have to bet, or they have to take a risk on where they think Vecna is in that scale. And they've already fought Vecna once in a more real combat than they had with, someone like Thordak. They've already fought him once. So now there's still the ambiguity of, okay, he's ascended. So now what? They have to take a bet on where he is on the 0 to 4 scale, but they already have 2 trammels. So really, they just have to take a bet on where he is in the 2 to 4 scale, right? They just have to figure out about where that is. They could also take a risk knowing that the Allhammer is probably at his forge, or is at least, they'll be able to talk to him at the forge. At least that's a bet I would make. Maybe they ask someone about that in Vasselheim, who knows. But, I mean, there's, I think, a reasonable risk that they could take of saying, we're going to go as fast as possible, and we're going to hope that the Allhammer will give us a trammel or a divine fragment, whatever they need to make the trammel, the essence of the trammel. We'll hope that he gives us one at the forge. Grog can forge all three, and we go straight to Vecna. Right, so we go essentially the fastest route, but we're going there with 3 out of 4. So we're really likely to be good to go. Now, maybe they'll want some extra blessings. That's also a risk that they could take. But, like, I don't know. All in all, just, like, talking through it, thinking through it, I can't really express, other than how I have been, how much more I like the risk-reward that is being set up. The decision-making, the time pressure. I mean, all of it is like every time I talked about time pressure in the Chroma Conclave, just imagine this arc. When I talk about, like, interesting decisions prompted by time pressures and risk reward with those time pressures, just picture this setup. This is, like, pretty close to the platonic ideal for me of what this sort of thing can look like. And, you can go more or less complicated with it. You can go more or less wide with it. But I think this is a really great baseline to think about when you're thinking about time pressure, risk reward, all that. I like it quite a lot. So yeah. So I'm pumped. I'm jazzed. I'm ready to go. And I have not read a friggin' single chat. You were worried about a crunch because you can see the number of episodes left. As far as I know, there wasn't a target episode count for C1. So if he needed more eps, he could have taken more. That's true. It's more like I was looking at that number of eps and I was like, how is this possible? Like, I couldn't believe that it was possible. It was so... I thought I was worried about the crunch because I was so pessimistic that Matt would have been able to do the proper amount of setup within that time. So it wasn't even that I thought Matt was, not able to do the setup in general, but I was looking at that time and I was like, I've never seen him set up something that fast. And then he did it. He just did it. Like, I had nothing else to say about it. He just did it. He proved me wrong. I'm so happy to be wrong about that. so happy. Not intending to spoil by any means, but Matt certainly learns a lot from C1. And every GM should learn from every campaign. Every GM should. I think that is only a good thing, that everyone seems to broadly agree that Matt and Critical Role as in general learned quite a lot from C1 and brought that into C2. I think that's incredible. That's what should happen. And in my head, it almost seems like the bare minimum, but I have witnessed so consistently people not learn from those sorts of things. And I know myself, I can absolutely fall into this of, like, not learning from my own mistakes. And I really try to focus on doing it and, or of learning and of evolving. Of evolving? I really try to learn and evolve. I don't know. My grammar got mixed up there. But no, it's incredible. It's good. It's good. Isn't it pronounced Athenium? Like Athena. Oh, Athenium. Not Athenaeum? Athenium. Yes, comes from Athens. From the school of Athens, precisely. Wait, what? Wait. Okay. I pronounce Athens Athens, but I pronounce Athena Ena. So would you say Athens? Because if I'm pronouncing it like Athens, I did assume it was from Athens, so I was pronouncing it Athenaeum, Athenaeum, but it's after the goddess, or is this just a factor of English, where Athens, even though Athens is named after Athena, I pronounce them differently? Is this just an English thing? I don't know. Anyways, yeah, especially with how long the CC arc was, I get it. I'd probably be skeptical with the ep count too. Yeah, I'm so happy to be wrong. I'm so happy to be wrong, man. It's English, probably an English thing. Okay. I was like, I see that and I do think Athens, but I think Athenaeum. I don't know. Wiktionary says it's Athenium. Sure. I mean, I'll totally believe it. Athenium. All right. Anyways. Emphasis on syllables affects pronunciation. Yeah, true. Is it ever not an English thing? Well. Okay, hopefully all of the audio stuff works. My amp shit the bed, and like it was just very staticky, or it was very staticky in my house in the air, and I fucking touched it and shocked it and like wiped its memory somehow, which seems crazy for a fucking consumer grade product. I will not be mentioning the brand name just in case, but I'm shocked that I somehow like reset its entire memory of all of the settings that I had set up on it. Just totally wiped from like a static shock. Like, it makes literal sense in my head how that could happen, but crazy for a consumer grade product. Athens is named after Athena, but that extra syllable in the goddess's name changes the pronunciation in English. I'm guessing in Greek, there's not much difference. Oh, the A changes it from the E to the E. Weird, man. English is weird. I like it, though. I've started watching this channel called Rob Words lately. Shout out. It's really interesting. Rob Words. But Rob has made me appreciate English more. It is weird, but I like other weird shit. I think sometimes I feel guilty about like English dominance around the world, and so I feel like a need to like poo-poo it sometimes. But English is cool, man. I also gotta remember that. Rob Words is awesome? Hell yeah, another Rob Words enjoyer. Let's go. Yeah, he rules. I was like listening to stuff about like old English, and I was like, man, English is cool. I should enjoy it more. I can also see like, I can also be critical of it, of course, but it's cool as well. Yeah. Anyways, I had a modern turntable that I had to throw out because of Static Shock fried the chip running the speakers. It's crazy, man. It's because we can design around that. Like, we can protect from Static Shock. It just is possible. But it's so prohibitive for consumer grade electronics, especially like the way that they're priced now, that we just don't. Which is crazy. It's kind of though, I don't know. Don't even get me started on a rant about how things aren't built to last anymore and like, whatever. I'm about to rant. And I'm not going to. Did you see his one about English names? I think so. I'd rather talk about Rob Words. Rob Words is cool. I think I did. I don't know. I'll have to look it up. You skipped over Laura's signal boost episode? That's the one where she teaches us how to haggle. She really is fast. I don't know what we're even talking about. But that's funny. Okay. 201, 44. Starting pretty early. We also, I don't know, we might end early. I might not get through the entire episode. We'll see. I really hope I do. But yeah, I don't know. Some sad shit happened, and I'm having a little bit of trouble being like in the analysis mindset, but I really want to be. I would really prefer to be in the analysis mindset. So I'm going to try, and we're going to see if I can. And if I can't, not the end of the world. We'll pick up next time. To be fair, it was a combo turntable, radio, Bluetooth speaker, and maybe even a CD player that was only $100. I should have known it would fry easy. Fair enough. Signal Boost was a short stint of short videos with the Geek and Sundry people that would air during CR breaks. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I've never watched any of the Single Boosts, but we can't expand the episodes even more. I did a fucking 7 hours, about an hour and a half runtime. Part of which had combat in it, or, combat speed stuff. There's no way I could expand the episodes even more. Let's get into it.
Alrighty.
Oh, and that's quiet. I'm going to turn down the mic a little bit because I remember that it's a little bit off. But yeah. What was I just saying? I totally lost my train of thought. See, this is my problem, but maybe the losing the train of thought will be fine. Sometimes that leads to fun theories. So we'll see. Let's get into it.
So, diving back in. So you guys are returning to Whitestone? Where are you going? You're going to...
Oh, the audio. Yeah, let me know if the audio is well balanced. Actually, I know it's not because... Oh, wait, no. Browser is up. Never mind. It might be. Like I said, the amp fried, so I'm trying to make sure that all my audio settings are correct. But I think they are. But just let me know if it's too quiet or too loud. Also, fucking someone forgot to reset the exposure.
Sprig's cabin, correct. As the surge of momentum comes to a halt on your feet, once again touch the ground here within the somewhat charred remains of Sprig's cabin. You look about. Looks like the crickets have taken the surrounding forest. Night has fallen since your exit. What would you like to do?
Is there anything?
Dude, I forgot about this. That they went back to Sprig's cabin. Holy shit. We are... Man. I would be like... I mean, number one, good choice on Matt to go to a break. I mean, it made sense, dramatically and in terms of the pacing and flow of the session, so that was nice. But also, gives you a chance to go and fucking sit on the toilet and figure out what you're gonna do about this. Because if they stay here for any appreciable amount of time, especially now that Vecna has ascended, and assumingly just has explicitly more power than he did before, it is now so difficult to justify Vecna not just sending people after them constantly. So it's like, if I'm Matt, I'm fucking, I'm calling the break. I'm going to the bathroom, regardless of what I have to do. And I'm sitting in there and I'm thinking for a second, because I think I don't like to leave my prep or my strategy up to hope, but man, do I hope they just do whatever they're going to do really quick and then go to Vasselheim. Because I have the feeling that Vasselheim is safe from Vecna. They've got enough divine presence just in the city that even though Vecna has ascended, he's not at full power yet, I think they'll be able to justify the lack of Vecna sending people after them. Maybe they get to Vasselheim and it's besieged. That could even be fun. They have to fucking Oh, what the fuck are they called? The ships. Blockade run. Blockade runners. They're gonna have to, like, blockade run, like, the Siege of Vasselheim. Dude, the Siege of Vasselheim goes hard as an episode title name. Anyways, hopefully I'm not, like, picking that out of my subconscious. But I know that they have to go to a village far off the coast. Like, they have to go to a village that I think they said was like 200 or 250 kilometers or miles away from Vasselheim. And then probably from there, they'll be able to see the smoke signal and go under the waves. Which honestly makes me think that Matt must have some manner of plan or some manner of explanation for why Vecna doesn't just send people after them. So maybe this isn't as stressful for Matt as it outwardly appears to me. Maybe he's chilling because he's already thought of this. But you gotta hope that he has. And I really hope it's not just villainous arrogance. I would hope it is his forces are stretched thin. That's why I would kind of be down to see, like, a Siege of Vasselheim sort of thing. Because if Vecna's forces are just, like, off doing other shit, and, Vox Machina comes back, and they don't have Sprig with them, they don't have the key, or whatever, then, okay, maybe I can justify it in my head of Vecna would choose to allocate resources elsewhere. But I think to convince me of that, I'd want to see the forces allocated elsewhere. Not all of them, right? There can be implied other forces, other places. I just need to see an allocation of them that is not attacking Vox. If Vecna's just, like, sitting in the wastes in fucking Othanzia, if he's just, like, chilling off in the waste, I don't know. It'll ring a little bit weird to me. If he's, like, not really doing much and he has these implied resources and he's not sending them after Vox, I don't know. We'll see. Cross my fingers. I'm hoping we just see his forces allocated elsewhere. That's my hope. Oh yeah, Sprig died. Is Sprig the first guest PC death? I mean, he died. Asterisk. He ascended body and soul to the afterlife. So he didn't die like a normal death. Bro was taken up to heaven, body and soul. He's not, he died, air quotes. Died-ish, yeah. So, but he is the first guest PC to even die-ish. So, I guess there's that. He deserves it.
Creatures in the vicinity.
Ah!
Can I look too?
They're green!
Oh, what?
We've been fighting when we left, so I'm going to make sure that...
Don't worry, it's a 14.
You glance about very quickly at the surrounding woods and trees, and aside from what looks to be a squirrel that scatters upon the sound of your footfall.
Later.
Careful of traps. I think they're still in place.
Yeah, the squirrel goes.
Bear trap.
Yep.
Just slams 2 feet above it, though. I'm going to go into the room and find the nice creature that we left there.
Okay. As you walk amongst the rubble, you see there, still trapped within the iron cage-like manacles and bindings of the small iron ball, you see the slavering tongue of the undead entity that you had entrapped.
Well, I don't suppose we need you anymore, do we? I'm just going to take out my sword and just very slowly end that.
Oh, come on.
Yeah.
So, did he just forget what type of entity he had trapped at the place? Like, when Taliesin was like, I want to go back and interrogate the person, in my head, I was like, oh, the person that they trapped there must have been one of the, like, sentient cultists, sapient cultists. But I guess it wasn't? And maybe Taliesin just forgot? Maybe Taliesin thought it was a sentient cultist? If he remembered that it was this, like, thing, and he just came back to slowly kill it, maybe it's a good thing that Ayu did give her blessing, Taliesin. or fucking Percy. This is a weird scenario because in the fiction, Percy really should have remembered. But I could also kind of give Taliesin a pass because, like, I don't fully remember. And for them, it was like a week ago. So, like, maybe he just forgot. I don't know. He mostly came back to get the manacle ball back. That's right. I do remember them saying that they wanted the manacle balls. That's fine, I suppose. Yeah.
I
don't know.
Squeal out as you slowly just saw.
Maybe they also just aren't as worried about fucking Vecna incursions. It's wild to me. It's so wild to me, the things that the players will be afraid of versus the things that they won't be afraid of. Like, I cannot believe that they are so fucking up Travis's asshole about pulling from the deck of many things. But they're like, yeah, let's go, like, fucking out in the open where Vecna could see us and send more people after us just to get fucking 1 gold manacles back. You can't buy manacles in Vasselheim, guys. Like, come on. They're just, their priorities are so interesting. Their priorities are so interesting. I don't know. They just, like, I think in their heads, this is me trying to psychoanalyze them, because I'd be confused as a GM. But I wouldn't want to totally, I don't know. I would be like, what? I can only imagine that they, in general, think that if they can see the threat in front of them, and they can, like they're not, like, really ever worried about fighting combatants. They're much more worried about, like, the things that they can't see, or, like, the things that they don't know, right? They're much more, like, averse to taking risks if they don't even know what the potential negative outcome is, I think. So I guess in this case, it's like maybe Vecna sends some more dudes after them, but because they can conceptualize that, they can conceptualize dudes being sent after them and doing a combat, they're, like, not afraid of it? I guess? That's the best solution I can come up with, man. I don't know. Yeah, as the others have said, the magic item was the main thing he was after. They are magic manacles. I guess they're magic manacles. But still, man. I don't know. I would be so afraid of Vecna. I would be so afraid of sticking my neck out literally anywhere, especially now that he's ascended and he's the only god on the material plane. The only one. I would be so scared of him. It's so wild yeah, I don't know. It's so wild how not scared they seem to be. But it's very specific. It's very specific situations that they're scared or not scared in. I don't know. It's all interesting. It's like the sort of thing that I would be actively trying to figure out as Matt. And, like, I would be, like, testing for things as Matt. But Vox and Machina are basically gods. Yeah. Yeah. Look at their paused, smug, non-afeared faces. I agree. It's a discussion of how to handle characterization when a player forgets something a character would never is hard. Twins at elopement. It's really tough. I, in general, take the stance, especially because my table plays less often than Matt's. We're playing every other week, not every week. Sometimes every 3 weeks, sometimes every month. It depends, but it's never more than every 2 weeks. And so, people have lives and things outside of D&D, especially for us. It's even more of a hobby. Obviously, the Critical Role cast has other stuff going on as well, but it's even more of a hobby for my players, so I don't expect them to remember everything. I don't expect them to take notes on everything or to be going through their notes constantly, try to remember stuff. So I try, as a GM, to actively remind them about things that I feel their characters would not have forgotten within the time conceit of the fiction. But that really depends on a lot of stuff. It depends on your table, how often you're playing, what your general tone is, how much you're expecting them to take notes. How to handle that, I think, is one of the more every table has to handle it differently sort of discussions in D&D of like what to remind your players of that their characters would know. There's so many factors that affect it. It feels like it almost has to be unique per table. And I don't totally blame Matt here. Like I said, they play every week except for, the one off week a month. They play every week. This is a becoming a pretty huge part of their lives. I think it's fair for the DM to put a little bit more of the cognitive load on the players in that case. And there are benefits to doing that, right? There are like reasons that you would want to do that if you can. There's a lot of like satisfaction reasons of people remembering stuff that the GM doesn't have to remind them about, right? Like, I think the most possible positive comes from the GM never reminding the players about anything. They just have to rely on their own memories and their own notes, and that's it. I think that is like the most theoretical positive, and you just have to get as close to that as is feasible given your out of fiction context and circumstances. And you just have to be realistic about like how likely is it that they're going to remember this given the lives that we all lead.
Your way into its body until it lies still once more, robbing it of its second death.
Manners.
The ball retracts.
Nicely done.
While he was doing that, I just want to stealth away with my brother for a moment and just sit.
Do you remind them about not plot personal character stuff? It depends. It depends on how plot relevant it is and how like in the moment relevant it is. So I'll give an example. One of my players' personal plots right now is kind of a... I'm trying to think of how to describe it very concisely. He has a sort of planar, almost warlock-esque connection to the plane of pandemonium. And he sees the symbol of pandemonium, which I have described as the whirlpool, the spiral, the vortex, whatever. He sometimes sees that symbol in places where other people, don't see anything. Like he'll see it on a dagger, and then when he blinks, it's gone and replaced with the actual symbol that's there in reality, right? So he's seeing this symbol everywhere. And I put that symbol, the same one that he's been seeing, because there was a in-plot connection there, on a medallion that an evil cleric was using for some other purpose. And I did not remind him about it because the connection to his character was not relevant to, I would say, like the next 2 or 3 sessions. like the plot of the next 2 or 3 sessions, or at least what I thought the plot was going to be, it was not relevant that the symbol was the same symbol. And he got a very cool moment because I didn't remind him of like 2 sessions into seeing the amulet and experiencing it. He suddenly like stops and he goes, do I recognize the symbol on the amulet? Is it similar to maybe a symbol I've been seeing lately? And I just get to go, yes, it is. You recognize it very well. And there was nothing more because, again, it wasn't, like, relevant to the situation at hand, but he got that fun moment, right? Now, if it had been relevant, if, say, he was the only one that could operate the amulet, let's say, that wasn't the case in here, but let's say he was the only one that could operate it, and so they needed him to be the one wielding the amulet and not a different character, I might have reminded him about it. Like, I might have given it, like, a little bit of time, see if he makes the connection, and then after seeing that it's not going to happen super quickly, I might have reminded him, oh, Maxim, you actually recognize the symbol on the amulet. I also might have, referenced his passive history or something. I might have tried to draw some sort of mechanical connection to it, but it's even more likely that I just would have said, Maxim would recognize it. It would stand out immediately to Maxim. Because, the players can't see the symbols. They have their own picture of the symbols in their head of, like, when I describe it every time, they're picturing something slightly different. So I don't put it entirely on the player to not recognize the verbal description of a visual symbol, compared to other verbal descriptions of visual symbols. I don't put that on the player, especially when the last time that they saw it was probably 2 or 3 months ago, real lifetime. So it depends. It depends. In this scenario, the scenario that actually played out in our game, I did not remind him, but that was only because it wasn't plot critical. If it had been plot critical, I probably would have.
I'm sorry. About everything.
Well, how far away did you just pull me?
Far enough that nobody can hear us.
Make an investigation check.
Jesus Christ. 10. God damn it. Yeah.
As you pull him off, you get 3 steps from the building before. A heavy
Seriously?
iron bear trap snaps onto your leg.
Outstanding.
Thank you, Matt.
Outstanding.
You suffer
We're basically gods.
The words were uttered.
11 points of piercing damage, and you are currently grappled.
I deserve that. That's karma.
Let's get it off you. Pull it off.
Okay, between the 2 of you, it takes a moment. You should peel it off, and the wounds aren't too bad.
Lay on hands. You're back to normal. You're fine. Your boots ripped off. All right, watch your step. Come on, past it all.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna just not move though, because I don't want to step on another of those fucking things.
Well, Keyleth chuckles at that a little bit. I'm gonna just look around and find a little piece to remember Sprig by from his house to take with me.
Okay. I'm going to check through the books just to see if there's anything.
And then I'll help him check through the books once I grab
Make an investigation check. Each of you.
22.
Yours is much better than mine. 5.
5. You find some elements of partially charred pipes, some small statues that appear to have been destroyed in the recent battle. You find some unkept plants that were potted and then left to dry out. There are many things here that you can take if you want to have memory of him, but a lot of his internal.
Does this rusty bolt kind of represent Sprig?
No.
Fuck.
I think that may have actually even come with us. I think that might have been us.
I'll regrow this plant later.
There you go.
Sprig.
All right, so you search for books. You pull Max off to the side.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Yeah. First, I'm very happy for you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I've seen it coming for a long time.
I didn't.
Well, you're smart in a lot of other ways. So. And I'm so happy. He makes you so happy, and you're in, when I go, you're in good hands. And he's in good hands. I mean, he's getting the better end of the bargain.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah.
I didn't plan it. If I had, I would have told you. And then when I saw you, it just seemed like bad timing to say anything, and then things kept happening, and...
I sort of just want to put it out there. I don't think I'll have a ton to say about this interaction between the twins and Keyleth and Percy about the engagement, because I have a lot of trouble taking it super seriously in either direction as a thing to be happy about or a thing that would matter enough to provoke these negative emotions. And I fully understand that it's a me thing. It comes off as totally believable that people would behave this way about this sort of thing. I just have a lot of trouble relating. So I agree with Chat Noir. I like the refocus back on Matt because they clearly feel some ways about what's going on. I don't care too much. I like that it's, that they're focusing a lot on Vax's, eventual demise. Like, I think that's cool. But I don't really care about the whole engagement thing.
Well, Stubby, I spent so many years...
Honestly, the thing I find the most engaging about it is Keyleth's reaction, because they will never get that. It's more of like a missed opportunity than anything else, but I don't think I value the opportunity or the thing highly enough to like really get it, but I can at least get it to some extent.
Standing at your side. I guess I just thought on that day, I'd be standing at your side.
I know. It was very spur of the moment. Nobody was standing at our side. Except for each other.
Well, under ordinary circumstances, I would be giving you quite an earful.
I know.
But there's nothing ordinary about any of this. And I don't have time to be upset at my oldest friend. I just don't have time. So I love you. And I'm happy for you.
I don't want you to go. I love you.
You know I love you. Would you do me one favor? When I'm gone. I don't know, we could be dead tomorrow.
We could. I could die before you.
She's probably going to outlast you, but while you're around, keep her company for me.
If she ever talks to me again, I swear I will.
Well, you know what you've got going for you is that you look a lot like me, so you can remind her of me once in a while.
Good call.
Hey. It's okay. Happy for you.
Thank you.
Watch out for bear traps.
Thank you.
You make perception check as I walk back by myself.
Can I have a quick aside with Percy?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the most interesting part of it to me too. I guess the only thing I have to say about it is I like the refocusing. I like that they didn't actually hover on it for a ton of time. It felt yeah, I just don't have time to be upset is a really, I don't know. It's a very killer line. And it's a very, regardless of the engagement stuff, I like everything that they're exploring with Vax's character. I think this is all of these little interactions sort of are Vax's arc. Like we're kind of getting it. This is all of it. It is how to be okay with him leaving, both for everyone else and for himself. And I think that's really interesting. And I'm a little bit surprised. I paused saying I don't really care about the engagement. I'm kind of happy to see that they didn't really hover on it for too long. They don't really care about the engagement. It's kind of like he cares, but it's, he said under ordinary circumstances, It's, under ordinary circumstances, I wouldn't even give them an earful. But it is pleasant for me to see that even someone that would have normally given them an earful is willing to just set it aside. Let bygones be bygones. Let it all kind of just be as good as it can be. It's a very, I don't know how to say it. It's almost a subversion of the traditional inter-party conflict stuff. Inter-party conflict a lot of times is derived from a lot of human drama, from pretty banal actions, pretty not very dramatic actions. That's where a lot of inter-party conflict comes from. It's just from people not understanding each other and understanding what each other would value. Frankly, this sort of you didn't invite me to the engagement or whatever is kind of the sort of thing that is oftentimes at the center of inter-party drama. And I like that Vax's arc and story is about kind of eschewing that stuff, about putting that stuff to the side and finally seeing the big picture. Finally kind of living in the moment and knowing where he's going. Because that has been, Vax has just been aimless for the vast majority of Campaign 1. He's just kind of doing what he's doing off of momentum, really, more than anything else. And he joined with the Raven Queen kind of on a whim. Or not even on a whim, but, not fully thought out, we might say. Not necessarily under duress, but in an extraordinary circumstance. And it seemed like he always wanted to give over control and to give over his aspirations and his goals and whatever to the Raven Queen, but he always kind of had a little bit of trouble with it. And, frankly, I think that's partially because Matt didn't really give him a lot of opportunities to test that. But it never really became relevant. Partially because Matt never gave him a lot of opportunities to, really test that faith out against, a rock. And so we've still kind of had Vax just kind of being aimless, kind of just helping his friends because they're his friends. And, his oath to the Raven Queen never really meant much. It wasn't really relevant all that often. And now that he's, kind of marked for death, is the first time that he's actually kind of seeing clearly, right? He's actually kind of at peace. He was never at peace. Even when he was with the Raven Queen, he was constantly worried about what was coming next. He was constantly I know that she has more plans for me. I know that we're not done. I'm trying to enjoy my life with Keyleth, but I just can't. Because I know that she's going to call me to something. And now that he is marked for this final battle, he seems so much more contented. He seems so much more, like, he's sad, obviously, but he's so much more at peace with just, like, existence at this point. I don't know. It's a very interesting arc to me. It's a very, like, almost purely internal arc that is centered around, like, the climax of it is the character dying, which is kind of rare in terms of arcs like that. But yeah, I'm really interested in how it will end, because I can really see it ending in many different ways. Like, I could even see, Vax doesn't even have to die, but now he's learned this kind of mindset of, live as if you were dying, whatever. He's learned this new mindset, and now he'll take that forward into his new life that the Raven Queen gifts to him. I could even see the Raven Queen saying, like, you needed to feel as though this was your last stop in order to attain it. Like, the Raven Queen being the goddess of destiny means that you can kind of have her think you can kind of pull a Doctor Strange. This is the one universe where everything worked out, and I had to tell you that you were gonna die, or that I was gonna fucking kill you afterward in order for you to live life to the fullest, or what the fuck ever. Like, and if you weren't living life to the fullest, you wouldn't have defeated Vecna because you would have been too worried about it. I couldn't just let you be revived normally, blah, 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 blah. Right? Because she has that Weaver of Fate aspect to her, she can kind of say whatever and make any sort of justification for keeping Vax around. Alternatively, maybe he just goes back to the mud. It's super possible. I don't know. I could kind of see it going either way. And I'm very interested to see which way it does go and how they handle it, because I'll be honest, I'm skeptical if I could do, me as a player, me thinking in terms of a player, I'm skeptical if I could do a final death scene post Vecna defeat as Vax. I'm skeptical that I would be able to pull that off and, like, make that, like, meaningful and emotional. Maybe I could once I got into the situation, but it would certainly be hard. So I'm kind of excited to see it either way. Yeah. I more meant that Liam and Laura were setting up a scene and got derailed by the bear trap so that Tal and Marisha started doing their own thing. Matt let them but put that spotlight back on them. He was pretty smooth in that. I agree. I totally agree. I think there was a very nice smoothness to that. Yeah. As long as the goal is known, people can accept it. In terms of, like, Vax being at peace with it, yeah. Some people get a fatal diagnosis and go do everything thinking, I know how this ends. Yeah. 100%. And I think that the plot could end interestingly in either direction. Him actually dying at the end of this arc, I do think is interesting and could be played really hard. Or could be played really well, if not kind of difficult. And I think him getting restored, or just, he just doesn't die because of some destiny bullshit, could also be very interesting. It's a kind of a question of, is he going to carry this life lesson that he has learned into the rest of his life? And maybe we'll find out about that in C2 or something. I don't know. I think either one could be really cool. Vax as a character in Rent is an interesting concept. Actually, he's pretty much Roger, so never mind. I mean, yeah, he's pretty much Roger. No day but today.
You've traced your path back, the same you walked, you managed to avoid the traps easily this time, being far more aware of the surroundings. In the meantime, while you two are rummaging through the household...
It's one of the books, yeah.
Looking through books.
So, do you think we'll ever have gods in our lives?
You know,
I don't think they fancy us much. I mean, I don't really fancy them, though, so I guess that's fair. But they're allowed that.
I'm not angry.
Me neither.
My books are still lovely. The library's still lovely. It made a lot of things better.
You know, I felt really guilty about it for a while, and like something was wrong with me. Like, me, I don't understand why I didn't feel it, why I didn't understand. And I don't think it was until Sarah and Ray and even Ayun just now mentioned that we serve that balance and that non-believers are necessary. It made me feel like a little bit less of a fuck-up, I guess, in this whole situation.
I think you're just fine. Mostly.
Well, apparently you're a madman, so...
Apparently.
Oh, God called you a madman.
I know.
Holy shit.
Honestly, I'm a little touched.
Yeah, it's kind of a compliment.
If it weren't for the migraine. I'm sorry, by the way. You may be the only one who understands this, but I just needed something that was mine for a little while. So little of who we are is ours. And I knew it would end, but it was nice.
Wow.
Ayun is quite a goddess, and she does not respect secrets, though, and I, on the other hand, feel that secrets can be precious.
Apparently. I just don't understand why you were still enigmatic after you already told us in front of Paylor.
I thought that,
It's kind of a slap in the face.
Well, I thought she may kill me at that point. That was honestly fearing for my life there a little bit.
Mm.
And at that point, everything was just so awkward.
I hope you know my frustration is only out of, well, what you just said, I guess. Wanting something to be mine that I won't have.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. I don't know.
Them as the partners of the twins are very interesting. I don't know. They've got an interesting dynamic to them. Percy and Kiki. It always feels just slightly off kilter. Like I'm never, but I think that's just like them. And I don't want to say it's like purposeful, but I think there is I don't think it's entirely purposeful, but I think it's at least partially purposeful. Of just like this kind of stilted dynamic between them of not quite reaching far enough down to like really hit at the deep stuff like the twins have. But you know, the twins obviously have history. They're siblings. They're twins. They've been them for so long, you know? So it doesn't feel weird in the fiction to me that these two have a much more open and honest and deep relationship and friendship than these two. You know, these two presumably, not presumably, they met when they rescued Percy from jail. Like, they've known each other for a handful of years now, and they've been through a lot together, and they have a friendship, but their friendships are on different levels. And so it doesn't feel... It is a strange dynamic to me, but the fact that the dynamic is strange does not feel strange. Like, it's very understandable to me that their dynamic is a little bit strange. But it's very interesting, especially when they get deep like this. Like, it always feels like they're just holding back, both of them. Like, they want to say something more, but they just don't. But then they have these moments where it does feel like they're kind of leaving it all out on the table. I don't know. It's interesting. That's for sure to me. So if he does die, how do you think it will happen? Vax? Like Sprig or like Thanos snap? Like suddenly have a heart attack and fall into the Family Guy death pose? I think he would snap. I think he would Thanos snap. And in the way of like, it's not just like, boom. I think it would be like the Gomage or like Spider-Man gets snapped. You know, some people go quickly, some people hang on a little bit longer. I think he would hang on. I think he would get the opportunity for last words as his body slowly dissolved. If I'm being real with you, if I had to pick one or the other, if I had to bet on which one it'll be, I think he'll stick around. I don't think he'll die. Yeah, I don't feel very good. Yeah. Yeah, I think he'll stick around. I don't know quite how, but like I said, Raven Queen can make up some bullshit. Like, it doesn't even have to be real. I could easily see, like, Raven Queen, like, gives this proclamation that Vax gets to live and restores his body or whatever, and then, like, Vax asks for, like, a private word with her or something. And, you know, everyone else leaves or they go into like a pocket dimension or whatever. And I could see Vax grilling her a little bit about it and being like, there was no destiny. I'm fate touched. I can subvert destiny. That doesn't make any sense. And I can see Raven Queen being like, look, I'm trying to give you a reward, bud. Stop trying to convince me not to resurrect you right now. Take it for what it's worth and go live happily with your love. Like, I can see it even being kind of a humanizing moment for the Raven Queen of like, I didn't get to live the life that I wanted to. Maybe the Raven Queen was forced to ascend. You know, I have still so many questions about the Raven Queen's ascension. I will continue to have questions about it, I think. But I can easily see her saying, like, you know, maybe she wanted to do the deal at the beginning, but then she sees Vax and his love, and it fucking warms her cold heart. Something. I don't know. But there's just so many routes through him not dying while still getting the benefit of all of the arc of thinking he was going to die. And then it's, you know, a happy ending, mostly. There's so many ways to do that just honestly by the numbers and by the vibes, I just can't see Vox ending on that melancholy of a note of Vax being dead. I could be totally wrong. I could be misreading the table completely. Maybe they will end on that sort of melancholy note. But I'm just sort of skeptical that they will. And like I said, I'm like 51-49 on it. I could easily see Vax dying. But if I had to pick one, I think he won't. The kilts need to stop coming off. The kilts are gone. The kilts are on the other side of the room. I'm off kilter. A man of industry versus a literal tree hugger. It's gonna be weird. Yeah, with Keyleth and Percy. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I'm excited. I'm excited for the rest of Vax's arc. I'm excited for the rest of this entire arc.
Some things you don't get to keep.
Yes, one of the bonuses of not being one of the chosen of the gods is we don't have to believe in destiny.
No, we don't.
We just, I think, heard a big speech from a god about not believing in destiny.
I mean,
I followed destiny my whole life.
I know.
It wasn't until I got to the end that I realized that.
I mean, this is tough, given that, I mean, I guess you don't have to believe in anything, I guess. But, like, it's a weird statement for, like, an empiricist, you know, a man of science like Percival, because he's gotten, like, direct proof of destiny. Like, not only is Raven Queen the goddess of destiny, you know, it doesn't seem like they are that gods of fake things exist, but also, like, Vax's character is defined by his exclusion from destiny, like the characteristic of his soul is specifically accepted from destiny, like he specifically doesn't have to follow it. So it's interesting. It almost reads as like desperate to me from Percy, because like again, if like you're the rationalist here, you're the non-godly, non-spiritual, I believe in the facts and science and secrets. It's like, okay, bud, like destiny just does exist. We have so much evidence of it in this setting. It's kind of a weird position to take.
Destiny.
I followed destiny my whole life.
I know.
It wasn't until I got to the end that I realized that the whole thing was kind of ironic.
Yeah. Why do we have to listen to anything they say?
Cheers.
Cheers.
Cheers to the faithless.
This is actually
I
a
kind
book.
of inhaled
I'm not
a little
drinking,
bit.
but I
That
don't
wasn't
know.
intentional.
That was a plant. You've been holding a plant, and I've been holding a book.
Yeah, dude, that was an interesting end to the conversation. I don't know how purposeful this was, but it does frame the entire conversation as almost a bit childish. Like, if I close my eyes, the monsters, if I can't see them, they can't see me, sort of deal. Like, yeah, I totally didn't want the favor of a god. Yeah. And, like, at first, I thought they were having, like, an honest to God, like, well, that, ironic. I thought they were having, like, an honest revelation and, like, an honest, like, hey, like, it's okay that we aren't, the favorite of the gods. We don't have to be, we can be a part of the natural order without doing that, whatever. But then that end with the destiny bit is like, whoa, wait, this isn't like an opinion thing. It's not a question of belief. It's a question of like denying reality, like putting your hands over your eyes, right? I don't know. Maybe they don't know as much about Vax's status as Fate touched as we do, like as an audience, or maybe they've forgotten, like the players forgot. But or maybe that was purposeful. Maybe they wanted it to come off a little bit like they're in a bit of denial and they're kind of like constructing a little bit of a fake reality to make themselves feel better. Like, I kind of can't tell. That wouldn't be the craziest thing for someone in Keyleth's position to do with her, not betrothed, but like her partner, getting a death sentence like this. Not that crazy to construct a fake reality around yourself. To like keep yourself safe as a bit of a fucking depression trauma response. Like, I just don't know if that was Marisha's intention or Talison's intention there. But that is like how this is coming off to me. It's very interesting. It's very weird. Yeah. I know we have talked about this before, but would an atheist be seen as insane in a D&D world with gods? I don't think so. I mean, I think it kind of depends on, like, how visible non-corporeal entities are. And, like, what the common belief is about the difference between things like ghosts and gods are. Like, ghosts versus spirits versus gods. Like, I think it all depends. Because, like, yeah, if you're a farmer and you have never left your hometown and you know a grand total of one cleric who is probably level 1, or equivalent of, and, a wizard that has no affiliation with the gods can do very similar stuff to your town cleric. It's not the craziest thing in the world. Like, the cleric has no proof that they are gathering their power from the gods. I mean, fuck, they might be a warlock masquerading as a cleric, and they're getting their power from a demon. It's like... I think it broadly depends. It's like, how well accepted is the general existence of incorporeal entities? Like, do people see ghosts on the regular? Do they see proof of spirits on the reg? If they do, then yeah, maybe believing in gods is like a pretty natural thing and it would make total sense, whatever. But if they don't, like if it's more like, our world where there's no direct proof of spirits or ghosts or gods or whatever, except, secondhand stuff, there's, occasionally miracles or whatever. Like, our world has had proof or evidence of spirits, incorporeal entities. The Catholic Church has a whole manifest of confirmed miracles. Like, these are supernatural occurrences that would be equivalent to whatever a cleric could do, if not maybe as regularly. And there are plenty of atheists today. So, I think it's, I think it depends on the setting, but if the setting handles incorporeal entities similarly to how our world does, I don't think it's the craziest thing in the world. If something like a wizard or a warlock also exists, like if the only magical practitioners are clerics in the entire world, then maybe that's a little bit more evidentiary of gods, but I don't know. I think it depends, but I don't think that D&D necessitates that atheism is insane. I think it more depends on the setting than the system. Like, just having clerics in the rule set does not make it, I think, an obvious thing. Yeah. But after talking to 3 of them in a row, I'd say yes. Oh, yeah. Any adventurer, any person in this party would have to be insane. You would essentially just have to state that they aren't gods in the way that people think about them. Like, you would just have to, like, assign them a status as a very powerful spirit. And then at, like, that point, I don't know. At the point that Vox is at, the word atheism kind of doesn't mean anything. Or at least it doesn't mean the thing that we would use it as. Because they believe in the literal existence of what people classify as gods. They just reject the, like, paradigm that most people live under. They kind of reject the entire system that would even generate the label atheist. So it's kind of a non-question, I would say. It would be like not believing in plastic. I mean, at this point, with who they've met, it would be like not believing in your own father and mother. Like, they believe in the literal existence of the beings that are labeled as gods by the general populace. It's just a question of whether or not they consider them gods or not. I reject your authority. Yeah. Anti-theist, perhaps? Well, this also gets into a whole discussion of, like, the word atheist kind of doesn't mean anything. Like, it's more of like a social marker than anything else. Like, if you asked most atheists to describe their individual beliefs, most of them will describe something that we would actually classify as, like, agnosticism, but agnosticism and atheism are colloquially, like, separate. They're, like, separate identity markers within our society. In a similar way that, like, Christian is a separate identity marker. Like, I know growing up Catholic, but doing theater with a bunch of non-denominational Christians, it was very often stated to me that Catholics were not real Christians. That, like, I shouldn't call myself a Christian. I'm Catholic, not a Christian. Which, growing up as a Catholic, was insane to me. Like, that was... I remember asking my priest about it. I was like, they said this. Like, what do I do? And like, talking me through it. So it's like, these labels of, like, atheism it's so much more of an identity marker that I think talking about it within the context of D&D is almost I don't even know how to say it. Yeah, I don't know. It's almost like it's just not applicable to how we would think about atheism in our real world. You know, it's totally different. Going Catholic, I get that a lot too. No, that is insane. It felt insane at the time. But I'm sure to other people in chat that might be totally natural. Because again, these words are basket categorizations of individualized belief, right? If someone calls themselves an atheist, it's because they are trying to put out an identity marker. Even if their personal beliefs might fall more within the agnostic sphere, saying that you're an agnostic means something very different when you say it to someone than if you say you're atheist, right? There's a very different like reaction and like a way that the other person will categorize you in their mind. So it's yeah. So I feel like the term atheist almost is kind of a non sequitur in the context of D&D, or it would just mean something very different. Yeah. All Protestants are Christian, but not all Christians are Catholic. All Catholic. It meant right Catholic both times. Yeah. I'd probably argue more self-labeled agnostics probably are more in line with the technical definition of atheism than the other way around, but that's debatable. It's very debatable. I think that's kind of my whole point with all of this, is that these words do, like, they have their technical definition of what they technically describe. And then they have their, like, social use, right? Everyone's beliefs are individual to themselves. Like, even within my own church growing up, there was a diversity of belief about what needed to be done, about what proper Catholic practice was. There was a wide diversity of belief. There were people at my church that I went to church every single week, oftentimes more than once a week. In like high school and late elementary, I was going 2 to 3 times a week. I was going a lot. And I remember people that I knew pretty well that I either did choir, music ministry with, that would say that Catholics that only showed up on Easter and Christmas weren't real Catholics. They shouldn't call themselves Catholics. They can maybe call themselves Christians, but it went so far as like people would say that they shouldn't take communion because they're not real Catholics. But if you talked to any of the people that only showed up on Catholic or on Christian or Christmas or Easter, they would absolutely describe themselves as Catholic. They would, in conversation, be like, yes, I am Catholic. Hello. So that's kind of the center of my point, is that these terms and these labels are social descriptors and broad belief descriptors, but they don't capture the actual individual beliefs of the person that you're talking to. They just can't. Someone's belief in religious practice is so personal. It's kind of definitionally personal, at least in my head. So I don't. So yeah, it's like, would this world have the concept of atheism? It's like, well, it kind of depends on what you mean by atheism to a degree. Yeah. Now I want to see Percy and Keela say no gods, no masters. Lol. Yeah. Anyways. Yeah. It's also very regional, as me saying I'm atheist here in the UK is very different to how it's perceived in the US. 100%. Yeah. That's a lot of what I mean by, like, it is a social identity label. Like, it just means something in context to other people. It means less, I think, internally. Yeah. TBH, people like Kiki and Alexandria read more to me like people who read the Bible, especially Old Testament, and came to the conclusion that God is evil. Like the old Gnostics, like I think the Valentinians came to that conclusion. I don't remember. But Yeah, I mean, I totally think that that's a reasonable take to have, and is like, is someone that believes in an evil god atheist? It's like in our modern day, a person that believed that might take on the atheist label. But are they actually atheists? Like, they believe in a god, they just believe that they're evil. It's a big question mark. Yeah. Drowning up going to church 8 times a week, twice on Sunday, baby. That's crazy. That's a lot. I always think I went a lot when I'm like, oh, I went 3 times a week. 8 times is whew. That's a lot. Most people I know who go by both agnostic or atheist will say one or the other depending on who they're talking to. 100%. If you're talking to someone else that is maybe a non-believer, maybe you'll say agnostic because that carries less of a stigma. But if you're talking to someone who's Christian, maybe you say atheist because that is more descriptive of your relationship to non-belief to a believer. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, so it's all social. The labels. I'm not saying that belief itself is necessarily social. I'm not enough of a fucking theologian or a scholar of religion to know that. But I think the labels largely are. Yeah. Anyways, let's move along.
That got weird.
I don't even know where we got these glasses in the story.
I think that was legitimately you were still holding a potted plant.
Oh, God. Oh, fuck. This coffee's been there for a while.
How does it feel to be chosen by a goddess at this point?
Who, me?
Yes, you. I know you've been listening.
Can we walk in at this point?
Yeah.
No, no, I'll both skeleton aside.
We all watch.
A moment, please.
I want to see it.
My cube.
Yeah, no, the seed, the little bean.
You want to see it?
Yeah, I want to see it.
All right.
Is it squishy?
Didn't you do this before with the other one?
Did I?
Didn't you try to like squish it or something?
That was the
not
grain
the
of sand.
Yeah, not the seed of
That was
the
the soul.
pearl.
I don't know what any of you are talking about. Are you giving it to me?
Just
no, I've got it in my head.
Don't flick the bean.
What does it smell like?
No.
What does it smell like?
Make a perception check.
It's a seed of power growth.
Don't fucking rob me of my discovery.
Sounds like Merrin sandalwood.
11.
Best you can make out, it smells like dusty tomes. It smells like old, forgotten papers.
It's been like in
Smells
her
like old
robes for like
money.
a century.
Yeah, it's been tucked in that old boob crevice. Hey, why don't you... I want you to
Travis
swallow
with
the bean.
Swallow the bean.
Yeah, I mean, like, think about Sprig, right? I mean, his tummy...
Travis making Matt put some smell description into the scene. He's forcing me to say, I'm gonna ask.
He was glowing like fucking Teddy Ruxpin. Like, I want to see you swallow that shit.
Sure.
Yeah.
Romancing the bean.
All right, I will mime swallowing the beam while I wrist pocket it.
There's a stat for
Oh,
that.
you
I'm so
crazy! I was
excited.
only kidding. You'll be stuck at home by
So
yourself for
make a
1,000
sleight of hand
years.
check.
Sleight of hand.
There is a stat for that.
5.
Grog, make a perception check.
Every time. I don't care how loud it is.
I guess it's plus 3.
Come on, remember
so,
you
got it, you got it.
Giants?
Well, let's jack of all
No,
trades.
that's a 6.
Right.
Makes it
Minus
8.
1, which is 5.
So you all watch as he takes
I know.
the small essence stone and kind of like whispers under his breath a small incantation, and like flicks his fingers, and then it vanishes, and he goes,
You know, I'm fine with it for silly shit like this. Like, I do all sorts of silly PvP at my table. A lot of times I will encourage them to roll for things. But this is a good example of why I am not into whispers and why even though I sometimes do some PvP stuff, I recommend broadly against PvP, because you have to have players that are willing to ride it. Because, like, you just heard Travis there, him say out loud, I always lose these sorts of things. And it's like, yeah, because he's a barbarian. Like, barbarian's going to lose a majority of the time versus a majority of the other classes. When it comes to skill checks, even combat, they're gonna lose. So you have to have players that are cool with it being unbalanced. Like, you have to have players that will recognize, because I think they will recognize it eventually, that like, hey, I always lose these things. Everyone else has better stats than me. I don't want to roll perception checks. I'd like to just role play this out just normally. Like, why do we have to tie mechanics to it? My mechanics are worse. My mechanics aren't meant for this. I just want to have a fun role play scene. But, so that's why I recommend against PvP when I'm doing this, even though I will occasionally do it at my tables, but I'm much more into letting the players choose their own stats or choosing if they even want to do rolls in general. I'm much more a fan of leaving it up to them, because then it's sort of what is it? Not a self-volunteer. What is it? Not self-serve, opt-in. It's an opt-in situation, I think. And that's what I like to make any amount of PvP. I want it to be opt-in, not only in like a session 0, but like every time they do it. I want it to be opt-in. That's how I handle it at my personal table. I think at the average table, it kind of should just be avoided until you know your players really well and know if they're going to be cool with that sort of thing. Thankfully, Travis does not seem to mind. If he did mind, he could try to finagle things into strength-based skills. He could, yeah. Of which there's like 2. Exactly. Like, that is the ultimate kind of issue. And, he dumped his intelligence for kind of a laugh, but, if he gets, not punished, but, if there's intelligence-related stuff, that's whatever, but it's like, it's not even about the ability scores. For me, it's about the number of proficiencies that they get. Like a bard with jack of all trades and expertise is going to run circles around a barbarian in literally, like, in the majority of out-of-combat encounters. They're just going to run circles around them. Because, mainly because of jack of all trades. Even if, he doesn't have proficiency in athletics, he's still getting jack of all trades on athletics. So he's not even that far behind someone who is going into strength and has proficiency in athletics. He's not that far behind, depending on what scale and strength score is. If we make it not a strength check, if we make it a dex or any of the mental stats, the gulf is going to be even wider. And it's why I especially, take issue with whispers being, I take issue with whispers in general, but especially with them being skill check gated, in part because of the uneven way that 5e distributes skill proficiencies and the uneven way that the attributes are distributed amongst the skill proficiencies. D&D isn't meant to be equivalent. It's meant to create specialists in given situations, right? The barbarian is the strongest motherfucker to ever exist, within the context of the classes, right? That is their thing. They should win at that every time. But they're kind of going to lose in most of the other scenarios. So, yeah. Anyways.
It's so overt, yet you are entranced. He swallowed that thing.
I hope you know what you're doing. Do we get time with you before you leave?
I trust you 100%, Grog.
This too shall pass.
It's like Scanlan just did the trick I do with my kids all the time, which is watch. 1, 2, 3.
Where did that pencil go? I'll pick Scanlan up by the scruff of his neck and I'll hold my ear to his tummy.
Make a perception check.
Like a golden retriever.
9.
My stomach exists.
Yeah. You hear the occasional.
Oh my god, it's growing.
Oh, and Matt even got a little bit involved there, which is normal. Like, Matt normally gets involved with these sorts of things. But that response from Sam, That's exactly what I expect at my table, is that sort of interaction of I pick him up, maybe he even rolls a die, he gets a response, and then the other player jumps in with, I have a stomach, right? That's the sort of way I like it for it to go at my table.
Tell me your last rights, before you burst if it happens.
I leave all of my worldly possessions to you, Grog.
Oh shit, write that down, somebody.
Oh, no it wouldn't, negative view. That's kind of my point. It really wouldn't take a lot of sacrifice. It takes literally one skill proficiency and one of your expertises. That's it. It's not that hard. And, if you're a bard, the main stat that actually matters to you is charisma. It'd be a little bit of a weird build, but you could easily split the rest of your points between dex and strength. You're not going to have a very high con, so you're not going to be doing a lot of maybe saving throws. But you could easily put a reasonable amount of points into strength without making a build that's going to fall apart on the first combat. You'll still do reasonably well, and you can be the strong guy pretty easily, and in some ways, maybe better than Barbarian. The only thing that Barbarian's going to get over you is that they have consistent access to advantage when doing strength-based stuff via rage. But, before 524, Barbarians could only have rage for one turn outside of combat. Unless they, had someone there to poke them with a needle to keep them enraged. So, even then, the out-of-combat thing that the Barbarian is supposed to be better at and supposed to have this unique access to, you kind of need help to make it even work. I don't know. Barbarians are still good. Don't get me wrong. They're still good at doing what they do. But it's why I am so kind of prickly about PvP. Is because the classes are just not even remotely balanced against each other. They're not meant to be balanced against each other. They are balanced against the monster manual at any given time. They are in no way meant to be balanced against each other.
I've got it. Pick him up and listen, or are you?
Yeah, no, I'm holding him up like a seashell.
Yeah.
Shake him a bit. It'll start the reaction.
Stop manhandling Scanlan.
Why?
Because he doesn't like it.
Do you not like it?
Ordinarily, yes, but not today.
Oh.
When I pass it, I'll retrieve the item.
Oh shit.
He is
Exactly.
very, very good with
Keeping it secret. Keeping it safe.
You lost me.
I'm out.
We probably need to hurry.
This is going to be an odd request. Let's not go to Whitestone.
Why not?
I feel like we're being watched.
Maybe Vasselheim?
Oh, yeah.
That's right. How did they know we were here?
Oh my god! How? This is the first. No one has thought about this yet? I thought they thought about it and just. It makes more sense that they hadn't thought about it because their decision making was kind of weird had they thought about it. But it is shocking to me that they just didn't. They just didn't fucking think about it. They just didn't fucking think about it. And even Talister's like, I think we're being watched. Fucking really? You think? Smarty McFarty Pants over here thinks that you might have been being watched or tracked in some way. And that maybe that's how Vecna knew where to send people after you? Come on! Just rub it together a little bit. Just the 2 brain cells. Come on.
Vasselheim would be.
Why didn't we ask Guy?
Why did you just kill the assassin guy that we were gonna ask?
It was an
didn't
undead
speak
thing. He was
English
just
anyway.
going to make a tongue
He
of
was
us.
just bleh.
I
That's
wasn't really going to offer information anyway.
Who are you?
Who the fuck are you?
Pike, why are you doing that voice?
Is that the imp?
No, standing by the doorway, you see their
I mean,
arms crossed.
It's like, was that Vecna? We know that Vecna couldn't fucking talk into their minds, so it might have been.
Casually standing before you, Vecna.
Don't look so fucking pleased with yourself, Matt. This is just them being dumb. Come on. I need to see what Vecna says. I need to see what Vecna says before I comment on it.
Welcome back.
Oh shit, fuck, balls.
You must have traveled quite a distance to be far from my sight.
I'll shoot it. I'll say it now. Please do not have the reason that they survive right here be that they are not worth his time to kill. Please, please, please do not have it be that they are not worth his time to kill. Please.
Is he see-through? I tried to shoot an arrow at him.
Oh god.
Okay, roll for an attack.
Oh, Jesus.
Cocked.
No, that's not cocked. Cacked. 29.
29. It passes through
I
his
knew it.
body.
I fucking knew it.
Kind of
Okay.
laughs for a second, and you see him smiling his terrible grin.
I don't know what that means. I'm going to imagine that based on what Ioun said about their bodies, about like divine bodies, that if this were actually Vecna's corporeal form, that would have hurt him. That's what I am taking away from Ioun's description of the whole, like, our realm is our body, and then when we focus our stuff, then it looks like this. But also, if they can, if the gods can just, like, cast an illusion, why not just do that and not risk themselves? I guess because it concentrates their power as well. So it's like, it ups their offense, but it lowers their defense. So because he's an illusion, I think he's probably an illusion. So he's sending an illusion to go and talk with him. Why is he doing that? Just to, like, fuck around, I guess? He can already talk to them whenever they want. Like, why does he care? Why is he, I guess he just wants to. He's just, like, showing off. I don't know. That's not a big deal. It's just kind of random to me. Yeah. I like to imagine he was there since they got back from the Ioun realm and was waiting for the perfect moment. I mean, I kind of think it's implied, frankly. I don't know, yeah. Also, they are on the outside of the gate, the gods, I mean. I was thinking about when Ioun talked about her wound. Because she got the wound inside the gate. And it was implied to me that it was because her power was concentrated, that she was even, like, able to be wounded. Yeah, I guess the illusion must just be there for bragging rights. He's just like, he thinks it'll be more intimidating than just a voice, which is kind of fair. That's not unreasonable.
Across curled yellowed teeth. You see that flicker of green energy sparking in his left eye. It seems to pulse as his brow arches above it. I admire your resolve. You did it. You solved the riddle. You found my home, ruined my tower, slew one of my greatest acolytes. And even then you failed. Still, impressive. That is most definitely worthy of a fine round of applause.
Is he gonna try to recruit them?
Thank you. Thank you.
His smug clapping comes to a halt. He nods. You're the only ones to get away. Others found me before you did. And another group of supposed heroes came and assaulted me shortly after you vanished. No matter, they all failed.
Who? What? Okay. This is one of two things, both of which are cool. I got no problem with that. I don't want it to appear like I'm debating. I'm just trying to think of, do I know who that is? Or does this just fall under what I was talking about last stream of Matt being really good at characterizing Exandria as like a place where adventurers are. Like we talked about that last stream of something that Matt is like uniquely good at is making the setting feel like one in which adventurers exist and do stuff. Is this just part of that? Or am I aware of any other group that could have been? I mean, it's not Terry. That'd be crazy if it was Terry. That'd be kind of a I don't know, a little bit of a stinky end to Terry. So I would prefer that that's not the case. I think this is just a world building detail. I like it. I really like it. My like only debate was like, do I know these people? I don't think I do. And that's a really fun detail that I would not have like considered. Wait, but how would they have gotten... I guess the assumption is that the other group of adventurers found Thar and Fala in the real world? Within like a day and a half? It seems a little unlikely to me. But I guess it's possible, and I still like the world building detail. It's just it's a little strange. It's a little... How would someone have gotten there? I'm going to try not to think about it too much. I think the more I think about it, the less I'm going to like it, and right now I like it. So I'm gonna leave it there. Vecna's a theater kid. No wonder he's the final boss for CR's first campaign. Yeah. Oh man. You are bad, yes, but not evil guy. That'd be the difference between bad guys and BBG presentation, I guess. Left Terry like 2 days ago. When would he have found the time to gather a new adventuring group? Well, I know he was going to find a new adventuring group. I know he was gonna do that, but I guess he wouldn't have had time. Yeah, like I said, I don't want to think about this too much because I don't know how anyone would have had the time to, like, mobilize to Thar and Fala. But, like, maybe it's possible. I don't know. I think it's just the case of Matt's living world. I almost don't want to call it that because I'm trying to think of why I don't want to call it that. I feel like that implies an amount of like tracking off the board that I don't think Matt is doing. Because I think if he was, this wouldn't have happened. Honestly. I think if he was like really tracking things in like a lot of detail, this doesn't make a ton of sense. Or it's at least I raise my eyebrow at it a little bit. But I do think it's a good Wizard of Oz magic trick, don't look behind the curtain implication of a living world. It's like the implication that things are happening off screen. As long as you don't think about it too hard. Like, it's weird. I really like the choice because I think it characterizes the world and it makes it feel more living. But I think if I take it too seriously, I struggle with the actual reality of it. It seems like it would have a lot of coincidences would have needed to line up to facilitate it. And, sometimes coincidences happen, so I can easily enough, right? Like, it doesn't break my suspension of disbelief. That's maybe a good way to phrase it. It doesn't break that. I just need to not, like, examine it too much. And as long as I, like, don't, then I think it's fine. I think it's fine. I think it's good, actually. Like, I can think up enough ways to make it work that, like, it doesn't seem likely to me that that would happen if I'm taking the world, like, really, really literally. But it's the sort of thing that if I don't, and I'm just, like, in the moment and I just, like, learn the information as a player and I don't have time to pause it and think about it too hard, if I'm just letting it, like, hit me and wash over me, I think it characterizes the world really well. I think it's, like, it's a very cool little moment of world building. And as long as I skate past it quickly enough in the actual session, it doesn't stand out as too strange to me. Yeah. By their faces, the comment served its purpose. Look how unsettled they are. I think they're unsettled by the presence of the god that could TPK them right now. I don't know. I think him just being there is unsettling them. I'm a little bit worried about what his explanation is going to be for not TPKing them, but we'll see. But yeah. Implies more depth than is necessary for what he does. Yeah. I think that's kind of where I get nervous about it, is like, I almost don't want to imply too much depth to it, because I think that makes it sound harder than it actually is. Like, this is the sort of thing that you could improv. Maybe is improv. Like, I would not hesitate to think that this was improv in this moment. So I think that's why I hesitate to, like, reference the living world, is because I think that implies that it's more difficult to do what he just did than it actually is. It's not that hard to have moments like this. You just have to kind of, like, think about it. And you can think about it in the moment even, yeah. If there were other orbs leading to Thar and Fala, the other groups could have been investigating them for a while. They could have. I mean, there were 3 orbs. We know one of them was in Marquette and was controlled by the cult. We know that one was in Whitestone, and we know that one was somewhere else. So this group could have been investigating the 3rd, but then somehow found Thar and Fala in Asilra. That's the part where I'm kind of like, what? Unless they were also in Thar and Fala while Vox Machina was? Which would be like, I mean, it's literally possible. And I think that's the really good part about this. Like, I want to be so clear. I'm not trying to downplay this moment. I think it's, like, a good choice because it is feasible. Like, it's literally feasible. There is another orb. There are ways to track people or to scry on people or to find people or to find objects through magic quickly. There are ways to travel very quickly. Like, the reason I say I'm skeptical about it if I think too hard is because the type of group that would have the capability to find and make their way to Thar and Fala, I feel like would have either been visible when Vox was in Thar and Fala, if they were there at the same time, or if they have the capability to find Thar and Fala once it's in the material plane, I'm surprised I've never heard of them. But it's possible that I just haven't heard of them. Like, and that's what I mean. That's like why I do want it to be complimentary. Is like, I think this is a good decision. I think it's a good little bit of world building and characterization because it is something that could easily, like, be true. Like, I can think of, like, you know, even if they are as strong as Vox Machina, it's a big world. They might just literally just not have heard of them. It just might have not come up. That is completely feasible. But having been behind the screen, I find it unlikely that we wouldn't have heard of them had they existed more than 2 or 3 sessions ago. If they had existed more than 2 or 3 sessions ago, I think we would have heard of them. So it's more of like my kind of like storytelling instincts, I guess, that make me believe that this is not been a thing that Matt is just like tracking in detail behind the scenes. I think this was probably come up with within the last 2 or 3 sessions, even within this session. But it's a really good piece of improv. The best pieces of improv need to make sense. Like everything you improv needs to make sense if the players think about it. And this can make sense if the players think about it. Gotcha. Yeah. Paige is going into a meeting, so I might have to talk it down. But yeah. So I don't know. It's interesting. It's definitely interesting. I am gonna do ads in a second because I have to go to the bathroom. But it's cool. Or Vecna could be lying to freak them out. Vecna could also be lying. It's true. Rare case of valid. It's not that deep for me, Lil. I think I'm I want to highlight it within the context of Critical Eyes to highlight for new or aspiring GMs out there that, because like I can see myself having seen this when I was younger and thinking that I would need to like have all these things going on, but like not brought up in the session, and I need to be tracking all of them. And that is an ungodly amount of work that is wholly unnecessary to achieve a moment like this. You just have to focus on your new introductions being sensical and deepening the world, not contradicting it. And I think that is like something that I had to really learn across the years of GMing. So when I see Matt do it, it's not that deep, but it's good, and it's maybe not as hard as it initially appears. It's the illusion of the living world, which I'd argue Matt has mastered. I would incredibly agree with your argument there. Yeah. I would argue the exact same. Yeah. I don't think it was improv as such. I think it was made up as he planned for Vecna to be there when they reappeared. Totally feasible. I like I said, my gut says that this was come up with within the last 2 or 3 sessions, if not this session. Could have been come up with on the break, or before this session, or before last session, whatever. But I don't think he's been like tracking this other party for a long time. I think it's just like he came up with something that was cool and interesting and didn't contradict anything, was feasible. Yeah. How is this done with BitD? This is actually immensely important in BitD. Also, I just realized that I said no to the ads. I just have it like it's like muscle memory at this point to just say no to the ads. I just realized I totally said no to them. So the counter is counting down to nothing. Or the timer. The clock. Why am I calling it a timer? How is this done with BitD? Super important to BitD. Like BitD is so focused on your actions rippling out into the landscape. And part of the way that they do that is they say for every quest, like in BitD terms, a score, every single score should have at least one connection to one faction within the city, a pre-existing faction, or a brand new faction if you want to introduce one. But like they say, like when you are planning a score, it's not mandatory. Nothing's mandatory in a TTRPG. But when they talk about the components of a score, a connection to a faction is just a component that they consider. In the same way as like a goal or a twist, right? That connectivity is core to what makes BitD. So it's handled by just sort of like forcing you to do it. Like nothing in D&D is forcing you to have connection points out to other factions or quest lines or whatever. Like nothing about D&D necessitates that. But I think those are the sorts of decisions. And I mean, if you want to like practice this or like, really try to get deeper into this sort of thing of like giving that living world perspective, I think taking the Blades in the Dark sort of route is very beneficial towards kind of getting your feet wet with things, of looking at the world and just seeing like, where can I even connect something, right? If I have a really cool idea for a score, but it doesn't immediately connect to anything, I just try to make it. Now, whether that is another thief trying to break into the same building, right? That's still a connection. If it is a landed deed that is giving control over another faction's asset or like specific asset to the faction that they're trying to burgle or whatever. There's all sorts of ways that you can connect out in ways that you don't really think about until you try to do it. And it's once you are trying to do it, you realize that it's not that difficult as long as it's like not necessarily top of mind, but like middle of mind, maybe. It just has to be like a thing that you consider. And once you start doing it, it becomes way, way easier. Just with experience. So if you were trying to work on your living worldness, I would take the Blades in the Dark approach. I think it helped me immeasurably with making my world feel connected and lived in. Was Blades in the Dark kind of forcing me to do so in the scores? Yeah. Yeah. It would appear that running BitD helps you DM 5e D&D. I think so. Yeah. I would totally agree. What other systems would you recommend trying out to help out your DM skills? I would... How do I say it? I would just try other systems. Like, I don't think TTRPGs are like... how do I say it? Most TTRPGs and GMing most TTRPGs is a relatively similar ask. It's not like, they are spread across every, genre of video game. It's not like comparing BitD to D&D is not like comparing Call of Duty to Daddy Dating Simulator, right? The games aren't that different. It's more like comparing video games within a genre. Or maybe it is that different, but just a lot of TTRPGs are more similar than I think people give it credit for. So it's like, if you go and play CSGO, I do think it will help improve your skills at something like Valorant or Call of Duty, like another shooter. Just like having a breadth of experience and knowledge and tactics can really enhance your skills overall. That's why you see a lot of esports players that are competitive in one game that can transfer to a new game and still be a very competitive player within the esports scene. And I think that GMing and playing to an extent is really similar. A lot of systems focus on different things. They lend themselves towards different things. But the more you see the possibilities, the more that you see the possibilities of like, you just, you'll go into a system, you even just read a rule book and you'll be like, shit, I never thought about that, that sort of rule. Like when I, read the hope and fear system in Daggerheart, I was like, oh my gosh, like how fantastic to give the DM like a DM resource, especially once it got out of beta. Daggerheart full release especially. Like the fear mechanics are just out of this world. I love them. And they are something I would have never considered. And now, Like, I don't use fear in D&D, but I do think about it. Like, I think about fear in terms of how I pace some, like, out of the blue consequences, or some, like, results for low rolls. I don't use fear, but I think about the pacing of fear and how often are people rolling, and, you know, how am I delivering out those consequences? It really did shape, or maybe not shape, but evolve my sense of the pacing of consequence delivery and, like, what to do about not having a consequence to deliver in the moment. Like, if someone fails a skill check and you don't have anything to give them a consequence for. This is something I struggled with in Blades in the Dark all the time. Blades in the Dark has, like, a failure mode where sometimes, like, you have to make the situation worse. And I've struggled a lot. That was, like, one of the things I struggled with in Blades the most was I can't figure out how to make this situation worse. Like, they failed the roll. I have no idea how to make this worse other than, like, a weird, like, wound that they take that I have to, like, figure out how to deliver to them. Whereas Daggerheart, being able to just sort of save that fear for later was really eye-opening to me, just in terms of, like, pacing. You know, again, I'm not using a fear resource, but I'm thinking about, like, you know, even monster tactics, or how early I notify someone, or whether I use maybe passive checks or active checks. I'm thinking about all of those different ways to sort of modify the pacing of consequence delivery. In a way that I don't even have a ton of experience GMing Daggerheart. I've just read over the rules, I've played it a little bit, I've GM'd it once or twice, but I think it's making me actively better at DMing 5e, just having read over the rules. So yeah, I would kind of recommend any system. One of my goals for this year is just to experience more systems. It's one of the reasons of why I did Dragon Week the way that I did it last year, was because I'm just very interested in other systems and how they handle things, because I think it can make you better at the hobby as a whole. Yeah. Sort of quippy answer, but also not wrong. All of them. Yeah. Kind of, yeah. One of 5e's greatest strengths is that it's relatively flexible, meaning you can graft a lot of mechanics from other systems onto it very easily. Not even, yes, mechanics, absolutely. I totally agree. But even just techniques or styles or GMing advice. You know, if you want to run like a hyper violent campaign where everyone's gonna die, I would look at Memento Mori. Memento Mori has some incredible pacing mechanics for death, because in Memento Mori, everyone is dying constantly. There is no option for your player or for your character to make it out. It's just a matter of time. And the way that they pace the degradation of the characters and the way that they balance that with power-ups as well as that degradation, I think is fascinating. If I was going to run a meat grinder game, if I was going to run a Tomb of Horrors style game, I would absolutely buy and pour over Memento Mori, because I've only gotten to, I interviewed Diana of the Rose about it, and it's and I've read some of the free stuff available online. But if I was going to run a meat grinder game, I would go and look at Memento Mori. I might even try to wrangle some of my friends to run a session of it, if I really wanted to run a meat grinder 5e game. So I'd find another system that appeals to the type of D&D you want to run. So I think for me, so much of why I take away so much from Blades is because I love factionalism in D&D. I love having an assortment of factions and individual players and actors within those factions, and I love seeing how they interact and how they interact with the environment and cities and points of interest. Which faction is trying to claim the newly discovered point of interest. I love that shit in 5e, always have. And so for me, Blades is so focused on that a lot of its mechanics that aren't even actually focused on that, but that just exist within the ecosystem of the faction warfare that Blades and the Dark encourages. Just because they exist within that ecosystem, they lend themselves towards that sort of gameplay. So things like flashbacks, clocks. I mean, clocks are a massive level up to my D&D game. That honestly I probably underutilize in D&D, but they make running large-scale factional plans and factional movements so much easier, drastically easier, even though they aren't explicitly for that in Blades. Like, they are used for that, but they're also used for a litany of other things. They're one of, like, the main ways that challenge is conceptualized. And even though that's not the main way that challenge is conceptualized in 5th edition, it really helps with running factions. So, yeah, I mean, it's a... Yeah, it is kind of a maybe a less pithy answer of find one that appeals to what you want to see in 5e. If it is more combat, go play Pathfinder. Go play Warhammer. Fuck. Like, go play like a war game. If you want more social stuff, but you don't want too much social stuff, maybe check out like Cyberpunk Red. If you want way more social stuff, check out like Vampire the Masquerade. Look for the one that appeals to the type of gameplay you want to see in 5e, and I think that'll do you well. Daddy Dating Simulator. Daddy Dating Sim is a wild pull. What can I say? I keep meaning to check out Memento Mori, and I always forget when I'm in a good spot to do so. It's seems fucking cool. Yeah. Dread is also pretty good for a meat grinder game. It's also pretty rules light. There you go. I mean, there are so many cool TTRPGs out there. If you want more horror, I mean, you can look at Vampire Masquerade, but you could also look at something like Call of Cthulhu. If you want to improve your ability at making custom mechanics, this is maybe a more practical recommend for people. If you're a DM that likes making homebrew, likes making your own custom stuff, check out Basic Role Playing Game, BRP, from the makers of Call of Cthulhu. It's the central framework that underpins all of their games, including Call of Cthulhu. And BRP is just a toy box if you're into homebrew. If you are into like making little custom systems and frameworks, like Matt's custom resurrection system, right? If you're into that and you want more of those sorts of little custom systems in your 5th edition game, I can't recommend BRP more. It is really, really good at taking a wild amount of potential systems and conceptualizing them within like a single framework. Like it is fascinating how many different systems they manage to fit in one underlying framework. And I think it could very much inspire someone who's looking to make more systems in 5th edition. Yeah. Good call to play a game that excels at what you think 5e is missing. You might just change your default system, but if not, you can graft it onto 5e. Absolutely. And, either what 5th edition is missing or just what you love about 5th edition. I think 5th edition does pretty well for combat. Like, well, all in all, I think it's a pretty solid combat system. It leaves some things to be desired in some places, but it is, I think broadly one of the more solid combat systems for its depth. But if you're really into the combat side of things and you're looking for a new TTRPG to play, go for a TTRPG that maybe also leans into combat, maybe an equal amount to 5th edition. I think some people would debate Pathfinder 2nd edition if it leans more or less into combat. But just get an alternative perspective on something that you even think 5e already does well. If you like 5e's social pillar and its exploration pillar, checking out a game that also handles those things in a rules light way can still give you some interesting perspectives on possible ways to, not even like mechanics to bring over, but just ways to think about things, So yeah, I'm a huge proponent of just like find a new TTRPG and just check it out. Just read the rulebook. It'll make you better at 5e. Yeah. I'm told the Alien TTRPG is really good at immersive horror. Ooh, okay. Interesting. Okay. Where can I find the link to the spoilers Discord? Oh, someone beat me to it. Very nice. Right there. Hell yeah. Did you see the new D20 season will be in Vampire the Masquerade? Ooh. I might watch that shit. I might watch that shit just because, like, I don't watch a lot of TTRPGs off stream, but I've been very interested in Vampire the Masquerade for a long time, and my playgroup is not down to try it. So I think this might be my main way of seeing it in action. Also, older versions of D&D, like 3.5 or 4th, couldn't agree more. I love the minion rule from 3.5. I love Bloodied from 3.5, which they just brought back in 524. Yeah. Looking backwards is also like very viable. Like looking at previous editions and seeing what you like or don't like. I played a little bit of 3.5, not a ton. But I played enough. Or sorry, minion rule isn't from 3.5, it's from 4. I haven't even fucking read the rulebook for 4, but I've just listened to enough stuff about it, and I've listened to what the minionized rule is, and I've totally grafted it into 5e. I love the minion rule. It's like one of my favorite rules for encounter building ever. Yeah. So there's so much out there, man. I ran Cyberpunk before running AD&D back in the day. Cyberpunk and Call of Cthulhu are the two top on my list to play this year. Those are the two. I want to run a one-shot in both of those systems. Or play in something. Because one of my friends is considering Cyberpunk. And I really want to play those systems this year. Because they seem to have the most things and like the most like types of systems that I haven't gotten exposure to in the systems that I've played. They seem to have like the biggest concentration of those sorts of things. So I really, really want to, I really want to play this year. Yeah. Anyways, I got off on a big tangent about that. I need to go to the bathroom really quick before we keep going. But I'm going to go to the bathroom and then we will continue with Critical Role. I'll see you in a second. What's up? Hello, we're back. Let's watch some Critical Role.
And rose again.
Rose again.
Perception check.
Yeah, insight maybe? Insight?
Inside.
See if he's lying.
Sure,
Fucking
inside check.
lying.
He's not lying. Inside check. Go for it if you want to make one.
Who was it? Ask who it was. Natural 20.
Please.
Oh, yes.
Shit.
Yes, back yes.
Thanks for double check. It is like I would lie about it. That's a 20.
That's a 6. That's a 6. She's lying. She's lying.
22.
Oh, sorry. I thought you- Yeah, no, yeah.
The whispers.
He's the god of secrets. Why do you
The
expect?
pencils are adorable.
They are
Pencils
so
are adorable. I didn't. You know what, guys? I didn't even know that this was ever a thing.
Yeah.
Did
You didn't know we were making
No,
pencils? Don't
not,
you remember?
this is the first time I've
The
ever
whole
heard
Vox
of
Machina text thread where
We
we're like,
definitely sent them in the
We've thrown out so many cool ideas on that text thread.
We definitely
I don't know
sent them
which
in.
ones.
No, when
have
I
come
say
through.
like, hey, name your quote on the text thread,
Yeah.
and you send in a quote,
Don't
that
you
means
remember?
it's probably pretty
Back
solid.
I get
again.
asked for personal quotes
Right,
all
back
the time.
Consider your path one of earned existence. I would recommend you not waste such a rare lease on your arrogant lives.
I'm gonna walk right up to him while he's talking and just inspect his ugly fucking face.
You see through his beautifully adorned, like crushed velvet robes with gold trim. You see the tattered edges where gems and baubles hang around his.
Wait, so I consider your path one of earned existence. I would recommend you not waste such a rare lease on your arrogant lives. So, Vecna is saying that he's letting them live because they impressed him as like a reward? I mean, I've been known to be really critical of villainous arrogance. But this is one that I can maybe buy. I think I can buy this one. He's ascended to godhood. Now, if he doesn't continue keeping an eye on them, that might break my immersion a bit. But just him saying, hey, back off and I'll let you live because you've impressed me, does ring as the type of stupid arrogance I might expect of a god. It's like, it's a god type of stupid. And he hasn't heard any of the discussions regarding the Trammels, I don't think. And if he was dealt with pre-divergence, he would have no way to know about the Trammels. So from his perspective, he is kind of untouchable. As long as they haven't referenced the Trammels in any way. This is... Yeah, I buy this one. As someone that argued about Raishan for 2 hours straight, and how much I did not like the Raishan arrogance, I think I'm cool with this one. It'll really depend on what he does once they take any amount of hostile action towards him. Like, it needs, from my perspective, it needs to be like Vecna is keeping an eye on them and he is expecting them to go and live as good little subjects and not do anything hostile against him. If they do, he should jump down their fucking throats. And be pissed about it. I want to see some anger when they defy him. But that's possible. That's super possible within the setup that we have here. So I'm cautiously optimistic about this. This is maybe one of the first characters of Matt's that have been arrogant. And I would say have been like flawedly arrogant and stupidly arrogant, where I kind of believe the stupidity. With Raishan, I just never believed it. I just never believed she would be that stupid. I get it here. Yeah. Mega, I've never played D&D, but I write fanfic, and I've bought Tal'Dorei Reborn to improve my world building skills both in and out of CR. Does that still make me a critter? I don't think you have to. I mean, I'm not the authority on what makes someone a critter. I should just point that out. I've only recently adopted the title myself, but I'd say a lot of critters probably haven't played D&D, and I think they were critters before they played. Yeah. Joker. Well, Bats, it was fun. See you next week. But the Joker has to escape. The Joker doesn't have Bats by the balls, and, he's not able to kill him. No one has ever killed a god in Exandria. He has no reason to think they can do anything. No one has killed a god in Exandria that he's aware of, as far as I understand his awareness. Because for all intents and purposes, they did kill Thuristan. Or mortals killed Thuristan. Or, well, gods killed Thuristan, I suppose. But, yeah, I agree with you. He doesn't have a reason, because he is unaware of the Trammels, broadly. He has no reason to think that they can threaten him anymore. Yeah. Most other mortals haven't impressed him, will all be undead, but they've earned their existence so they can become a rare to be allowed life. Yeah, no, I see it. Yeah. It is him assigning them their place now that he thinks they can no longer threaten him. One of my big problems with Raishan is that there was no reason for Raishan to think that Vox Machina was not just going to harry her to the ends of the earth. And she should have well known that they could threaten her. I believe that Vecna believes that Vox is of zero plausible threat to him anymore. So the stupidity is not really stupidity from his perspective. I actually think that's the core of it. I was trying to find it. That's why I hadn't started playing yet. I was still talking. I was trying to figure out the core of it. I think that's the core. Is from Vecna's perspective, being unaware of the Trammels, it's not stupid. It is arrogant, but it's kind of earned arrogance. He's unaware that, like, from the data that he has, he is now untouchable. He's inside the Divine Gate, and mortals have never killed a god. So why would he be? There's no reason to be afraid of them anymore. He is very understandably putting himself way above them. Raishan putting herself way above them, that was dumb. She watched them murder Thordak. Yeah, she helped, but like she had no reason to think that she was invulnerable from Vox. So that's why her actions rang so weird to me. But Vecna's actions here, I do think I'm down with. He's just like, yeah, okay, this is the New World Order now. I won. Sorry about it. GG's. Let me inform you of your place in the New World Order. As long as you're a good little peon, you're not going to get killed. Yeah, I'm down with it. I'm definitely down with it. What did the Raven Queen do then if not kill previous death deity? Fucking great question. I don't know. My assumption now, knowing that Vecna came before the Calamity, my assumption is that Thuristan was the previous death deity, and Vecna was balked, was scattered before the events of the Calamity, and therefore could not perceive the events of the Calamity. And I think when they chained up the Chained Oblivion, Thuristan, they needed a new death god, thereby Raven Queen ascended. So I think Thuristan was the previous death deity, and Raven Queen ascended after into his spot, and Vecna was already gone by that point. So Vecna was dead during that situation. He's not probably aware of how that all went down. Yeah. That's at least my assumption of the timeline. It's not entirely clear when the Raven Queen ascended. Vecna's being a good sport? A little bit, yeah. Yeah. To Vecna's knowledge, he's the second known mortal to assume godhood in all history. Yeah, and it is unclear what happened to the previous death god. But no corpse lying around that he can see, so probably she just usurped him as part of the ritual. I mean, as far as he's aware, he probably should be asking those questions, but I think it's fair of him to not assume that whatever happened to the previous god, Vox Machina could replicate. I think he would assume that whatever happened to the previous death god was part and parcel to the Raven Queen's method of ascension. And I mean, from his perspective, he might even not be entirely sure if she ascended the same way that he did. You know, it's unclear to me what he knows about her ascension. We don't know anything about her ascension. Maybe she ascended through a totally different mechanism that allowed her to usurp the god, whereas Vecna couldn't. That's totally plausible from his perspective and from mine. So, yeah, I'm down with it.
His neck, you can see the tendons and muscle that are pulled taut against the skin that is drawn against his nearly skeletal frame. He just smiles back at you, looking down from that one sickly, almost pale blue iris and that green glowing burst of energy where his other eye would be.
How's that eye socket doing, friend?
Well, these are the concerns of a mortal. My vision sees far more than it once did.
While he's rambling, can Keyleth be looking for the nearest big-ass tree?
Sure.
Kind of around, she just kind of starts glancing through
There's
the windows.
plenty of big-ass trees in your area.
Yeah, any clear path.
Yeah, and now he's just coming to gloat now that he no longer believes that Vox is a threat. I think that's a big plus sign for this in my head. Is as far as Vecna's aware, Vox aren't a threat. So it's totally chill for him to come and gloat. Yeah.
Path of least resistance.
Look at all these big-ass trees.
Look at all these big-ass trees.
Also, is there anybody in the forest?
Bunch of people just crating their pants. Natural 19. This was a
Yeah,
30.
there's plenty to see, and you don't see anybody else nearby in the forest.
But path of least resistance without traps.
Yeah, you see like a path you can take.
I'm not entirely certain I am mortal anymore.
I know what you are.
Yeah.
And I know you know where I am. Come to me whenever you like.
Oh, fuckstick, we are coming.
Are you all too bloody daft to see?
Okay. Yes.
It's
good.
over.
Good. Yeah.
I'm
yeah.
no longer the Undying King.
Yeah.
I am the king of all kings.
Sure.
I am not the secret. I am the
Me too, Max. Me too.
tyrant unmatched.
Are we being surrounded right now?
Yes, you're very grand, and I begin to finger fuck his eye hole in the illusion. So majestic.
As soon as your finger goes forward, his image flickers out and appears in the same.
Okay. Fucking Vox Machina's being a little bit dumb as bricks right now. Don't taunt the god. Jesus, guys. Stop taunting the god. But this is a case where, like, that's fine. If they want their characters to be stupid, that's up to them. I only criticize it when it's an NPC, because Matt has control over these things and he needs to make the world feel reasonable and blah, 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 blah. If you want your character to be a little bit unreasonable at the moment, a little bit dumb, maybe lose a little bit of perspective for a sec, fucking go for it, King. Just, be prepared to get smited.
Room behind you, now right up against Percy and Scanlan.
We need to go.
I am Vecna the Unholy. I am God upon Exandria.
Hey, Vecna.
I come to play with the toys left by insolent forgotten ancients and make this world into a new epoch. What this means, however, is an end to war. An end to borders and nations. There will only be the will of Vecna. So, Ask yourself. You want peace? There is no peace the way things are. You all bicker and stab and murder in the names of your mothers, your fathers. But there's one.
Yeah. We get it, Ultron. Your world peace, peace in our time, yada, yada, yada. By the way, not criticizing Matt here for making this monologue. I think the peace in our time monologue from Ultron is awesome. I think it's solid here, totally fine. And this is why I have my warlock tendencies. Because the fucking entities I'm pacting with think like this. They're dumb. I can outsmart this. Come on.
When they die, that need not be the end either under my banner. I can see your every move. I know your plot. I know your destination. I know your plan. Your capabilities. Your allies.
Okay. It would be awesome. I don't think that Matt needs to do this by any stretch, but I want to call it out beforehand so that I can clap in jubilation if he does. I would love for Vecna to let it slip somehow. I can't even imagine how he would work this in to the monologue, but somehow work it in that he's unaware of the binding ritual or of the trammels or what have you. Like if he's like, there is no, like slip in somehow like, I am a god. There is no way to bind a god or to shackle a god. Like make it really straight up to the players that he is unaware of that capability. And I think that snaps all of this into super sharp focus. Like I said, I don't think Matt needs to. I'm not going to like think less of the monologue if that's not in there. But I wanted to call it out ahead of time because if he does do it, I'm going to be over the moon.
And your imminent demise, should you continue. I offer you the chance to stand down. Discard your imprisoned gods and pledge to me. Many you love will, many you love already have.
I love it when they come begging for a truce. That means he's scared.
Is it more important to throw away your lives against an unstoppable god, or to return to your families and live?
I think you're right.
If you persist, I will not only destroy you, I will erase the memory of you ever existing from the mind of anyone you've ever known or cared for.
I don't think you have that power.
You know,
Then
Plus, we don't have any
try
family.
me.
I think, you know, as generous as this offer is, we just don't enjoy associating with new money. Let's get out of here now.
Go,
Very well.
I only serve gods with big dicks.
Enjoy the forge.
I point out the path that way. Go, 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 go.
Ooh, it was actually the opposite. Enjoy the forge? So he is aware? Unstoppable God is a hint at what you said, Mega? It is. But there were also some hints at... At first, I thought that they were misinterpreting him. Like when Travis Grog said, like, oh, I love when they come to beg for a truce, it means they're scared. Because that's fair. That's a fair way to take it. If that is the case, like if he's aware of what they're doing and of what they're going to try to do, I guess maybe his... now we go back to... I need to see his forces being spread thin. If he truly was here to try and essentially trick Vox into like giving up the chase, like if this was all just like an intimidation check that just like didn't work, because that's how they're interpreting this, is just like as like an intimidation check. If it was, I'll be interested to see some sort of explanation as to why he needed to threaten and not just murder. Like, someone that can murder you in cold blood and would be happy to do so doesn't need to intimidate you. Unless they want you for something. Like, the only real... I think the way I'm going to kind of categorize this in my brain is that Vecna wanted to recruit them as living subjects. They probably can't do as much when they're dead, and he has to raise them. It's probably they can maintain more power if they stay alive. So maybe this was like a recruitment run, and now he'll be on their ass. But he's gotta be on their ass, man. Or we need some explanation as to why he's not. Because they made it very clear that they fucking hate him. That was like fucking Kendrick Drake. Like, he's... fucking Vecna is trying to be like, don't you see? My worldview is the better worldview. And they're like, I hate the way that you talk, the way that you walk. I hate the way that you dress. The fuck you, Vecna. Fucking, I'll fuck your empty eye socket. Get the fuck out of here. So I would say that the negotiations were unsuccessful. I think if I'm Vecna coming out of that, I'm not thinking that, like, yeah, they're them capitulating's right around the corner. I'm sending some wizards after them at this point. And if he doesn't, I'm going to be really interested in why. Imprisoned gods, I assume, means locked behind the divine gate. I also assume that, although I was going to write it down. Vecna refers to the other gods as imprisoned. This could totally be a pure perspective thing, but it still stood out to me as an interesting choice of words. Maybe something more there than we know, re divine gate creation and how willingly the gods went behind it. I don't know. It tips off my theory senses a little bit. I think I'm with you. Like, I can only assume he's referring to the prime gods. But and it's not the craziest way to phrase it. Like, it makes sense. But it does tip off my theory senses a little bit of, like, we know so little about how willing the gods were to create the divine gate. I don't know. It's just an interesting choice of words. Yeah. This is setting a fire under the butts to actually not hang out here, so I think this is purely Doyleist reasoning. Yeah, but like with our discussion about the party earlier, you know, even if you're doing something for Doyleist reasons, like if we think about Vecna including that detail about the other party getting slaughtered after them, we could call that a bit that was done mostly for Doyleist reasoning. Like, there's not a huge reason for Vecna to mention that. And like I said, if I think about what's most likely within the world of Exandria, that wouldn't be like the most likely thing to happen that I would think. But it's still plausible. Like, it still makes an amount of sense, even if it's mostly Doyleist. You gotta be careful with something like this Vecna monologue. Even if you are just doing it to light a fire under their ass, you have to make sure that the way you're lighting that fire makes plausible sense within the narrative. And, like, so far, I don't think we've crossed that boundary line yet. But it'll really depend on how much, like Vecna's given them so much personal attention that if he just like lets them run around for the entire time until they come to combat him, it will be a choice. Like, it has been characterized thoroughly enough that, like, Vecna knows what they're doing. He knows what's going on. So if they succeed and we don't get a separate reason about why Vecna can't interfere, they will have only succeeded because he allowed them to. Like, why not just kill them right now? He's allowing them to live. And I think this is about the last time, especially given how they've handled this discussion, this is about the last time where that's gonna fly. So, I don't think we've crossed the boundary yet by any means, but you do, you have to keep in mind the stuff beyond the Doylist reasoning. Yeah. Also, if they stay alive and join willingly, they are good trophies as a show of power. That's a good point. I can still make it work that he would have come and done this attempt at negotiation with them. I can definitely still make it work. But after how they've handled this, we're lowering the amount of believability of Vecna not just sending people after them. Every time something like this happens, it's like it becomes a little bit less believable that he's just going to let them run off and not contest them. Yeah. Vecna is Drake and VM is K-Dot. Yes, sir. in this example, yes, sir. This is so sad. Scarlet play not like us. It could also be a holy crap, being a god is way more complicated than I initially thought. I need to delay resistance as much as possible so I have time to figure this out. I think that is possible. I'd like to see a display of it. Because so far what we've gotten is he is what he was at before compared to what he's at now. And keep in mind, he sent people after them before. The only sort of characterization that we've got of the process is being a god makes him more powerful, but he's not fully in his godhood yet. He's got to figure out how to access all of the additional power that he does have access to, but he doesn't quite know how to do it. So all we've gotten is he's more powerful and he has the chance to become vastly more powerful. Right? We haven't gotten any indication from Ioun that it's like difficult to be a god. Or that it's complicated in really any way. We haven't gotten any sort of indication that he will need to do a bunch of meditation and study to figure that out. All of that is reasonable to construct within our own heads. But I'd really like to see some indication of it on screen to make it more believable as to why he's not sending people after them. I'd really like to see some indication of his resources or his attention being diverted or split in some way. I think that would really close the loop on this for me if there was some sort of rationale for why he can't, commit an amount of focus to Vox Machina. Yeah. I'm just picturing Vecna as Bruce from Bruce Almighty spam typing on a keyboard to respond to players. Lol. Becoming a god and getting overwhelmed by paperwork. I mean, I think you guys are spitting in terms of like a reasonable explanation. Now just hint at that on screen. That's what I'd really like. So let's see.
Opens and you guys go darting off the direction. You hear in the distance the.
Do you see this?
One after another, you all jump through the portal, emerging
In Vasselheim.
in Vasselheim. All of you dart out just as the dusk sun begins to hit on the distant mountains this far across the ocean.
I look around. Is there Vecna anywhere to be seen?
Nowhere.
We need sanctuary. Can you make a mansion?
Right now?
We need to rest eventually, and you need to commune.
Yeah, we got to figure out a way
And we
to
need to
do this.
assume that we're being seen and heard at
Yeah,
all
we need
times.
some sunblock.
I wonder if he can see us in the old dimension.
Maybe not.
I don't know.
Probably
I don't
not.
think so.
He
He
said
said he
of
couldn't
Exandria.
He said he couldn't see us when we were in the library.
Where do I feel him now? Same distance,
Same
place?
distance, same place.
Let's do this quick. We
Yeah.
need to rest. You need to talk.
Although, okay, I don't know if this was just a Matt foible or like just like a Matt mistake. Because he did say that he couldn't see them in the mansion, but then he mentioned the anvil. And did they mention the anvil after getting back from the library? Sorry, couldn't see them in the library. 228. I'm not sure if they did. I don't remember them mentioning that, at least. And I don't know if I'm supposed to take that as Vecna just misspeaking. You know, totally could be. But, like, if I'm one of the players right now, and I'm legitimately trying to figure out, you know, where can he see us? Where can he not see us? That sort of detail is important. If he says he can't see you in the library, but then he mentions a thing that you only mentioned in the library, that would indicate to me that he's lying. Like, that would just be the indication. And we know that Matt does expect his players to pick up on that sort of thing at least sometimes. You know, I'll always bring it up. There are no teleportation circles in Whitestone, right? So we know that Matt will slip in those sorts of tells into monologues. When did they mention the anvil? I don't remember them doing it. The Allhammer slamming down as the vision fades. Blah, 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 blah. Oh my god, it doesn't even show it. It doesn't even show the time when Vecna mentioned it. What did Vecna say? Let me search manacles. That'll at least bring us closer. You walks amongst the rubble you see trapped in the iron cage like manacles. It would have been before this. Forge? Did he say forge? Well, we at least saw no reference to the anvil while they were back. Enjoy the forge. No. Okay. I'd like to establish that I noted this. I get the sense that this was a Matt mistake. I think Matt was just doing an evil monologue and wanted Vecna to seem scary and all-knowing and blah, blah, blah. And, like, had an idea of the manners in which Vecna would threaten them, but didn't think too hard about the specifics. And also had an idea of Vecna's limitations, but didn't think about the fact that the anvil or the forge was never mentioned in a place where Vecna would be able to see it. I don't know. But if I'm a player right now, I'm assuming he can, like, and I realize this, which I might have, like, it tipped off to me pretty quickly. I might argue that he can see us if we go into the mansion. We need to go into, like, the Dusk Meadow and Raven's Crest to, like, be, like, surrounded by godly essence, and maybe he won't be able to see through that. Like, I would directly argue, bringing up this point, that he's just lying. He says that he couldn't see them in the library, but then he mentioned something that was only said in the library, which to me does indicate that he was just lying about not being able to see them in the library. Now, you know, if that was purposeful, you know, good on Matt. I picked up on it. I think that was communicated well enough. If that's not the case, it's a reminder to be specific in your language, especially when you're considering what any manner of, you know, knowledgeable entity might know. It's important to keep the specifics in mind. Yeah. Maybe he deduced what VM's possibilities were after going to Ioun and thought the most logical thing would be the Forge. This can only happen if he knows about the Trammels, of course. Yeah. Which, you know, I mean, maybe he does, but if he knows about the Trammels and he knows that they're a legitimate threat to him, then he certainly shouldn't be so arrogant. Especially if he's not just going to kill Vox Machina and be done with it. Then I would definitely need some explanation as to why he isn't just smiting Vox Machina out of existence, you know? So I don't know, we'll see. I'm going to currently chalk it up to just a little mix-up on Matt's part, but maybe not. I don't know.
To do. And this does not feel good.
Go to Raven Queen's temple right now.
Raven Queen or the mansion?
Raven Queen.
I'd
Maybe
argue
we can
for
do a
Raven
mansion
Queen.
outside of a temple.
Sure.
Or even inside.
I think
Ooh, good call.
Inside could work.
Stuff.
Yeah,
Well,
we'll be
it's a
in her
little-
temple. So.
Aren't you also like kind of wanted here right now?
I will literally shoot
Should we put a
anybody who attempts
disguise
to
on
deal
him?
with that.
Yes.
I'll give him a hat.
Okay, the first thing you guys notice as you take in your surroundings, even though dusk is happening, there seems to be a larger bustle than you're used to in Vasselheim. You begin to see there's a skyship at port, and a lot of the various bastions, the general bastions, the volunteer army that run across much of the city, you see them kind of darting back and forth carrying supplies. There's a kind of a buzzing energy to the air of the city that you haven't seen in a while.
I'm going to just grab someone at some point.
I did tell the Ashari to start alerting the nearby
You grab
towns.
a gentleman who runs past you. He has like a graying beard with patches of black still. His top of his head is shaved bald, and you can see a bit of what looks to be some sort of a tattoo across one half of his face that curls into his ear. He's rushing with what looks like a cluster of spears under one arm, and he's wearing hide armor on his chest. And you grab
there. What is the commotion?
Apparently, we're gearing up for some sort of an assault.
How soon?
We don't know. We've just been told to prepare.
Who told?
Probably us.
Just want to find out where it came from.
Oh, the chain of command.
Siege of Vasselheim. Speaking of a way to indicate where Vecna's forces are currently engaged or mustered or otherwise occupied. Thumbs up. Thumbs up. I'm not trying not to put the cart before the horse here. Maybe something else is going on. But this is leading towards a good explanation of why he, maybe is not as focused on Vox at the moment.
From the top of the bastions as well. Apparently from some of the other temples here are speaking of some entity, some Vecna.
Good man. Carry on. Prepare.
It's
Very
a
well.
big town. I bet whenever he ascended, all the clerics
We'll
felt
be
it.
fighting undead more than likely.
Very well.
He goes to run off. Two of his compatriots stop and turn and
Obviously, they can think or assume whatever they want. I would hope / prefer that they have visual indication. Mostly just that I hope that Vecna is actually gearing up for an actual assault on Vasselheim. I hope that they didn't just feel the negative energy and then nothing actually happens. Unless it's a trick and they're getting manipulated and there is an assault that does happen elsewhere. That could also work. I just want there to be some sort of assault.
like a slow glance of recognition.
Just keep running.
Grog.
Keep
Oh no.
Keep running.
Right. Let's keep going.
They've got bigger things happening right now. Just keep running. Yeah.
They,
Misdemeanor.
you guys continue. They kind of stare for a second and then keep running. They look to be preoccupied.
Yeah.
But you get the sense that at least word of someone matching your image has been disseminated throughout the
I am
town.
quite famous.
Do you want me to disguise you?
Sure, why not? What am I looking like?
Take this hat.
I have to attune to it. It takes forever.
Oh, that's true.
All right, I'll cast seeming on you, on all of us, because I can.
You make me look like Terry.
What's
No,
the plan? Where are we
what?
going? That's not helpful.
That's not
Well, it's not like
smart.
he was in the room where it happened.
Room where it happened.
The room where it happened?
Keep running toward the Raven Queen temple as that's happening.
I'll just make him look
We should
blue.
probably try and use our
No.
words.
Blue and a foot smaller, like Blue Man Group.
Nice.
Black clothes, blue face,
So
bald.
you have a little more of an ASMR appearance, though a larger one. You
look like a Vegas
as you've seen.
Oh man.
All right, where are you guys starting off to?
Yeah, Raven Queen.
Okay, you're heading to the Raven's Crest.
Yes.
All right. You make your way to the. Go back.
I'm gonna keep looking around, make sure no one's tailing us.
Okay, make a perception check.
The Dusk Meadow. Off to
21.
the Dusk Meadow.
21. All right. Keeping an eye out, you don't see anybody following you at the moment. That does not appear to be an issue. Right? So you head to the area of the Dusk Meadow, to the southeast of the city. You come through the dry and cold and dusty sector. A little bit of snow appears to have melted into slush at the corners, but most of it's been kind of pushed off the main roads to the side. You see dirty snow kind of matted at the edges. You follow Vax very quickly through the streets, and you see a few of the veiled maidens of the Raven's Crest Eyrie taking note of you. And as you approach, they just point over to the Raven's Crest silently as you walk past.
Towards the door.
Quickly walk past.
I'm just going to walk up the steps.
Fair enough.
Push open the door.
There's
you rush
a
past
prophecy about this.
You're coming from the other side as opposed to the main entrance, so you rush past the Hall of Echoes, which is the grand library that's attached to the Raven's Crest.
Everybody's with me.
Yeah,
Right?
and you come to the front doors. They're closed currently, but you have two of the maidens there at the front. And as you begin to turn from the side, they glance over and give notice, and then turn and push the doors open in preparation. With that, you all enter Raven's Crest itself, and looking within, you can see the beautiful interior of carved obsidians and gold trims and sigils that are marked and pushed throughout the interior of the structure. Are you leading into the central chamber?
Yeah, I'm bringing everybody with me right now.
Okay. No one stops you. And as you head up these stairs into the second chamber, and then finally to the large set of doorways that lead you into the central communion chamber of Raven's Crest, you guys enter this beautiful room that is surrounded in stained glass imagery of varying colors, largely in dark purples and reds, blues. And in the center, you see a large circular pool where a deep crimson liquid just sits perfectly still, familiar to both Percival and Vaxilin.
I'm assuming it's just because we haven't been here in a while that Matt doesn't recall that the pool was in like an upper room. Unless he's implying that they all went to that upper room. But it was like down like a hallway and up some stairs and through a big door. It also could be that he redid the layout of the Raven's Crest when he wrote Tal'Dorei Guide. I don't know. I'm not going to think too hard about it. I don't think it's relevant that the blood pool has moved. I don't think it matters. I just want to point it out in case it does. I'm fucking want to talk about something that traumatized me. Let's not talk about the Chroma Conclave arc. Let's talk about fucking no teleportation circles in in Whitestone. Ever since then, I feel like I hyperfixate on like small wrong details way more than I normally would. 'Cause it's like, this description doesn't quite match the description of when they were there last time. And if it were any other situation, I would assume that it's just the layout changing a little bit in the DM's mind. But now maybe it matters. Maybe they're being fooled. Maybe this isn't Raven's Crest at all.
We need to talk. And I plant a big fucking kiss on her mouth. And then I turn to the rest of the group and say, nobody fucking touches me. Do you understand?
Where are you going?
Understood.
I walk in and I inhale as deeply as I can as I shove my face into the room.
I will drink it back so that he doesn't go after him.
Okay.
I watch on the side and don't take my eyes off of him.
Okay. Pike instinctually like walks up to the very edge, but avoids touching any of the liquid, and it's like, as you watch Vax just disappear into this thick liquid. No bubbles rise. You see a bit of movement from thrashing beneath the surface, and then stillness.
Is this what he goes? Is this what he goes through every time?
This is normal.
Is he a vampire?
He's not a vampire.
I think he's dead. I think he died in there.
I don't think that's how it works.
Also, speaking of vampires, it is a little... The pool of blood is very vampire-esque. I'm sticking with my theory that Sad Queen was a vampire. I'm not giving it up. I think that just is the case. And I don't know why. I don't know if it's related to anything else or if she's just a vampire totally separately. But she's a motherfucking vampire.
No, but I do think he's dead.
He's undead, isn't he? He's a zombie.
He's not a zombie.
His flesh is cold.
Gross.
Excellent.
And his
Should we
heart's
kill
still
him?
A
beating.
little bit of self-loathing going on, I
As the
think.
panic and pain subsides, much easier now than it was your previous ventures to this community.
I mean, Turtix. Why would she wear a mask if she were not ashamed of her own undead features? Muh? Muh?
The darkness surrounds you, familiar, but you are intent, you are driven. The very force of your conversation is pushed out from your personality into this ether, this surrounding infinite void.
That can't be it, Brittany.
And the familiar voice comes. You burn with intent, my feathered boy.
Don't call him feathered boy.
Talk,
Ew.
Misha. Speak.
What the
more.
hell?
You still see nothing around you. It's just the voice from the darkness.
I think that's crossing a line.
We were too late to stop him. Vecna.
I sensed it, yes.
This dead man who wanted to be a god is now fucking god. We've been speaking to your brothers and sisters. Your found family. And they are arming us with what we need to fight your foe. You know who he is. He is upon us, and I have come to you for aid. And as I have learned, he is somewhat akin to you. He was one of us, and has ascended like you.
He is no kin.
I'll just point out, for someone who said that, you know, Vax wasn't interested in Raven Queen's personal persona, it's all a matter of perspective. All what the GM puts out there. He might be interested in it under the surface, but doesn't feel like they have the relationship to ask. Because he's certainly bringing it up.
To me, he is a trier. He is a copycat. He ascends for selfish reasons, whereas I was merely following my destiny. He will be destroyed. You have the tools. You have the means. The weave is tangled before us. The threads grow knotted, hard to follow. But yours still glows so bright into that terrible knot.
Okay. Also, speaking of Destiny being a real ass thing, interesting. That doesn't really confirm or deny anything that I thought directly. He's a trier. I was following my destiny. He did it for selfish reasons. Dude, this is like... I don't know if Vax is going to bring it up. But how fucking hypocritical, dude. How fucking hypocritical. Vecna can't read the fucking lines of fate. He doesn't know what his destiny is or isn't. He's your enemy because he didn't follow his destiny? Or is his destiny to be your enemy? Like, you can't say he's your fucking enemy just because he tried to do it and failed. Because within the context of all of this, he tried to follow his destiny and assumingly did that. He assumingly followed his destiny. If a destiny can be to ascend to godhood, what is to say that Vecna's destiny was not to ascend to godhood? Now, this isn't me critiquing the realism of all of this. This is just me calling the Raven Queen a hypocrite. And she can be a hypocrite, that's fine. That's all good. But I don't... It's a little bit of a... I don't know about that, Raven Queen. Seems like a really convenient explanation as to why he's not your kin. Yeah. I don't know. Wait, where? Oh no, Raven Queen is on that I'm one of the good ones mentality. Yeah, it's you know, cake for me and not for thee sort of shit. Yeah, Raven Queen, Goddess of Fate. The record of fate proves that this was always meant to be. Yeah. I don't know, man. This is actually one of the reasons that I don't generally get too involved with too much fate stuff. It's a really light theme right now in my campaign, and I am keeping it light. Because I think if you get too heavy into it, it just makes the morals and opinions of people that can accurately perceive fate kind of weird and squishy. Like, it's kind of weird for the Raven Queen to have, like, opinions about what ought to be, because what ought to be just kind of is. You know what I'm saying? Like, but then there is, to Matt's credit, there's the complication of being fate touched and certain individuals seeming to be able to actively change the fate of the universe. But then that kind of relegates fate towards just what is going to happen if fate touch don't get involved. I feel like if you're going to like hang your entire moral weight on fate, then you shouldn't fuck with fate touched. You should actually probably kill Vax and remove him from the equation. Because if you believe that fate is what ought to happen and people subverting fate are bad, then shouldn't you kill Vax? I'll say all this is characterizing the Raven Queen as somewhat selfish to me, which isn't crazy, given what else I know about her. That she's just kind of a petty, selfish deity. Maybe it's supposed to represent the dregs of her humanity or her mortal nature still in there. I don't know. It's interesting. These are very interesting responses to be like, I was fated to do so, but Vecna wasn't. And I guess I just saw that? Also, calling him a copycat implies to me that Raven Queen probably ascended before Vecna? And also, why did she ascend? Could she read the lines of fate at even that time? Or did she, and she is, I'm sure she ascended for totally not selfish reasons, I'm sure. I'm sure that there was no amount of selfishness, no lust for power that played into her ascension. No way. In fairness, the old death god is said to have been tyrannical. Sure, that's fair, but... yes, she descended before because he descended when Vox Machina were in the library. Oh, I mean, yes. But I guess I assumed when she called him a copycat that she was referring to his initial attempt. But I mean, that is true. That is fair. She did ascend. I mean, he literally did ascend after her. But when she called him like a trier, I assumed she was talking about his first time trying to ascend. But maybe she wasn't. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah. It's interesting. It's interesting. Fate in TTRPGs feels wrong to me. It's playing with Watsonian player agency. It is. I think it's okay for fate in a broad sense to exist, but it gets really weird if you have consistent access to an individual that can perceive the fate of the players and or act upon the perceived fate of the players. I think it gets really sticky. I think it is best avoided. There's probably ways to do it just fine, but it's very tough. Yeah. Calling Vecna a tryhard. A little bit. Yeah. I don't know. Interesting. Very interesting conversation with the Raven Queen.
Into that terrible knot.
This thing. This man. He's your enemy, yes?
As he is the enemy of all things.
Agreed. I have come here seeking power.
You.
Also, I really don't get... I like... I almost feel like I'm missing something about the motivation for this performance right now. But I'm really struggling to understand why Vax is why he's carrying this like tone during this conversation. I don't really get it. He seems very aggro, and I don't really understand why he's so pissed at the Raven Queen.
Have my blessing.
And kind of blames the Raven Queen. I guess, yeah. I guess I'm having trouble understanding why he blames the Raven Queen. I guess he's like, you should have warned me about Vecna sooner? I mean, she warned you pretty damn early. Back in, like, the Vesra. And y'all didn't look into it much in the meantime, so I don't know. I don't know. Interesting. Fate and TTRPGs are a fine line. I view it as more Greek than anything. There's a road to follow, but some assholes can destroy it. Yeah. What proof is there that destiny actually exists, besides the Raven Queen continuously saying that there's destiny and Vax's so-called fate touched? Theoretically, it could all be propaganda from her. It could be. I am generally assuming that divinities in Exandria are generally forthright with mortals. Like, maybe they are sometimes vague, and maybe they are sometimes confusing or puzzling, but I am broadly assuming, so far at least, that divinities don't just lie to people. Especially their devotees. So, yeah, and I did just bring up earlier that like maybe there's a little bit of her, mortality still in there that is making her behave a little bit differently. Possibly. But I also interpreted her calling Vax fate touched as like a rationale for why she accepted the deal in the first place. So if we assume that he's not fate touched, I guess it would just make the Raven Queen kind of soft, and like she doesn't want to appear soft to a mortal, so she like fabricates a reason that she was interested in him so that he doesn't question why she's interested in him, which is just that he asked nicely and she's soft. I don't know. It's because you're totally right, Mike 30. We really only we don't even have corroborating testimony from like a different god referencing fate touched or destiny or fate or whatever. But yeah, I am broadly assuming that like the good gods in general just don't lie. If they do, it makes a lot of shit more complicated. And I'm not saying that they couldn't. But I'd have to start questioning a lot more of the information that we have if they do. Because I am kind of basing the more concrete parts of my theorizing on the godly information compared to mortal information. So it could be.
Already.
What of these trammels? These fragments of divinity? Have you that in you?
Good
I
question.
don't know much of these trembles. Not that they were used. But I fear that is beyond my knowledge. The knowing mistress would be the one to speak to.
Wait, what? So, like, what was she doing? She doesn't know about the trammels? Pelor knew enough to give them a seed. Although I guess Pelor was there. It seems like the three people that were intimately involved with the sealing of the Chained Oblivion, Thrisden, were Ioun, Pelor, and the Forge Master guy. The Allhammer. I guess Sarenrae didn't know much about it either. But I sort of read that as, like, she got really fucked up during the Calamity. I sort of imagined that she was kind of on bed rest when all that happened. I guess, like, what was the Raven Queen doing? Unless she ascended after Vecna's attempt. Maybe she did ascend during the Second War? And she is referencing Vecna's status now as, like, the Trier? I don't know. The timeline on this is very confusing to me. It seems like the Raven Queen knows less than I feel like she should. But I can't know that because I don't know when she existed and I don't know when she ascended. But I'm having trouble placing her ascension in a way that her knowledge and her perspective on things makes sense. But that's not to say that it couldn't. I'm just having trouble with it. Maybe it does make perfect sense, and I just haven't thought about it in the right arrangement yet. Yeah. Which leaves one more who was involved and we don't know. Yeah. Well, and this is also like, if the Raven Queen won't give Vax a seed to make the Trammel, that kind of implies to me that, like, the other gods won't either. Like, if the Raven Queen doesn't know about the Trammels and about giving the divine fucking material, I guess, to craft the Trammel, like, if she doesn't know about that, why would Bahamut or Cord? Unless she ascended after the Calamity. Which would kind of make sense. Like, that's what I've been assuming. I've been assuming that she took the Risden's spot. So it would make sense that she wouldn't know about the Trammels. But then why does she refer to Vecna like this? Like, if that is the case, her, like, the way that she talks about Vecna is very odd to me. But Vecna's timeline is very odd to me in general, so who knows?
We have.
Then what do you need of me?
We need to power Trammels. The Dawn Father. The knowing mistress have contributed to our cause, to your cause. These seeds of power. I had hoped you could offer the same.
At this point, you feel a finger kind of trace across your chin from behind. You feel an arm, the weight resting on your shoulder. And it pulls and turns you around, and as you spin, you come face to face with the porcelain mask you're so familiar with, as the hand still holds the edge of your cheek and your shoulder. Am I to believe that this is not some ploy to diminish my power and leave me vulnerable, to cast me from my seat?
Yeah. What? Yeah, you are. What? The Raven Queen's weird, dude. I don't know about her. I don't know what's going on.
I thought you knew me inside and out.
I know you, but do you know them?
Who?
Do you think I've been welcome since I entered this pantheon? My existence is perpetually a threat to the creators. If anything, part of this burden that we all face lies on my shoulders as well. Why would they not think to strike at two birds with one stone? At which point you watch the feathers of her dress kind of furl out a bit, like a bird that's at a chill.
Well, it depends on you then. and how much you want this wretch taken down.
Okay. I think I've landed on what feels weird about this. Ioun and Pelor and Sarenrae seem to take Vecna pretty seriously. The Raven Queen is speaking the words that indicate that she's taking it seriously, but then does shit that implies that she isn't. I think that's my problem. Is like she's focused on, like, she doesn't seem to and it's what Vax just said. Like I'm aligned with Vax right now, with Liam, of like, I'm sorry, do you not want me to kill this guy? Like, I get that you're paranoid and that, like, the rest of the Pantheon doesn't fuck with you, but I guess, do you value, are you more paranoid than you don't want a god on Exandria? Like, she just doesn't seem that concerned about Vecna, really. She seems kind of paranoid. She does, which I think is kind of interesting, but it throws me off when it is set against the threat of Vecna. Like, the way that all of the other gods talk about Vecna is as this, like, primordial threat to existence. Whereas the Raven Queen is, like, still playing politics. And I don't know if that's just, like, a lack of knowledge on her part, or if she really is just that paranoid. I wonder if this is meant to be she can't see Vecna due to his fate being hidden, so she's not as worried. I would, if I was the goddess of fate, and I could see everyone's fate, or at least the vast majority of people's fates, and I couldn't see this guy's fate, that would really worry me. Like, him being hidden from fate feels like a red alert alarm bell to me. I don't know. Raven Queen's weird, man. I don't know about this. This is strange.
Make a persuasion check.
Persuasion.
18.
It's a long, silent stare.
I put my faith in you. My fate touched. Do not forget that. And all I ask is you put all your faith in me.
Like, how? What? How is he not? What is he not? What?
And I shall watch your thread. Now wake up.
In that instant, everything goes black once more, and you feel the pain, the heat in your lungs. But then it subsides quickly. And you stay there beneath the familiar thick surface of the blood. No need for air.
You're just chilling like a villain under the wall.
You can breathe blood.
The instinct to breathe is still there, but you realize after a moment of panic that it's not necessary.
Do I have what I can?
And there are gases! Everybody, do you remember? Do you guys remember? I remember! There are gases that you shouldn't breathe on the way into the forge. And Maxeldon doesn't need to breathe. That would be... It would be super cool if that was like a special role for him. I don't know if it will be, or if he just won't need to take the preparations that everyone else needs to take. but I'm seeing something there. Oh boy. I wonder if this paranoia and fear is intended as a further characterization of her distinction between mortal ascension and the other deities' POV. I sincerely believe Matt wishes for the Trammel seeds to come forth from interactions with other gods the players do not have the close relationship with and backtracked the reasons from that. Yeah. Like, I think that's kind of my I always want... Yeah. I never want that to be the case. What Julio just said. So that's why I'm trying to parse it out in a way that makes sense to me. But I think that this is... Yeah. This... I don't want this to be the case because it's a very, like, the DM manufacturing personality and sort of contriving the Raven Queen to say things that don't make a lot of sense in order to push the players in a certain direction. You know, I never want to assume that that's the case, but I do think it's probably the case here. Like that's the thing that makes this all make the most sense, is that Matt is searching for reasons that the Raven Queen can't help. I mean, we even see, you know, he doesn't have the notes for the Dusk Meadow pulled up or the Raven's Crest. That's not to say, you know, that he didn't consider if they went to the Raven Queen, to be sure. But it doesn't seem like it was part of his planned progression, at the very least. Maybe he considered it, but he didn't think that they would do it, or he was trying to lead them away from it, or I don't know. Yeah, which, like, I don't think it's good when a character doesn't make sense for meta reasons. Or when they seem to be conflicting for meta. I want the game to proceed in this sort of way. So it takes you out of the grounding of the world. This is one that just barely tips over that edge for me. Like, I think the paranoia is interesting. I think Matt almost got there in terms of making it make sense in my head for why the Raven Queen isn't going to give a seat of power. But I don't know. It doesn't quite get there for me. She's acting in this scene a little bit too strangely for me to think that. So I don't know. I feel like I'm always the one coming up with the mega reasons as a spoil sport. I'm sorry, but this one feels kind of artificial to me, TBH. No, I think it's fair. Like, it's something that DMs need to be aware of. Like, there are going to be players that think in that way. And it's an indication of some deeper things. Like, sometimes, you know, there are meta reasons that things don't make sense, and that's okay. We just accept that. A lot of stuff with Pike / Ashley Johnson falls into that category. You know, there are meta reasons that happens. We just kind of push them off to the side. But it's still good to be able to recognize this part is for a meta reason, this part is not, right? It's really important when we're making our analyses to be able to understand what is or isn't probably meta. But it is always like, I don't want to put that on Matt unless I'm somewhat confident that it's the case. Yeah. The Raven Queen just shut that conversation down hard. Yep, she did. Yeah. How could he not think they wouldn't go back to their main god? If I had to get into his mind, it's something that she said during that, which is, I've already given you my blessing. he's already established with, he gave the blessing from Raven Queen, and then they went, but that was kind of complicated. So then they went to Sarenrae, and Sarenrae gave a blessing but didn't give the Trammel Seed. So in Matt's mind, he might have thought to himself, okay, with Sarenrae, I made it clear that all gods are not just going to give them the Trammel Seed, right? He might have legitimately just thought, like, Sarenrae makes that clear to the players. And he might have legitimately been surprised that Liam would think that the Raven Queen would give a Trammel Seed now if she wouldn't before. Now, my perspective, and probably the players' perspectives, is, she just didn't know that seed would be able to make a Trammel, right? She was just uninformed, and now Vax is informing her, and she'll be on board to help, right? That's what I would have thought going into this scene, and I think that's probably what Liam O'Brien thought. And I think that probably hadn't occurred to Matt, that he would think that the players would think that the Raven Queen had more to offer that she hadn't already. Like I said, I'm on board with not thinking that, but I can conceive of a Matt that didn't think that. Yeah. I remember at the time watching this, the whole campaign was over, so theorizing for myself, I assumed it would be the stereotypical Vax, you are my seed, or something to that effect. That could have been cool. That could have been a really fun excuse. I don't blame Matt for not thinking of it in the moment, but that could have been a really fun excuse to allow Vax to sacrifice himself as a Trammel Seed. Grog could craft him into a Trammel. That would be kind of crazy. I don't even know how that would play out. But fuck it, you've got sessions to figure that shit out. You've got plenty of sessions to figure out how that's going to work during the main combat. That's fun. I like that. For her to just be like, yeah, I did give you all a Trammel Seed. Da 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 da, look at your body. That'd be cool. But I don't think that's what's going to happen. And I'm not going to take too much to the bank on how the Raven Queen acted that time. Maybe with the exception of the paranoia. I think the paranoia is interesting and probably firmly within who she actually is. I'm just not going to take too much stock in how little she seems to care about Vecna, compared to the other gods at least. That or something like you are a Trammel, sacrifice yourself to see Vecna sealed away. Yeah! Grog proceeds to bludgeon Vax to death. Damn. That would be metal as fuck. That's a Memento Mori scene if I've ever heard one.
Painful. You can't see. Your body is clenched tight, your muscles are still tense. Don't move up. You guys, after waiting for about 30 minutes, it feels like, of tense silence, you watch as the surface of the pool splashes upward, and you watch as a crimson Vax comes to the surface, not gasping for breath.
Monster, kill it.
Just quietly, just stoic. As he comes to the edge of the pool, step after step, dripping the blood with each footprint on the ground. Your fist hurts a bit from the tightness, but as you unfurl your fingers, you look down and see a small onyx orb.
Yes.
There's a stone about the size of a gem that big in your hand.
Oh, dude, then my fucking... Yeah. They should go straight to the fucking forge. Do not take any additional time to get a fourth Trammel. You don't need a fourth Trammel. Maybe the Allhammer's there. Maybe he's not. But 3 is gonna do you just fine. If you go as fast as you possibly can. Oh, dude, if I'm at the table, I'm advocating we go directly to the forge. Do not give Vecna any amount of long rests. As few long rests as we can feasibly have for Vecna to power up more. Because we have 3 out of the 4. And 4 seems like it's basically guaranteed. So, we beeline. Do not pass go. I agree.
That is a big bean.
I need a bath.
Do we want to try and make one more jump?
Just a minute. I have a question. How many times have you done that?
6.
My gods.
Once.
This has been the craziest 48 hours of my life. I mean, wow, guys.
Campaign in 48 hours.
It's a lot.
Wow.
Do we want
I could have just been chilling.
Yeah.
You've
I'm
made
glad you
some
came and found us
bad
again.
decisions, haven't you?
I just stand clutching a gem, dripping blood, looking at the love of my
I'd
life.
kiss him back through the blood. Fuck you, you kiss your bear on the mouth.
It looks like
It
it looks like Keelan had some barbecue and wasn't paying attention.
We don't know where that blood's from.
That's love, young.
No, you know where that blood's from?
I was not expecting that.
Don't tell us.
It's like kissing 100 pennies.
Did it?
Okay, all right, let's clean you up.
Do we want to try
I had the same thought as those two.
and run one more time before we
Run where?
Well, head to the forge, I suppose.
Yes.
Find the sword, head to the forge.
Yes.
How do we get to the forge? There's
Well,
no trees there.
I thought, right? Do we give a shit about Cord at all or no?
It would be great to have a fourth bean, but
not say no to
we're
it.
on a ticking time clock.
I like the idea of the cord bean, but I really want to go to bed.
Let's set up camp, and if you feel like you want to make one last, well,
I mean, I'll ask. You might just say no.
We don't even know where to find him, though.
Nope.
We're running out of time.
Yep. That's right here. It's like popping into Blockbuster when you go to the grocery store.
And to be clear, when I'm saying I would advocate to go straight to the forge, I'm imagining myself as a player in this situation. I don't think that's like the explicitly right decision. This is a totally fair. Stop in at a Blockbuster, just check to see if they have the rental that you're looking for. Totally fair. I would, have to play into my character to decide what I thought about that. But this is the sort of decision making that I like seeing, where there's actually a debate on like, can he take a rest? Can you go talk to Cord? Are we going to take a long rest here? We're on a ticking clock.
So I might as well see what's up.
It's not a
Blockbuster.
Nobody knows what
Red box. Maybe it's like being able to.
No,
click on red-
Blockbuster. Where are you from?
This can basically sum up the difference between this arc and the Chroma Conclave arc. Just replace Trammel with Vestige. This is basically the difference. If you have the time, get every vestige you can. And they did have the time, so they got every vestige they could. Like, it makes total sense. Their decision-making makes total sense. But in this case, get every Trammel you can, but they don't have the time. Yeah. I feel like Grog has been set up nicely enough to try for Cord. I certainly think so too. That's why I don't think it's an insane thing to posit or to risk. It seems like maybe a decent time spent. I could see, some of the characters. Let me think. That one would, that one wouldn't. That one wouldn't. That one wouldn't. I think 3 out of my 4 characters that I've played in campaigns would not encourage going for Cord. One of them would, I think. But it's very down to the characters. I think it's a totally fair thing to do, yeah. Can Keyleth transport them again without a long rest? Good question, I don't know. I don't even know if they can transport, though. Because they got to go to that village on the ocean. I think they're going to have to Misty Form there. Which I don't know if she has the spell slots for Misty Form either.
Okay.
Errol's video.
Win.
2020.
Video.
Do we want to set up shop here, or do we want to set up shop at the Temple of Cord?
I think here. I
Let's.
feel like we're safe.
I mean, we got like free reign. We got like backstage passes. Everybody's like, right through here.
We'll be
I think
like,
honestly, we're not safe. Honestly, here they just have difficulty identifying which of our blood is going to be splattered on
And
the
I'm good
ground.
with management. I think we can.
Let's just
Yeah, you seem to be super tight with.
Do
like,
you want to head over to Cord's temple as well? I have a feeling if we find him, we'll have to go to another plane.
Yeah, that was my assessment.
Assessment.
No, assess as well.
Yeah.
If you want to go do a little bit of footwork and see what it might take to get there, I can rest and try and get us there. Remember, you have to find a tuning fork, though, that is attuned to the specific plane
You're speaking words that he doesn't.
Someone should go with
You
him.
need a magical vibrating fork that is connected to the vibrating plane of
I'll go
cord.
with
Doesn't know what that word means.
I was just gonna go speak to Earthbreaker Groon. I don't know what's so hard about that. He gave me these gloves last time, so
Right.
you know.
I mean, to Grog's credit, they didn't need to go to a different plane. That's a gif. Anyways, that's an emoticon right there. They didn't have to go to a different plane for the Raven Queen. And I mean, we might say, oh, the Raven Queen's a special case, or she's got a special connection to Vax, or blah, 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 blah. But in Grog's defense, it was like a 30-minute thing to get to get the seed from Raven Queen. So it's possible it could be, maybe not simple necessarily, but it's possible that they might not have to go to a different plane. It might be like a trial that he just has to do in the temple.
I'm just letting you know the prerequisites that we might, so you can ask the right question. Just go.
I'll go.
I'm gonna sleep.
I'll go with him.
Am I still blue?
You're still blue, and you still look like Blue Man Group. So do you want me to go with you so that I can undo that when we get there?
You Tweedles want to come?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or do you want to talk to him blue?
No, I want to be blue. Yeah, I want to stay blue.
But when you talk to Groon, do you want to be blue?
Yeah, you can just like dissipate, right?
So you want? I'll come with you.
Yeah. That cool?
Yeah.
All right, you guys rest. I'm gonna go find us a bean of strength and might and sex appeal. Can I go to the Temple of Gold?
Yeah.
Now, that all said, from what I would be encouraging or discouraging as a player, as a GM, if Cord would even offer a trammel, which maybe he would or wouldn't, I'd have to decide, I would make it take an amount of time to get. I would have it be an investment. You don't just go up and ask and get it.
You guys make your way.
Am I making a mansion for the rest of you?
Please.
Well, we can sleep. Smart. I feel like the mansion is the smartest thing because if not,
Because honestly, they've already just walked up to a god and asked for it before, and frankly, Vax has not done that much. Like, on the surface, there's no reason for the Raven Queen not to give it to him. But in terms of outside of the game, player reward, and that sort of stuff, he hasn't really done that much for the Raven Queen. Like, all of their deals have been deals. They've been, like, transactions. They've, like, very reasonably both gotten things out of any given deal. I'd say Vax has gotten more out of the deals than the Raven Queen has in most scenarios. Now, Vax parlayed her hatred of Vecna, so fair enough. But if you want to maintain this as a challenge, as a risk-reward decision, I think Cord's got to take some extra time. Or be costly in a way that Raven Queen was not costly. It just kind of required a persuasion check, I guess. There's not a lot of... when we talk about risk-reward, that definitely mitigated the risk. Now they basically have, like, one decision to make. Are they going to go for guaranteed, or are they going to go for fast? Which is still good. Like, I don't really blame Matt for it. And, like, on the surface of the story, he's the champion or whatever. He's going to serve her for all of eternity. It's just that not a lot has happened in the story to, like, prove his devotion to the Raven Queen. He just, like, hasn't done that much for her. So it doesn't feel like a reward earned. It feels like he could get a meeting with a powerful person and he persuaded them or convinced them to help, which is fine. Like, you can have one of those. I think having one of the trammels be just like saying the right things to the right person, I think that's totally fine. But I don't think both of the optional trammels should be that. I suspect Matt is prepared for them to seek out Cord because they've brought it up previously. You should have. Yeah, you definitely should have prepared for it. What do you think Cord would want? I think Cord would be similar to, or the most similar, I guess, to Pelor. I think he would have some sort of like standard competition that he does to prove it. I could even see him being like, I need you to go out and hunt a big old dinosaur out in the wilderness, and or a big old monster or whatever out in the wilderness. And they're like, oh no, but Vecna's people are out there. And Cord is like, ugh, sorry, my hands are tied. I have to like put my seed into a vessel. Like, I need a material vessel that can handle it. So, like, it's not really a question of whether or not I want to give it to you. It is like, you need to go out and get the material that will allow me to give it to you. I think that would be that would be at least where my mind would immediately go. And then you can build up anything that you want around getting that specific material. As Matt. Anything else, I think, would just be too fast. I think, like, if it's a Pelor-esque trial, like, you know, just, like, fly up and go into the fire, I think it would be over far too quick. I don't think it would feel... I think it would really, really cut on the feeling of risk-reward. There would just be very little risk involved in this entire arc. It's just like, oh, they've got 4 trammels, GG. Now we're max power, and we really didn't have to give up anything to get there. So, yeah. I want them to have to give up something, even if that's just time, to get this 4th trammel. Yeah. Vex and Scanlan have specifically done more for their new deities than Vax arguably has? Yeah. 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 100%. And, like, I don't know. Paladins are weird, man. I would kind of put that on Matt. Mostly because he has tied paladins to the gods in this setting. Paladins don't have to be tied to the gods. I know it's like a kind of a older edition thing, but in 5th they don't. But if you're gonna keep them tied to the gods like this, like, you need to occasionally have them do something that they don't want to do, just because they have to keep their oath. Like, I think if you actually want to, like, have them having taken the oath be something that gets them something, there has to be, like, some sort of cost to it. Like, right now, there was very little cost to Vax for taking the oath. Really, taking the oath has just been, like, kind of a pure positive for him. He doesn't really need to give up shit. He got warned ahead of time about a big world-spanning evil. He got his sister back. He got an extra life, more than he should have had. Like, the Raven Queen just kind of gives, and she doesn't ask for a whole lot in return. And even in scenarios where he has explicitly, like, or maybe not explicitly, but he's edged up close to his oath a couple of times. I will recall them eating the souls in the Hells. Like, that was pretty explicitly against his oath, and sure, maybe they didn't know it at first, but they found out about it, and D was just kind of laughing it off. Like, that should have had some consequences, with at least the next time he talked to the Raven Queen. And if you don't want it to have consequences, if you don't want them taking the oath to be like a thing they have to keep in mind and occasionally bear as a burden, then they probably shouldn't get a lot of extra benefits from their oath or their placement. You know, they already get Divine Smite. They don't really need much else. I checked the Druid stats against my memory, and she should have any leftover 6 left because at her level she has 4 slots 6 or higher, and she has, since the rest in Terra, used Windwalk, Plane Shift twice, and TVP. She shouldn't have any left. Okay. Is Windwalk 6th level? I didn't know that. Does she have any other movement spells? But if that's the case, they might just have to long rest. Yeah. Yeah. Trial by combat. Raven Queen. I feel like this relationship is growing one-sided. I mean, yeah. Thought I had in terms of that, find a vessel or I'll have to use the Titanstone Knuckles? Sure. Honestly, I think that's letting him off a little easy, if you ask me. Like, just having to, like, the Titanstone Knuckles are good and they're cool, but I don't know that I would say they're that impactful compared to a fourth Trammel. But that's a good start. I'd say, like, maybe he says, I can take all of your vestiges and fucking merge them all. Maybe he gets a little crafty. He'll take all of the vestiges and combine them all into one Trammel. Then we're talking about a cost. But one vestige? I don't know. Feels a little bit light to me. But in exchange for brooding. Windwalk and TVP are 6th and Plane Shift is 7th. Oh, but she has 4 total, you're saying. So she shouldn't have any left. I see. Yeah. Kord's quest could be some complication to make the combat itself harder. I don't know how, but it would fit. That's fair. Yeah. Presumably, the Raven Queen gets him for all eternity. In universe, the relationship is lopsided towards her, but in game, it's definitely biased heavily towards Vax. I mean, like, is that even a cost? You know what I'm saying? Like, seems like Pelor gets plenty of people for all eternity. Like, what are Vax's other options? Like, where does he go if he doesn't go to the Raven Queen for all eternity? I don't know. It seems like he's going to someone for all eternity. Raven Queen doesn't seem like a terrible pick. So, I mean, more seems just like making a reservation in where you're going to spend your afterlife. I don't really even see that as a cost. I mean, I guess she gets another person, and it seems like her following is kind of dwindling. So, maybe there's that as well, but I'm not counting it in terms of cost, but a benefit. Vax gets a lot of benefit while he's still here. Then once that's over, he provides benefit to her for eternity. I guess, yeah. That's fair. But, like, yeah, I guess I have trouble understanding how much of a benefit that actually is to a god. Which is like a general question. I don't think that Matt needed to have established it thus far. Like, I don't think it's like a issue that he hasn't. But I guess I don't have like a good grasp of why the Raven Queen would like want someone in the afterlife. Or of like, would Vax want to spend an afterlife somewhere else? Like, it all seems just like kind of neutral to me. It doesn't really seem like cost or benefit. It's just like, oh yeah, like he'll be around in the afterlife with me, sure. Like, assumingly Pervan should still be there in the afterlife with her. We haven't seen him, so assumingly whoever or wherever the souls bound to her spend their afterlife is not a place we've ever been before. And it doesn't seem to be where she spends all of her time. So I don't know. I hadn't considered counting the cost. It's interesting that the numbers look so different through each lens. Yeah, I mean, there's a real like question mark about like, what is Vax even giving up? Like, to me, the relationship seems to be broadly just pure benefit for him. And it doesn't even really seem like that symbiotic of a relationship where the Raven Queen gets a bunch of value in the afterlife. Like, maybe she's lonely and she doesn't have a bunch of followers, and the followers that she do have are just like stale by now. But she seems to have enough followers. Like, her temples are staffed. It's not like Cash's deity or Sarenrae, It seems like her temples are staffed with people, even if it's a little bit lower than it used to be. So assumingly she'd still have plenty of followers to chat with. Unless she's just really into Vax'ildan, which I will say, she is giving an energy. I don't know if this has ever never addressed. But she's calling him Feather Boy. She's stroking his cheek. Like, she might just want to fuck Vax. I don't want to put it so crassly, but it is possible that she just wants to fuck Vax. Because... and maybe that's why she wants to maybe separate him and Kiki in the afterlife. I don't know. I always felt that energy and I don't like it. I don't really like it either. It kind of weirds me out. It feels like predatory for some reason that I can't quite place. Damn, a girl can't have a hobby. You're telling me a working class god, God forbid, God forbid a woman have a hobby. Yeah. I don't know, man.
They don't have Raven Queen cards or something?
Well, we don't know. Vector can still see in here.
Oh, that's true.
Small call.
You're right.
All right, mansion. Enjoy yourselves.
Okay. You create the shimmering doorway, and you guys come into the mansion without issue.
To the spa.
To the spa.
I'll don the hat so I turn into the meat man, so no one can
I'll
recognize
look at
me.
myself.
Actually, I think you nailed it, Negative View. I think you're absolutely right. I think it is just the power dynamic. I think well analyzed. Yeah, that's almost certainly why it feels predatory to me. Yeah.
Okay, so the three of you make your way to the Braving Grounds.
As we're walking, I want to whisper to Scanlan, though. I'm going to whisper to the meat man's crotch, because that's about even, right?
I think he's a little bigger.
I'll whisper to his waistline. So, the sword that Ayun was talking about, right? The sword of Kaz?
The sword of Kaz, yes.
Okay. Do you think it could possibly be the sword that Grog had?
The thought did occur to me, yes, but there are big differences.
Do you know?
I'll
For
be
sure?
the rat.
Well, Ayun did not talk about the talking sword, for one.
Well, no, but she didn't say it wasn't a talking sword.
That's true.
She said it was a vengeful sword, which,
Do you think we should go get it to make sure?
I mean...
We should have asked for some sort of identifying feature.
Yeah, we really should have. Maybe we can
She
just ask
said,
the sword.
do you have any more questions?
And we didn't
Yes.
do it. But maybe if we see that sword, we can be like, hey, do you know who Cass is? And if he does, then we're like, oh, fuck.
You want to go visit Craven Edge?
But I'm saying this quietly. I don't want Grog to realize that we're doing this because he's kind of got a thing for Craven Edge.
I held the sword once.
You did?
I have a thing for Craven Edge as well.
Oh, fuck. Like, oh, shit.
Make an intelligence roll, actually. Roll a d20, add your intelligence modifier. +1 because you have permanent +2 to your intelligence.
Intelligence check?
Yeah, just roll your, what's your intelligence modifier?
I like that you don't know what that is after
11.
500 hours.
Yeah.
Well, no, it's not like a...
It's on the category at the top.
Don't forget your Ayun papers.
Oh, yeah, and you just got +2 to
8
intelligence.
+2 +1 is 11.
Oh, God.
Okay, continue.
Continue. You didn't pass the test.
I mean, do I get to add my jack of all trades?
Yeah, +3.
14!
No.
Anything?
Nothing, continue.
It was a very powerful sword.
I actually don't remember the phrasing of Jack of all trades. In my head, it's skill checks only, so an intelligence roll wouldn't count. But I could be misremembering the text of Jack of all trades.
Yeah.
But perhaps it's worth a check. How do we get there? We'll have to talk to Keyleth about it.
Had it.
What? Swords know each other. That's like weird.
I don't think the timelines match.
What?
But I could be wrong. I'm not there.
No, but I mean, like, Lord Briarwood had the sword. They were seeking Vecna.
Yeah.
So
So they got that shit.
it could, you know.
Oh, that's true.
It could work out.
But they were making out like Vecna had this
They're making out.
sword. While we had...
We don't know anything
No,
about
but
Sword of
Vecna
Kaz
doesn't
other
have-
than
Vecna
it
No,
exists.
Vecna doesn't have the
His
sword
buddy
right now
Kaz.
No one's
because.
seen the
Kaz or
sword.
Cass?
No one's seen the sword of
Kaz.
Kaz since Vecna was destroyed, along with Kaz.
So
No one
It's
has
like the
seen
ring
it.
going down a river
exactly.
to oblivion.
So Craven Edge could be the sword of Kaz.
Got lost and was refound by the Briarwoods.
By the Briarwoods, they were going to awaken him, but then he died.
Or it's just a sword.
Or it's just a
Or it's
sword
just
that
a sword.
just likes blood.
We gotta do something.
Can we go?
Sorry, Grog. Yes,
You
of
actually
course.
are walking in there.
Yeah.
We're walking.
We're
We're doing
doing
this on
Forward.
purpose.
Oh, shit. I'm wrong. Yeah. Yeah, the text of Jack of all trades would definitely apply. Fair enough.
How would we know?
Okay.
We're not wasting time with this conversation.
Sorry.
We're traveling this
Find it.
I
conversation.
didn't realize.
Yeah.
We'll ask Keyleth when we get back.
Okay. We sent it to the plane of the Dread Emperor.
She knows how to get it, I think,
Okay.
yes.
So, you guys make your way through the Proving Grounds. Where are you heading to specifically?
To the Temple of Cool with the big man outside.
Trial Forge.
The Trial Forge, the big
Okay.
doors.
You make your way to the Trial Forge. The doors are currently closed. It is mid-evening at this point. It's probably At this point, with the communion and guys making your way across the city, yeah, it's close to midnight.
Nice.
Your knocks are very loud and easily heard. About 20 seconds later, let me begin to open. You hear the cinching of chains as the doors are kind of pulled open ever so slightly, and one of the monks of Cord arrives at the front, sees you, recognizes you with just a big glance.
He's blue.
Oh, that's right. He does not recognize you.
I apologize for the late flower. Don't be confused. It's me, Grog Strongdraw, wielder of the Titanstone Knuckles. I'm in Cog. Cheeto.
I will drop the form of Grog.
Yeah.
Yeah. Very well. Can I help you?
Yeah, I seek an audience with Earthbreaker Groom, if I might.
Super dire importance.
Very important. It pertains to the emergence of Vecna.
All right. This may coordinate with his current effort. Very well. Please enter.
Oh. Can we come in?
Yeah.
You guys make your way in.
I am a legitimate businessman.
I'm very curious as to why you are here, then.
For business dealings.
You walk with Vox Machina.
I shouldn't have said anything.
Okay, you walk through the halls. Your footfalls echoing across the stone floor, the large archways and the pillars. It is very quiet, and as you approach the edge of the central sandpit, in the center you see Groon currently sitting in meditation with what looks to be something drawn in the sand with a finger. Some sort of a sketch.
May I approach?
The head facing away from you kind of picks up a bit.
You may. 3-point steps.
He slowly stands up and brushes sand from the hands, not turning, but just looking over the shoulder ever so slightly at you.
What brings you to the temple at this hour? We have urgent business. What are you drawing there?
Finish your statement.
Right, sorry. We come with grim tidings. Vecna is at large, and we mean to take him down.
I know only what I've been told. We are gathering the monks for defense of the city, awaiting orders. I'm trying to meditate on where this danger is.
We have a theory. We think he might be originating in Wild Note? No. He is in. Yep, he is.
We don't know where he
disco
is
dancing.
exactly.
What the fuck?
He might. He's going to. We've been speaking to the gods.
You might want to talk to me. I'm like his most prized pupil.
I'm going to stand next to Grog while I say
In the
this.
sandpit?
Yeah.
Alright.
I'm going to fly down to the sandpit and land next to Grog.
Lady Vixolia. Great fighter, very brave.
Hi.
Still hasn't turned around, but it seems to be listening.
Champion of Pelor, the Dawnfather.
Same continent as the fire shard.
We've been speaking to the gods. We're taking on Vecna. Hopefully not alone, but we need to speak with Cord. I know that sounds odd, but I was hoping, Grog was hoping,
I was hoping
that
you
would
know
how to contact him directly. Perhaps maybe have something that was tuned to his plane of existence.
Potentially.
You have drawn Cord's attention once. Directly. He is aware of you. Should you wish to speak, that I can teach. It is a long process of piety, meditation, and learning of the history of the Storm Lord himself. But it can be done.
How long of a process is this that we're talking?
You cannot rush faith.
I'm not trying to rush faith. I'm just saying that Vecna has ascended to godhood. We have a limited amount of time to take him down. We need to speak with Cord.
I cannot help you.
You can't speak to him directly.
I can meditate and reach out, perhaps, but
Maybe draw his attention to us. The need is dire.
it doesn't work the way you ask. Cord isn't a giving god.
He's not.
Make a religion check.
Okay.
Come on,
This is
Laura.
going to go so well.
Do it. Sure.
No. Hold on. Oh, no, 20.
Okay. You know about Cord. Cord, from what you understand, is the god of competition and storms and chaotic nature and good neutral territory, but is emphasizes contest and
self-reliance.
yeah. It's not the kind of god you could beseech with a word.
Maybe you can, Tell him there's a big fight coming. Call out to him, get his attention.
See if he wants, like, box seats or something.
Yeah, say like, fucking he can help take down the big bad guy.
Free food and drinks.
Definitely. Like, you know, prime tickets to UFC fight.
Do you happen to know from all your years of meditation, like, what plane or where Cord might reside?
Eastgard.
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 He is God.
That's what I thought he said.
YSGARD.
Eastgard. Is that on another plane?
Near the fields of Elysium. It's a totally different place.
I do not know.
Yes. Listen, he is very busy right now with his meditation garden.
Right. So you have nothing else that you can do? I know that you're going to fight his troops, but the fact of the matter is, Vecna is a god. If we can't find some way to speak to Cord, we may not be able to save the world again.
Action now would prevent the spread of his power.
If what you say is true, I'm certain Cord already knows. We will do what we can, but what you ask is not within our ability to grant.
Fair enough. You don't happen to have a bean on you, do you? Partner.
Powerful beans. Super.
For the first time, you see Cord kind of glance over his shoulder at you with
He hasn't looked up this whole time.
no, he's been just like back at you, kind of looking over the shoulder. He finally turns and goes, like gives a nudge to one of the other monks up top, who kind of darts off. A few awkward, quiet minutes pass. Jumps down into the sand pit, runs up, and hands you a small satchel.
I look inside.
It is filled with beans.
Yeah!
All I wanted.
Everything you ever wanted, Glock. Congratulations.
Everybody else got one. I've got a satchel.
whole fucking sack.
Just fucking name the group after me. We are out. Thank you.
Can I see what he was drawing in the sand while we were over there?
Make a perception check.
I'll do it too,
18?
because I was curious.
Okay, yeah, you can go for it.
Don't worry about it.
You glance over and you see one sketch that appears to be a general overview of the city, of all the different quarters that make up the mountain. And it looks like he's essentially trying to work out defense positions within the city and preparing for some sort of a siege.
The siege of
Thank
Vasselheim, you
for
might
seeing us
say?
this late hour, and I wish you luck in the defense of this temple and this city.
I wish I could be of more help.
You have been.
Grim. If Vecna attacks here, he'll bring undead.
That's all right. We'll bring the storm.
Ooh, fuck, that was a dope line. Sorry, I'm cool. I'm cool. I'm cool. We're out.
If you ever need any antique furniture or decor, ask for the meat man. He gets you a good deal.
Oh, man.
He just turns back to facing away.
Really, really creepy as a meat man, I just want to
Make sure we back away. Back away.
Back away.
Facing.
What was Cord painting?
He was like drawing in the sand.
Oh, he's drawing. What? Yeah. Please tell me it was a horse playing saxophone. That's all I know.
He sits back down in the sand pit and goes back to his concentration, leaves you to your business.
That was a total win. I got a bag full of beans.
Good job, Grog.
Yep.
Yeah, this one is a little different. And it's tough because they have this sort of history with Pike and with Vax, and they did just go to the Fields of Elysium, and they were able to talk to Sarenrae and Pelor face to face, and then they were able to talk to Ioun face to face. The gods have been very accessible for them up until pretty much right now. And I do think it's something that is complicated. And I think it is one of the maybe tonally, I don't even want to say odd, but just like maybe complicated parts of the arc is how many gods they've been able to talk to. And each one of them has shown that they are able to help, but that so far, whether or not they do help is a question of Vox's like abilities and inner spirit, which is subjective, right? All of the other gods so far have helped based on being convinced to help, or pretty subjective measures of internal capability. And I think this is more of a scenario where Matt is now, I wouldn't say he's shutting down the possibility of Cord helping, but I would say he's shutting down the accessibility of the rest of the gods. I think they are going to need, they're going to require other things to access other than just talking and convincing, right? Like, they were only really able to convince Pelor because they were right in front of him. I don't think if they had, like, tried to just pray to Pelor from the Sun Tree, or if they had gone to the temple of Pelor in Vasselheim, I don't think the High Priest would have been able to help them. But it's this very weird tonal thing. Like, I very much understand why it feels like a shutdown, because the Raven Queen especially is so accessible. Like, all you have to do is take a dunk in the pool, and you can talk to the Raven Queen. And there's no, like, cost. She doesn't get annoyed about it. You can just talk to her by taking the dunk in the deep end. And so this, to me, it didn't feel like a meta shutdown to me, because this is sort of how I assumed gods would work. Like, I think the whole, like, competition, level of effort, whatever thing, to me, that's just sort of a priest that can't help, just trying to, like, preach theology. Just kind of guessing at what might help. He's like, I don't know, man. He's the god of competition and storms. Is that useful to you? Like, he's on Easgard. I don't know where the fuck that is. Like, Groon has probably never talked to Cord face to face, even as much as, like, Vax has talked to the Raven Queen. That's at least my impression. Cord deigns to give him visions. He, like, Earthbreaker Groon does not initiate conversation. That's just not how Cord works. So he's like, I don't know how to ask Cord for your help. That's not how our relationship works, man. So I took it much less as a Cord won't help, and more of a, I don't know why you're asking me about it, bro. That's how I took it. But I do understand, again, tonally, why it feels so weird, because the two relationships with gods that we've gotten to see in detail, Sarenrae and Pike, and Vax and the Raven Queen, like, not even thinking about Pelor or Ioun, where they had to, like, do stuff to get access. Like, Sarenrae and the Raven Queen are crazy accessible. Like, kind of weirdly accessible, I would say. But Vax is the special boy, and Sarenrae is, a dying religion. Like, Pike was one of her last clerics, period. So it makes a little bit more sense to me that they would be more personally accessible compared to someone like Cord, who seems to have a very solid following, still ready to go. It feels natural to me that he would be less accessible than those two. And that the equivalent of a Pike within the Cordian religion, or within, the Cordian sect, the monastic way, it makes sense to me that they would not have the same level of accessibility to Cord as Vax has to the Raven Queen. Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely accessible. Feels odd when it's the 5th time, when it's the 5th god, and now they aren't able to talk. Yeah, like I actually don't even think this is like a living world thing or a Matt just playing the world or whatever. I think it is mostly that they so far they've basically exhausted all of their special exceptions on how to get access to gods. But they've had quite a lot of special exceptions. Like the fact that Sarenrae happened to be on the plane that Pelor's on, which I don't know how, within D&D lore that is, because I know that Sarenrae is like from Pathfinder, so I don't know what's going on there. But like, that was like a special case. That was a bit of an exception. Raven Queen is totally exceptional. And then Ioun kind of set up a way for herself to be accessed if someone knew the right info. And they got that info on how to access her from a different god. So to me, none of the gods having given them any information about Cord, and Cord not having a special access pass like the Raven Queen. Cord doesn't offer a fast pass. It feels odd. Like, I broadly agree with you. It's kind of weird, but it's almost the opposite of the sort of issues that I normally have, where like sometimes I have an issue where like something kind of makes sense tonally within the story, but doesn't make sense or isn't as grounded within the fiction, or at least isn't like obviously grounded, even if I can manufacture a way to make it work. This one is more like, oh, yeah, wow. That is just like how it would be with the gods. Like, why did they think they could just like get a hotline to Cord? But it feels weird out of fiction and tonally since it's been so easy to get that to other gods. So I think this is a weird scenario of like the realism of the setting kind of conflicting with the story that's been told so far. Tonally. It is weird. But I'm frankly glad that Matt is running it this way, because I think it's good that they feel as though they need to do a little bit more than just fucking ring them on the phone. I think it's good that they be reminded that they're, we're in exceptional circumstances, but the reminder is an odd feeling while he's doing it. Yeah. We can theorize if it would have worked. To me, it just sounds 100% Matt is saying it wouldn't work. It takes too long. Cord is not convinced by words, etc. I think there's probably a way to get a seed from Cord, but I definitely took away that Garun does not know how to do it, if it does exist, and that he can't help them in any way. They would need to figure it out separately. Yeah. Which, like, at this point, when we're talking about, everyday mattering, that's adjacent to saying it won't work. So I don't blame you for taking that away from it. If they really had set up a competition instead of a war, Cord might have attended on their own. True. Yeah, absolutely. So far, the only negative consequence is that they get roasted. To be more precise, Percy gets roasted. Yeah. Would you say that Grun is a Cordian? I would say that he's Cordian. I might say that. Yeah. To be clear, in normal circumstances, I'm 100% behind making it harder for the players for the sake of the world, but in this case, yay. Yeah, and I think I'm down with it in this case, more because I really didn't want it to be another instance of they just ask nicely. Like, they need to do something that has a cost to it. Did he get the pun? I got the accordion pun, yes. The accordion. I think it was good for them to get the first two how they did. Honestly, I'm kind of 50-50 on the Raven Queen one. I would have preferred an explanation that made a little bit more sense as to why she's not going to give him the trammel. But if you're going to have one of their trammels just be call up the god on the phone and just get it, then it would be the Raven Queen. Like, at this point, I care more that getting the 4th trammel is hard than I do about how much it totally fits with their interactions with the other gods at this point. Which is like, you know, it's kind of picking the worst of the evils, but it's a complicated scenario. And I don't think it's crazy at all to have different priorities that lead you towards wanting this to go a different way. I think that's totally fair.
And we know that Cord is on, he's a god. So.
Yeah, he's in Isgard.
You saying it weird.
He's god.
He's god. So back to the Raven. Sure, I'll change back.
I can't do it again.
What do you mean? You can't?
Oh, I guess I could do it one more time. Sure.
We're going back to sleep, right? It's either that or I put a fancy run over my whole face.
But this time, I make us all blue.
Lovely. Can I have
I've decided to bang on drums and play on play.
Dark blue skin, light blue hair?
Yeah,
Sure.
thank you.
I'll be opposite.
Bald caps.
What?
Not blue painted bald caps?
No. I want beautiful hair. I've always wanted blue hair.
You get it.
That's not the blue man group, I know.
I'll evolve until we'll grow.
I have... Oh, no! Fuck. I was gonna highlight the petition to ban Ross for that pun, and I was gonna be like, oh, haha, I'll ban him. And then I was gonna time him out for 10 seconds. Which is the lowest amount of time I can time him out for, and I was gonna be like, that was your punishment. But then it deleted all of his messages. I didn't mean for it to delete all your messages, Ross. I just wanted it to be a funny 10-second timeout for a bad pun. I didn't mean to take legitimate moderative action against you. You're fine. It was a joke. And he's back.
We make our way back to the temple.
That's not noticeable.
Is the bustle the same outside of the temple?
Well, as you step out of the temple and Scanlan blues you all, you make your way across.
Episode title, The Blue Job.
Yeah.
The multiple blue jobs.
Okay, so as you exit the temple, it's late night, and it looks like the bustle has calmed down a little bit as it is the evening, but you do see there are normally what are small kind of patrol lights at the edges of the walls. You can see large fires are burning at the edges to extend eyesight. You can see a few, and it's interesting, you see wyverns in the sky. You hear the familiar cries of wyverns, and at first it catches you off guard. But Vexalia glancing up, and you can see they all have what looks to be some sort of barding on them. Silver and blue barding.
Oh shit! It's like the Temple of Bahamut.
Yep.
Yes!
Fucking A.
Platinum dragons, they have wyvern riders here that act as air patrol during times of intense
Hell yeah, the Air Force is up. Yeah. Air Force got scrambled.
Hell yeah.
Formation. Smoke.
Really hope Vasselheim stands.
You guys make your way back to Raven's Crest, to the entranceway to Scanlan's magnificent mansion, and to the rest of your party. Freshly washed.
Hey.
It could be really interesting. I don't know that Matt will do this, and I think it would be kind of difficult to execute in a satisfying way. So I'm not even saying that he should do this, but it's an interesting idea that I would explore if I was the GM. Of making it like a choice between staying to help with the siege versus going to the forge. Could be a way to just kind of twist the knife in terms of time pressure, especially because they are part of the Slayer's take, and they are magically bound to the Slayer's take. Like, they're branded, I think, magically. I think they could be compelled to join in the fight. And it would be very interesting to see them get, like, activated. Like, hey, calling all Slayer's take, ring the magic bell, and they're compelled to stay in Vasselheim to assist with the defense. And they have to, like, talk to the Slayer's Take about, like, letting them leave. But then if you do that, right, you got to think, one order down in terms of the effects. If they don't leave and they do help with the siege, then you have to make them helping with the siege interesting, but also costly. And I think that would be the part that would actually be a harder needle to thread, is the like, how do you make them feel like their time and their place within this larger siege was worth it, but also have it take an amount of time that is legitimately costly, you know? It'd be, so that's the main reason that I'm hesitant, is I on gut instinct, I think it would be difficult to make the siege a satisfying choice if they did just choose to stay. But there's something interesting about it that I might explore more if I was Matt. I don't know. I think the Slayer's Take compulsion only counts if they sign a bounty contract. Interesting. I mean, I know that they have the magical contracts. I guess I just always assumed. I'd have to go back. I thought that Osisa, or the head human or humanoid of the Slayer's Take, I thought they mentioned something about the brand doing something, because they got the brand afterward, after they were released from their contracts that they were, like, forced into, as a symbol of them joining the Slayer's Take. And I thought that it was like a, if we ever need the whole Slayer's Take, we're gonna fucking call on you. But I could be making that up in my head. It's been a long time since I watched the Slayer's Take arc, so I could be misremembering. But I don't know, fuck it. It's a magical brand. You can't have it be a little bit compulsive. Why not? Why not? Maybe they can resist it, and maybe they just do. Or maybe they feel compelled to go to the Slayer's Take and explain themselves. And I don't think it would even be that hard of a social challenge to get out of it if they wanted to. I mean, like Jonathan Busby said, Slayer's Take is an Ionian sect. I mean, maybe the organizational binding wouldn't be overridden, but maybe they could talk to Osisa and be like, yo, Ioun gave us this trammel recipe. We're going to head over to the forge and do that. I think Osisa would be like, oh, okay, cool. But it would be interesting for them to be like, or, you know, maybe it would be a persuasion check or something. But it would be an interesting, I think, press on their time. Like, I could even see Osisa saying, like, just stay for the first battle, you know, or something like that. But then because this is D&D, the first battle's going to drain their resources, or if they don't use any of their resources, they're not going to be as effective. So then that takes another long rest, even if they only stay for one. You know, they split the difference maybe with Osisa. You know, there's some things to be done there. But I don't know. I don't know. It would be, you need a whole framework for how to conduct a siege within D&D rules, and where the players actually feel like they're doing something, even though they don't want to be there, which is really tough. My go-to for making players feel impactful during sieges or battles is to give them a special mission to accomplish, so that they can kind of feel like a spec ops unit. I've mentioned this before. So I feel like you'd almost have to find something like that, of like the enemy have a special weapon that you need to sneak around enemy lines to get or something. I don't know. Something like that. I don't remember any compulsion-based thing behind the brand, but I don't see any reason why it wouldn't be trivial to add in retrospectively. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm saying. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe a con save? Sure. You can all go, but Pike stays? Would be delightful. Honestly, yeah. Oh, I mean, Pike's like, hey, I need to protect my new church. Can we just get him? Can we just scooch her on out? Please. Good reminder that they're on a clock and a pressure point. Yeah, that's what I'm kind of saying. Maybe there's something there. I don't know. Something to investigate. If you're in this sort of situation at your table, investigate these sorts of pressure points. They might not always work. I'm not really confident that this one would work, but it's worth investigating, I think.
Hey. So, just a question. What's on the menu?
Beans, apparently.
No, how do you even know that?
I just assume.
No, he's talking about
because I know you.
The kitchen is they have lots of beans.
Why would you only serve beans? There's no like meat or
vegan.
fish.
It's vegan here. We serve a lot of beans.
Because of your daughter?
Yes.
Well, she's not here. Can we make an exception?
She's always here in my heart.
Okay.
We're not in the kitchen though, so we're going to cook anything we like.
I got what we needed. I got myself a bean.
You got a shard?
In fact, I got several shards.
What?
I got a bag full of shards.
Shards.
Hold on. The power might throw you all over.
That actually might. That might, especially if not eaten with rice. That
These
might-
are-
What are you doing?
Dry beans.
It's alright, I can eat anything.
How do you feel?
Tastes like ash.
Yeah, so does everything.
It tastes like ash.
We used to eat these in the fire sherry all the time. These are like a
These-
rare delicacy.
These are my
Good
shards.
find,
You are
bro.
not showing respect to mine.
I could grow some more. Oh my god. We could have cold bean soup all the time at home, you guys. These are cold beans. They're great. Cool.
Oh.
I'm making shit up.
God
damn it, I had
There
it.
could be an actual seat of power within there.
Scanlan,
Is there a table nearby?
Oh yeah, you're not too far from the.
I dump all the beans out on the table. Are there any beans that look different from the rest?
Make an investigation check.
I'll look over.
And we're back to fucking around in the mansion. Ooh boy, it's been a little while. It's been a little while since we had a bit of a fuck around in the mansion sequence.
Hold on, help look. I'm gonna help look.
16.
That's not bad.
You actually find 4 beans that look to be a bit darker.
Darker.
But squishier.
Squishier.
They look to maybe be a little on the rotten side.
These are the beans. I mean, I should have thought poured is like a fist, and you put one of each 4 on the knuckles.
They're knuckle
I
beans?
squish each one of the beans.
They squish easy.
I'm not praying. I'm not a praying man. Bless my gauntlet.
Oh, great chord.
Anything happen?
Please see. There's a little juice running down your gauntlet.
No, they're glowing.
Well,
Fermented? Fermented.
A little funky.
sorry.
You know what? I bet if I pray hard enough, they will disappear. Look above you.
Oh.
Make a sleight of hand check.
Hey, it's not terrible. Ah, I got plus 2. 18.
Strangely, Scanlan and Pike are kind of impressed.
I just rolled a 2. Whoa, that was impressive.
Yeah, we know the line between me and Cold. Super tight.
Keyleth goes behind Grog and starts cleaning up the beans that he just threw.
Fine. Pretty good, right?
Honestly, kind of blown away.
I know. Maybe I should get a tattoo for Cold, kind of like the symbols you have for Sarah, right?
What do you think of the tattoo?
I don't know, like a fist.
Or a bean.
Or hey, don't put ideas in my head.
A little happy
like a bean.
bean.
Actually, the symbol of Stormlord is kind of cool. I can show it for you. Supposed to be paper and sketches it out for you, and it's this kind of cool disc, like this dark metal disc with blue bolts of lightning that stick out of
The
the center.
Stormlord symbol is the gem. That is like a cartoon bean. I'm not
bean
putting
with
that
a
on my body. That is the world's. The dick is smaller than the balls.
Well, no, but it's a bean.
It's
What
like
do
a
you
parrot's
expect?
beak. Listen, we're going to stick with the Stormlord sickle.
We are going to save the world.
Well, listen, I found out where Cord is. He's in a place called.
Eastgard.
Eastgard.
Sure.
Oh, are you familiar?
No.
No. Why'd you say sure?
I was just seeming intelligent.
I do that all the time. Anybody have any idea where that is?
No,
Do we?
you can ask.
Okay, who can we ask?
Asking the dungeon master.
Make a religion check.
All right.
Only if you're trained in it.
I'm making a check.
Oh, Pike?
Jeepers.
I'm not rolled for Pike.
Oh, that's not good.
I'm not
You're
trained.
trained in. Oh.
Religion is not good.
Just a 12.
17 for me.
You're
You're
not
not
trained.
trained in religion.
Not a whole lot of information gleaned on this.
Oh well.
Okay. I had Pike roll.
Pike didn't roll that great.
Fuck.
Percy, with your migraine,
Yeah.
do you know what else we need to make these channels?
I've been thinking a lot. I've been trying to skirt around this information for a bunch of reasons, so I've been making a mental shopping list.
Yeah. And from what you recall, it seems that the tools that were used to build them are generally with the actual the anvil, the forge.
Nice.
It's more the essence of the god that drives the Tremel. The material required is pure platinum.
Platinum mines.
Yeah, that we buried under a mountain.
So, we know where they are.
You mean the ones?
Which one do we need?
I
For
don't
sure
know
we
which
need
ones you're
platinum.
The
talking
Tremels are about that long. They're like giant stakes of
Yeah.
platinum.
We need a lot of platinum.
Don't we need a lot of diamonds too?
I'm
Why do we need
attempting to do the
diamonds?
math of how much platinum.
For the next time one of us dies?
I mean, if you were to melt down platinum pieces, each Tremel would probably be close to, I'd say, with the density and the thickness of it, like 500 platinum.
Each Tremel is 500 platinum.
Yeah, for like the thickness of it, like for the.
Okay. Sure. Yeah, sure. Okay. I'm a bit confused. Is he saying that the platinum that they would need is in the forge, or do they need to bring their own platinum? I would clarify if I was one of the players. It'll probably become clear soon enough. But, I don't know. Like, I like another, an amount of press on their time. But, I don't know. I definitely have, like, an anti... value of currency bias. Like, you know, get a diamond worth this much or whatever. But to be fair, Matt did kind of caveat it in terms of like the amount of platinum you would need just as a material is the equivalent of about 500 platinum pieces. But that doesn't seem like that much. But I also don't have a great idea of the breakdown of, like, currency availability. But that seems like an amount that, like, Iman or Whitestone would have in their coffers. If it's not, then this is more interesting. But if it's just, like, we have to walk over to Whitestone or Iman and get enough platinum and just, like, shove it in a bag of holding, I'm kind of like, why are we bothering? You know, is it a real task or is it not a real task? Do we have to go to platinum mines and like look around back where Symphior was? Or do we just walk into Whitestone and borrow a bunch? I don't know. You know what I'm saying? So we'll see. I'm going to get a little something from our vault. Don't worry about it. Like they haven't done that before. Yeah.
The pure platinum structure.
How much do we have?
Well, I didn't write exactly how much platinum we have. I just I transposed the platinum into gold in my notes.
Yeah.
We can buy platinum.
We can just
go to the bank and exchange it.
No.
You can exchange gold for platinum.
Okay. Wait, Grog, you had it in your original.
Oh, okay. Oh. Matt's saying it like it's no big deal. Like, okay, you can just exchange gold for platinum. Okay. I'll put it this way. I think that making the trammels out of platinum is only interesting if the material is scarce. Like, if the material is scarce and they can't just poof up that much platinum, then, okay, now I'm kind of interested in what's going on here. If they can just, like, poof up that much platinum as long as they have, like, equivalent value and other valuable goods, I'm kind of like, like, what are we doing here? When we took over, when we defeated the Chroma Conclave, you told us to just take as much as we wanted. Can I not just say that we took 2,500 platinum back then? Like, I don't know. Matt hasn't cared about material components before, so I'm not too surprised. I sort of am. I'm kind of surprised that they even have a material component, if that makes sense. Like, if we're just like, whatever, who cares? Like, if it's not about the platinum itself, if it's just about a certain amount of gold value, like, they have semi-open access to 2 different cities' coffers. Like, it just becomes a chore at that point, and not a very interesting one at that, to acquire this platinum. So I don't know. We'll see. Maybe it'll be more interesting than I'm giving it credit for.
Bag of holding.
Yep.
How much was written down on our original bag of holding?
I don't know. There were like a bunch of digits.
Do you not still have it written down?
If he actually has the phrase "a bunch of digits," that would make me so happy right now.
You know, we can always take Kima's greatsword. It's made out of solid platinum.
Wait, the
Oh, God.
no, she has that sword now. Yeah,
she
you
does.
take it from her.
Hey,
Just saying.
who was the other band of travelers who fought and lost?
1600 platinum.
We had 1,600 platinum.
1609. 16.
I mean, I hope we're not find out.
1619.
There's part of me that just doesn't want to know.
We gotta find out.
So we could just
The Avenger.
go to the bank here in Vasselheim and switch out the money for platinum. We have enough gold to do.
I don't know why I went.
It's like 500 platinum each, you said?
Yeah.
So 500.
No, I mean, I could just stop.
Is there a place where we can
Five-
buy bars?
So is that 5,000 gold would be 500 platinum? Okay.
I have a
The
question.
idea is you have to melt it down to get rid of the impurities to get the metal down to its purest form. There's a process to it that you are actually familiar with.
Super familiar with all
This
of
should not
them.
be doing. This should not be a
So
problem.
because we have all these like shards, right? These like magical beings. If we lose, do we effectively kill all the gods whose shards we have?
We depower them, so they'll certainly be weak when they go against Vecna. Woof.
Yeah, that's a lot of responsibility I was not aware of.
Yeah. Well,
Okay, cool.
need to not lose.
at all.
They're still diminished after if we do defeat Vecna. That part of them is forever chaining him.
Just if we fail, then he could be coming after them. They have no line of defense.
Worst scenario possible. Cool. Good to know.
Good news is you do know that the Divine Gate works both ways.
Sure.
He cannot travel into their realms.
Oh.
They cannot travel into that. However, it prevents them from intervening directly on his dominion over the prime material plane.
And as far as we know, this other group did not have the help of gods.
Right. As far as we know.
As far as we know, unless they went to all the other gods we have not met
We
yet.
can. It's not like we can't just look in on anyone that we need to really quickly.
No.
Feeling the urge.
I mean,
Do you know who it could be?
I mean, we might want to check
It's a big
and see
world.
if Laura Gilmore, Kima, all our buddies are okay. Cash,
That was my
Zara.
first thought.
My question is, does it matter at the moment?
Of course it matters, dear.
Does it?
But like, does it?
Does it just make us panic?
I'm with Percy on this one, man. Does it matter? Yeah. Nothing complicated to say. I'm with Percy on this one. Feels like something you don't need to know.
At least we'd know if he raised them up like he said he did. It will be fighting an
hate
undead
undead.
Gilmore and undead Laura.
All right, point made. Point very well made.
I mean, what? No, what? I mean, I guess if you don't want to freak out when you see them, but is it better to freak out right now and give him more chance to grow in strength? I don't know. More feels like don't waste time in spell slots to me. But I guess you get all your spell slots back on rest, so it's kind of not even wasting time. It's more about the mental of it all. I don't know. Maybe it's better to freak out now. I'm definitely a freak out later type of person.
Let's start with.
I have a few scries that I want to do anyway.
Can we scry from this dimension?
Nope, I gotta pop out. So.
Didn't you rest first?
No.
Finish this first.
What do you need?
I'm just wondering if I do any type of like large magic, if it'll alert him.
Hey. Yeah, that's kind of my thing, Jonathan Busby, is like, it sounds worse. Freaking out in the moment sounds better to me, but that's like, I recognize that's a very personal, subjective thing. Yeah.
Hey, what happened to that skull that we got in Brimscythe's basement?
With the gem.
The gem.
Oh yeah, that guy.
Funny you should ask.
Remember we thought it might be connected.
They have a gem in one eye, if I recall.
Yeah, a green emerald gem in one socket, you dicks.
Where is it?
Laura has it.
You gave it, yeah, we gave it to him.
What?
Laura has it.
No, it's in Percy's workshop.
Sure. And Laura came down and saw it, and no, I gave it to Laura.
I wonder if it's spying on everything.
I'm sorry, Grog. I gave you your deck of cards back. The school was very dangerous, and at the time it seemed like the right thing to do. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Look, we just went and got a bunch of beans for you.
That's true.
And also, buddy, we might be dead in a week. You really don't want to hold on to that kind of shit.
Maybe
I
going to get the skull back.
Well, yeah, because we could get the skull back, and because I was going through my notes, my old diary of everything that we've been through.
It literally has a leaf on it. My God.
I have like 4 diaries of everything we've been through.
I've read them.
But we
Dumb
said
character keeps a diary.
it said evil skull in Brimscythe's. Well, in 121, we found an evil skull in Brimscythe's house. It may be connected to Craven Edge, and I put stars next to it.
Why did put stars next to it because it was important?
I don't know. That's just what I wrote down.
Well, all right.
What looks like a year and a half ago.
I mean, do you need me to like drop my scholastic knowledge on this shit? Because I will. It talked to me, and it was like, if you free me, I'll give you a wish.
The skull?
Yeah. What do you think? I was trying
I
to break
don't
that
believe
shit.
if you freed it, you would have gotten a wish. I think you would have fought something.
Do you know for sure?
No.
Then what are we talking about?
Let's find out what's going on with the skull.
Yeah, I mean, we are kind of in final days here.
Yeah, we've got, like, let's give ourselves...
Well, maybe it was just a lich or something.
We're going to try and take 40 hours to get as much done as humanly possible.
We need to scry on fucking friends.
Laura.
Yeah.
We need to check in on that skull, maybe.
Sure.
And you need to maybe open up the plane to the Dread Emperor and see about the
That
Craven
is
Edge.
low priority.
What now?
The gods must be crazy.
Part 2.
That's low priority.
Is it?
I don't think that's the thing.
What if that weapon is like super good
It's
against
just
Vecna?
because it's a sword?
Well, okay, wait, did she say we needed the sword? Also,
To be clear, she didn't say you needed the sword. It was just like, it was just a sword. It was just the guy, the sword wanted to take vengeance on Vecna, but it didn't. There was no indication that it was particularly effective against Vecna.
I kind of think the knight guy that you fought that was super awful
Yeah.
was the bloody yeah.
No, Cass is destroyed. He turned to ash. He fought Vecna and was turned
Did
to
the knight
ash.
have a sword?
He did. A giant blade that emitted shadow.
But it wasn't
Maybe
described.
that was the sword.
No,
Wasn't he
the
brought back?
sword has been...
He did say it emitted shadow.
Kaz the bloody-handed, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
No,
okay, wait,
the
he fought.
Death
He
Knight.
fought against Vecna. They destroyed each other. It's the reason Vecna was destroyed to begin with.
But maybe he brought.
But he could have brought Kaz back, and that was the. It doesn't really matter. Like, this is a weird thing about D&D, man. Is even within a very normal game, long rests are 8 hours, 2 of which you can just be fully awake and chatting. So you do have these times where the players or the characters are theoretically under time pressure. But even if they are just taking, as few long rests as possible, when they do take those long rests, they can talk for literally 2 hours if they're not, setting watches. It's very weird. It's very hard. And it's something I've never been great at policing at the table. To the point where, I kind of debate if it's even necessary to police it at the table. I think when they're talking about theories and when they're planning, you don't want them to, get too deep into analysis paralysis. But if they're consistently making progress through it, if they're consistently bringing up new things or new ideas that are actually novel, they're not just sitting and debating the same ideas over and over and over. I do kind of fall into the camp of just let them take as long as they want. But it gets hard when they are just spinning their wheels. Because I want them to have the chance to theorize and talk and debate and plan. I don't want to take that away from them. But you also don't just want to have them spinning their wheels. And there's no way to, interrupt it, right? If they're in planning or analysis paralysis when they, see a person on the road and they go to hide and the person's passing, right? As the GM, you can really take control of the pacing of that moment. Even as the players are debating, you can narrate how quickly the person is moving on. They lose their chance to interact with them, potentially. But when they're just talking during or right before a long rest in a totally safe location, it's kind of hard as the GM to push that forward. I do think it's when you need to rely on the players to push it forward. You need to rely on your, a Travis, a button pusher type of person to push that sequence forward. Because during a totally safe long rest, there's just not a lot of ways for the GM to control the pacing, no matter how deep in analysis paralysis they are. Which is tough. I try to focus on DM advice and stuff on this show, but I feel like this is a portion where, if you're one of the players and you're detecting cyclical arguments in this setting, I think it's mostly on you. I think it's largely on the players to push that forward.
Has back, and that was the Death Knight we fought.
Maybe.
The world is full of mysteries.
One of which is whether or not our friends are.
Why don't we find out?
All right, I'm going to step outside and I'm going to scry on Allura first.
Step out with her because... And I'm going to... I think I'm just going to stand on my girlfriend.
So, you're scrying first.
Allura.
Okay. So, you step out into the center of the structure.
Wait, is anybody around? Nothing's weird and out of the ordinary?
It's trying to pull a blood, but
you're in the Raven Crest.
Perception check.
Okay, just want to make sure people just punked us at
We're
Briggs
inside a
cabin.
church. We're inside a church.
Perception check.
Doesn't mean assassins can't get inside a church.
Just go, just go.
Okay, I'm going.
Okay, so as you sit and focus, concentrate,
Dude, fair worry. I can't believe that they're getting on her for that worry. This is probably the safest place to do it, but that's a fair concern. Y'all should be a little bit more concerned about where Vecna can punk you.
draw out the various arcane glyphs in the ground and focus on Allura. Your vision expands into the sky, whoosh, rushing through the night air and the spattering of clouds that have amassed over Vasselheim. It fires through the stratosphere, dives down into the center of Iman, into what looks to be a bedroom. She is currently at a desk and is feverishly writing on parchment. She's her hair's tousled a bit, and she has a thick robe over her shoulders. And you can see as she finishes writing something, rolls it up, seals it, sets it into a pile, thinks a second, casts a spell absentmindedly. It flickers off and vanishes. She goes back to writing, and the door opens, and you watch as Kima comes in and brings a little tray with some hot tea and sets it down beside her, rubs her shoulder a bit, and Allura looks back at her and nods. You guys are the worst. Allura just puts her face in her hand for a second, rubs her temples. She looks tired. And then Kima leaves the room, and Allura's just left there to think for a second, looks out the window of her tower, and goes back to her writing.
Okay.
Was she covered with blood?
No, she's fine. She's safe in Amon. Good.
She's undead.
So
We
is
gotta
Kima.
kill her.
They're both safe.
Skull was next on the list?
Well, Laura has the skull.
Okay.
Do we have anybody to talk to her?
Okay, we're going to go into ads in a second. We've got about 20-ish minutes left of the episode. I assume it'll probably just be them chatting until they go into a long rest and go to bed. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I think we're kind of in a general mansion sequence of like, hey, plan for the next thing during the, semi-unlimited time that you have during a long rest. That's fine. That's fine. The platinum stuff is interesting. I know they won't, but it's the sort of thing that feels like it could maybe be. What's up? Hello. Above the table is what I was going to say before I was cut off. Feels like the sort of thing that could be, the platinum stuff feels like it could be handled above the table. I know they probably won't do that. They'll probably make them go to a bank and role play it all out, and I don't know that anything interesting will happen, but it'd be cool if something interesting did happen. I don't know. I hope that they either handle it off screen or just very, very quickly, or something interesting happens. I'm worried though that it'll be like a 30-minute scene where they just exchange their gold. Maybe 20. Should probably be like 4 or 5.
Okay, should I do Gilmore next? Is
I
that
mean, if
necessary?
Laura's good, Gilmore's good.
No. I can scry on an object, right?
An object or a person?
Yeah.
Should I do the skull?
Is it a safe assumption that the skull is with her? She's pretty
I
fucking
think
badass.
it's a safe assumption.
I mean, it might just be like a lich
doubt she's
phylactery or
lost it.
something. It might not be a big
Who else would have
deal.
gone into battle against Vecna?
Well, if it isn't much for
It's a big world.
that would be something.
Yeah, I guess it could have been
Yes.
just anybody. Could have been Cash.
It could have been Terry.
Who?
Oh.
Who? Oh, that
Terry.
that fancy fellow.
Oh my god, can you scry on Terry? What if he came searching for us?
But Terry was still in
Let's pick a city. Let's just keep looking at people in various cities.
A moment.
Terry, we would feel it.
Yes, that's right.
Keyleth just spit out an idea. I mean, if that skull, which looked like his fucking head, we've dealt with the Lich before. If it has even a chance of being a vessel for his life force, even a chance, wouldn't we want to Not use it, but destroy it.
I will impart the information that you did discover that the skull was the skull of a Githyanki.
See.
Oh, that was from like 300 hours ago.
Like
I
a
misspoke.
genie, right?
No. They're a type of people, a race of people that traverse the astral sea.
But it has one eye.
Oh, it has two eyes.
The emerald in there was just like...
And the,
Yeah, the skull shape was kind of alien. It was kind of elongated. And almost elven.
That was hundreds of hours ago.
Just wanted to save you circally arguing about something without some information. So.
Oh, we'll still circle.
I'm sure you will.
We're not done talking about.
Oh yeah, this clusterfuck's not over.
It's been a half hour of.
Very fair from Matt's perspective. And yeah, this is the type of thing you have to balance. Also, thank you, Chem411OCD. Thank you for joining Emojis Are For Everyone. I appreciate it. But this is exactly the sort of balancing act that you gotta hit as a GM. You know, it's just like we were talking about at the beginning of the stream of like, when do you remind your players of things versus when do you jump in with things that you think the character would remember. Because, like, to be fair, that was, like, a year ago in fiction. But also, it was, like, a year and a half, if not 2 years ago, out of fiction. They are different people that are in different places in their lives at this point than they were back when they learned that info. So I think it's very fair to maybe steer them off the path a little bit. Makes sense to me, at least.
Fuckery right here.
A little hemming, a little bit of hawing.
Wait a minute. Didn't we also... Are we forgetting about, like, one undead thing? Didn't we want to go back and talk to, like, Delilah's body? Like...
Oh, yeah, we're going to have that conversation.
We can do that in the bag.
That's right.
She's in the bag of holding.
She's in the bag of holding.
We can talk to her. She might be in the colding. Let's talk to her. Let's get in the mansion and talk to her.
We've got the
Oh, that's right. We didn't give a fuck.
Let's go in.
Did you want me to?
Let's go in the mansion
We're going to go in the
first.
mansion.
Are we not in the mansion right now?
Oh, we are.
We stepped out for a second.
I never left.
Yeah, it was just Keith and I.
The door's open.
part of
Talk to her.
Yeah, real
Come on
quick.
in.
I still also want to scry on the shore comb.
We're going to set up. We're going to set her up so that she's nice.
And you guys get her set up.
Right, in a chair.
in a chair, and we're going to bind her.
You guys pull the corpse of Delilah Briarwood out of the back. It hasn't been that long. The body's stiff. I mean, a lot of the head is missing.
good.
Rigor mortis has definitely caused the body to kind of tighten up a bit.
What's the expression on the face?
What was undead gas?
I mean, limp. Like it's yeah, muscles will lax.
Cool.
Okay, so as you guys are propping this up, you complete your scrying on Shorecombe, and what you do is you get a vision of the central area of the city, right near the cliffside. There's like these sheer cliffs that drop off for maybe like a couple hundred feet and lead down to the gravelly, rocky beach. The dark rocks, pebbles that go out for maybe about 30 feet until they hit the water, and that's where they have these wooden steps that wind down the side of the cliff that lead to the docks, and they have winches and cranes that lift heavy objects to and from the docks to get actually into the city. You do see there are a lot of the trees are very thin, but within the actual city proper, you see a handful of larger trees that are at this time, because it's pushing into the end of winter, beginning of spring. A lot of them are just leafless, but possible to use your transfer media plants with.
Copy.
All right, you've propped up her corpse. You've bound it. Pike is kind of okay.
We're right behind you. It's fine.
It's good calls, people.
Yeah.
Did we have questions? Do you know what
I mean, we get 5.
We got 5 questions.
3, 5?
5.
I'm going to double check.
17.
Was Craven Edge the sword?
Oh, that's a good one.
That's a great
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
The sort of cast.
solid question.
We could ask about Vecna and her buddy.
Who the guy was.
that vanished
Bloody-
off.
bloody- the Shadow Knight.
That's right.
Bloody fist, bloody
I'm writing them down in my mind.
bloody handed.
Right.
What he has done to prepare for the inevitable attempt to rebind him.
Does he have any weaknesses? Is that too broad?
Does she have to answer? Do they have to answer?
Nope.
No.
But she might not care, right?
I don't know. We've got a few things we can threaten her with.
You want to fill us in on those?
We can attempt to have her consecrated and buried in the Raven Queen's temple so that nothing will ever bring her back again.
One more.
that's fine.
One more
Sassy.
question.
Also, in theory, I think it's possible that I could just send her to hell.
Do we want to ask where he is or where he was going, or?
I haven't really.
What? Percy can do what now? Is he thinking with Animus? Is that how Animus would work? Can Animus, like, capture her soul if they bring... I don't even think... It doesn't return the soul to the body, right? Speak with dead? I don't think that's the case. Wait, now I'm actually curious. Because if it does return the soul to the body, there is some things that they could threaten her with. But even the whole consecrated ground thing, I kind of feel like it doesn't really matter that much. Maybe I'm unaware. You gain a semblance. You grant a semblance of life. It only knows what this spell doesn't return the creature's soul to its body, only its animating spirit. What's the difference between a soul and an animating spirit? Don't ask. Don't ask us, said D&D 5th edition, what the difference between a soul and an animating spirit is. But that is all it does. So the threats seem a little hollow to me. And the only reason I go through this is because, in my mind, like, one of the definitional things about Speak with Dead is that the dead are under no compulsion to answer. And it's kind of, like, in my head, or at least the way I normally run it, is that it is a social encounter, but it is more about the strategy of what you ask and the strategy of how you present yourself ahead of time that determine the success. You're not going to be rolling intimidation or persuasion or whatever. It's like, do you present yourself in a way that helps with the willingness of the corpse to answer? And do you ask the right questions? To me, that is the important part of Speak with Dead. That's the interesting part, if you ask me. Like, the fact that there's so little you can threaten the dead with, and especially if the corpse doesn't have its soul in it currently, it's kind of hard to threaten something without a soul, and which will return to the mud right after your conversation anyways. Like, yeah, you can threaten it with burying it in consecrated ground, but aren't you going to do that already? If you're already an enemy of it? It knows that you now have its corpse in your possession. You can already do whatever you want with it. Why would it answer you? It's going to go back to the mud regardless. So, I don't blame Taliesin, by the way, for this type of strategic thinking of, like, what are we going to threaten with? He's thinking socially, and he's thinking in the terms of a social challenge and, like, the social challenges that they have gone up against before. But I really love Speak with Dead. I think it's a really cool spell. It's like one of the only spell scrolls I give out on the regular in my games, because I think it's really cool. Because it's a very different type of social challenge, which I'm really, really into. The difference is GM Fiat Wiggle Room. The difference is the willingness to travel. Sure, I guess. When you're alive, what's the difference between your animating spirit and your soul? So are they like two different incorporeal forces that both work together? One's like your mind and one's like your body? Like the thing that moves your muscles around? I don't know. It seems a little bit vague, especially since a lot of world religions and theologies define the soul explicitly as the animating spirit. The breath of life, so to speak. So it seems like a little bit of a we're doing magic here, don't think about it too hard to me. But I don't know. The term animating spirit just throws me off a little bit. I would say something more along like the body, the memories still cling to the body and it knows what it knows in life or something like that. I don't know.
Experimented with this.
What his
really
plan
excited
is
to try.
after ascending?
Person, buddy.
A bit.
You are a married man.
Where he is or where he's planning to attack first, or what his display of power is going to be?
Oh, sure, because he wanted
His
to.
display of
He has to
power.
do a
He's gotta
display
do a
of
big display
to get
of power, what it's gonna
followers.
be.
Yeah.
She was.
Yeah.
So we have sort of cast Bloody Knight, what he's trying to do to prevent his binding, the weakness, fears, and display of power.
Unless the knight was Silas. I don't know.
Well,
Let's find out.
no, possible.
Well,
You good with those 5?
Yeah.
Cool.
I feel pretty good. I like this plan.
Like this candle.
Okay. She gets her holy symbol, takes out her component pouch, and begins setting up the ritual for the Speak with Dead spell. It takes her about a moment to invoke it. Her eyes glow. The symbol suddenly shines this column of light onto the corpse of Delilah Briarwood there, motionless against the chair that you found the body. The spell, now released, the glyphs in the ground, kind of faintly glowing with this energy. Pike reaches out and concentrates. There's no spirit.
What?
Shit.
Yeah, that's fine.
She's already been brought back.
What?
There's no soul to grasp.
No, there doesn't need to be. What?
Either the soul is beyond reach, or she's not dead.
How many
Wait,
times
she's
are we
not
going
dead?
to have to
got
fight
away.
this bitch?
How?
got
We have
away.
her body.
She's a
I don't
necromancer.
know.
I don't know what that means.
It means, and
I'm a
she-
holy man.
I also don't know what that means. Did they read the spell? What are we talking about? There's no soul. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, I had to look it up, but they have the spell in front of them, assumingly. They were looking up how many questions it is. Maybe they just misread it. I don't know. But I don't, even if her soul is in a different body, even if she cloned or whatever, or had the, what's the little mini you in a jar? What spell is that? I don't remember. Is that clone? I feel like that's clone. Even if she has a clone, I don't see any reason that this wouldn't work. This feels like it would totally still work to me. Because it explicitly doesn't need the soul to function.
I'm a priest of Ayun. I don't know about the undead.
Because you got holes.
My brother, please.
My son.
Shit.
Well, even as a
Could I
source of
describe
information,
her?
as a source of vengeance, she is just a constant disappointment.
Yeah. Speak with dead. She's not dead. She won't speak. I think it's Matt's way of saying a clone happened. Yeah. Okay. Or resurrection, sure. I guess I don't know if me and him are just interpreting the spell different. I could see a difference in interpretation there. Like, maybe the animating spirit is also unique. So, like, every person has a soul and an animating spirit, and they are both singletons. And if you got resurrected by, like, say, true resurrection, where it recreates a body, then the animating spirit is in that other body, so it can't be returned to the corpse? I think that's a bit of a stretch, but I would have let this work, but sure, whatever.
Can I scry on her?
Do you have another spell slot?
I have 3 5th level spells, plus my scry and eye that I haven't used yet.
So if you'd like to, yeah?
I guess step outside again.
Yep.
All right.
Maybe sneak about it,
Wait,
okay?
do we have to do it in outside?
We already did.
Yeah, this is the
All
one
right.
plane of existence.
All right.
Be in the same plane.
What's your spell DC?
21.
You concentrate your vision and focus on the whereabouts, perhaps, of where Delilah Briarwood might be if she's on this plane. Your vision pulls out of your body, rockets once again through the stratosphere, the darkness.
Honestly, like, if I ignore the way that I would have run it, like, if I just assume in my own head that I just agree with Matt's interpretation, because I do think there's, like, I can construct an interpretation of the spell that makes sense. D&D's written with natural language. You know, there is just an amount of interpretation inherent to spellcasting. That's fine. And setting aside my personal love and joy regarding Speak with Dead, because I am very biased in favor of that spell, setting those to the side, it's the way that he phrased the shutdown, or, you know, maybe not shut down, but the way that he phrased the rejection did give them information. Like, it definitely gave them information of, like, either there's no soul to be grasped, or she's not dead. Like, he did give them kind of 2 bits of possible information. And I think it's pretty safe to say after she's come back to life once, she's probably not dead. So, regardless of the other 2 things, I do like that it was a bit of a no and of it doesn't work, but you get a sense for why it doesn't work, and that gives you some more information, and now they're going to use that information to scry on her, which they wouldn't have done had they not tried to cast Speak with Dead and had he not responded in the way that he did. I think it's fine. I think it's fine. I think it's fine.
It's hard to place direction, but your essence is drawn back down through the clouds, over what looks to be the center of a rocky mountain range covered in snow and ice. You're suddenly another flash, and there you are amongst the city of Tharimvala. There's another flash, and you see what looks to be a hole in the ground, a large carved tunnel. You see hooded figures.
I will also say it bugs me the way that Matt runs Scry. I don't want to say it. I think I've held back from this opinion. I don't know. It's cool, but it's so strong. It just makes it better the way that he runs it. And it's a low enough level spell, and it's pretty damn powerful. Like, and fair play to Matt. He seems to run it symmetrically, because the way that he runs it for the players would give some rationale as to how Vecna was able to locate them. He makes their scry more powerful. Vecna also gets a more powerful scry. Like, that's cool. So I'm glad that he runs it symmetrically. It is a little bit more, a movie shot. It's like, it is more cinematic. Like, and that is, there's something to that. But speaking of things that, like, I learned in BitD that I did or didn't carry over to D&D, Blades in the Dark is incredibly cinematic. I found that it references cinematography pretty consistently within the rules, and I found that I liked it okay. I was pretty alright with it. I found it a little bit hard to work with, honestly. And that was in a system where all of the rules were built assuming that you're putting them in these cinematic moments and cinematic scenes, and the mechanics are built to lend themselves towards that cinematic nature. And honestly, I think Daggerheart, a lot of Daggerheart's abilities are built similarly. So, they knew what they were going after, and they modified some of D&D towards that goal. Fair enough. But it's definitely something that I don't bring back into D&D. Because it just, I don't know. I think about all of the times where Matt made a choice for the cinematicness of it all. And every time, I almost without fail, I'm like, damn, this really fucks with the challenge of the world. Like, this really messes with the balance of the system we're running in. And when you are, pushing things apart, or making things symmetrical, allowing the enemies to use the things that the players are using, when you start messing with that balance, it starts making something like Scry a way more potent weapon in the hands of NPCs than it was ever designed to be. Like, it would have, it has restrictions on it for a reason. Because it can create scenarios that are kind of hard to deal with. Like, I think the way that Matt has run Scry has made Vecna as a villain harder to run. And, really made the justification for him not just outright winning a lot more difficult to justify if you have access to something like Scry, the improved version of it. So I don't know. To an extent, I think it's a personal preference thing, but I also think it bears being said that if you do value that cinematic nature and that more cinematic choices and running of things and what have you, if you value those things, you have to, and you change parts of 5e to accomplish those things, you have to keep in mind that a lot of that's going to mess with the recommended challenge of 5e. So if you look up an encounter or you look up, potential plot lines to get ideas or whatever, you have to keep in mind that you have changed some fundamental things. And if you use the things that you've changed, that is going to mess with these recommended storytelling beats, the structure, everything. You need to be ready to deal with that. And I think that Matt is ready to deal with it to some extent, at least, it seems. I'm not totally sold on the limitations of Vecna, if I'm being frank. I really like that he's besieging Vasselheim. Like, I think that's good, and I think that's good enough for the average player. And when I'm giving advice on here, I'm trying to speak to the average player, or speak about the average player, the average table, or what have you. I'll tell you, it's not enough for me. I'm trying not to bring it up too much because I don't want to be a downer on the plot. If I was one of his players, it's not enough to convince me. But I think I'm a little bit harder to convince than the standard, than the average player. I think the Siege of Iman, or the Siege of Vasselheim, is enough of a justification for why Vecna can't wipe them off the face of the earth. I think. But I don't know. You have to keep it in mind that these sort of cinematic choices can have consequences if the system isn't built to handle it. It's a fantastic choice and upgrade for the actual play of it all. I disagree. I disagree for me entirely personally. I disagree. I think, I don't know. It's hard to imagine what Vox Machina would look like without the difference of Scry. I can't imagine that it would be, or not I can't imagine, but it doesn't seem like to me that it would be that much worse. And I think it would be easier to establish challenge and stakes. Like, I don't know that we'd be losing that much if it was normal, but I don't know. I think when I first saw it, I did like it, but the more I've seen it and the more I've realized the limitations that it puts on things, I get more and more and more hesitant about it. Yeah. 5e specifies the sensor appears within 10 feet of the target. Older edition specified you only can see here 10 feet in all directions from the sensor. It was really limited. 5e removes the part about how much you can sense. Yeah, I mean, like, Scry is still great, even without the upgrades that Matt made to it. It's still really good. It's just that with the upgrades, it gives you so much more information. So much more. Yeah. It turns it from a what are they doing into like a tracking spell. It not only lets you know what they are doing and it gives you some context clues about where they are, but it gives you vastly more context clues in Matt's version about where the individual is. And you know what? I'm probably a little bit sensitive to it because it just makes exploration even easier. For both heroes and villains, right? It makes it way harder for heroes to hide from villains that have access to Scry, but it also makes tracking or finding villains kind of trivial for the heroes, as long as they have an amount of familiarity. Like we're seeing with Delilah right now. So, I don't know. I'm not a fan of it, but I think for the average table, it's probably more of a toss-up. I wouldn't have it at my table, but I can see reasons and rationale if you wanted it at your table. Matt Colville has an entire video in which he says, much more nicely, that Vecna should have been higher stakes consequences. I mean, honestly, right now, I'm feeling stakes and consequences. Like, I feel like that's fine. My problem currently is that Vecna feels too capable. Like, if I was in it, I would be constantly wondering aloud why Vecna hasn't just smashed us like bugs, if he actually knows our plan. And then someone might say to me, well, he's focused on the siege at Vasselheim. And it's like, okay, we'd take less than a minute to kill for a god. So unless there's some sort of restriction on his travel, if he has scry, unless there's a restriction on his travel, which it doesn't seem like there is, I would have a lot of trouble as a player understanding why he hasn't just wiped us off the map. I think the siege at Vasselheim is going to cover most players, but it wouldn't cover me in particular. I'll say admittedly, that was said in the consideration of the description and visual imagery, not in the context of power, balance, and challenge. You definitely have a valid point. I mean, I think that's the trade-off, right? I do think that's the trade-off. It's like, the description is cooler. I'll hold my hands up right now. It's cooler. It is, like, when I say cinematic, I mean that with vague positivity. It is cool. It is very visually rich and descriptively rich, which I think is cool. But the trade-off, I guess, of how much cooler it is in terms of the description to how much it messes with balance. For the average table, I think it's a toss-up. I could go either way. For me personally, not cutting it. But that's, I want to be very clear, as I think I have been. That's a big personal thing for me.
Blurry at the edges of this vision, emerging. And there you see, stepping out of a tunnel, Delilah Briarwood, with both eyes. Steps out, her hood up, pulls it back. She glances off to a direction you can't see and goes, "It's almost ready." A voice comes in through your ear.
No.
Like what you see.
I hate him so much.
Immediately you pull out of the scrying experience and you look around, your friends are staring at you. You guys didn't hear anything, but once again you hear in your ear once more.
Don't worry. All shall be revealed soon enough.
Oh, God.
Okay.
Sleep well, young Keelan.
What's going on?
Where did you look? What did you see?
There's no safe place to hide. He can see us everywhere. He know we should go.
Yup. Yup.
We should go. We should go.
Where?
You're outside of the mansion. Come in the mansion.
What if he comes here? What if he comes here to try and find us and he kills all of these people? What if we let him here?
He knows we'll lead him anywhere, darling.
And Delilah?
She's alive. She's at Valhalla. Both eyes this time.
I was going to ask.
She'll remove it soon.
She said, "It's almost time. It's happening soon. Whatever he's doing, it's happening soon." And then he spoke to me in my vision. He said my name. He knows. Oh. She's alive.
I know.
How many times?
As many as it takes.
Can you plane shift us from here, from the mansion?
No. Oh.
No, you can plane shift from the mansion.
Plus we need to rest.
We have to rest.
You have to rest.
Do it in the morning.
I can burn my 9th level spell and get us there right now.
No.
But we'll lose the mansion.
We need the mansion to sleep. We can't sleep anywhere without the mansion.
I can sleep and I can plane shift us when we wake up
All right.
from this mansion.
Was that 9th level spell?
We can also just step outside and then.
7th.
Okay.
We could just transport via plants. And
We'll do
I
that
found
in
a
the
tree to get us to shore
Shore
bottom.
Shore bottom.
Okay.
Sure, but.
As awful as it is, we need to sleep. If we can't fight him in the morning, or any time.
We have to
Well, we have to
prepare.
go underground.
The tunnels have toxic fumes and all sorts of stuff.
We're going to have to breathe.
Go underwater.
We're going to have to figure out a way to survive.
We have to deal with poisoned air and breathing underwater.
No problem.
You know, like you do.
Visit the water shari for those
Things. Yeah, that's smart.
I could also just cast water breathing on like 8 of us.
Will that save us
Water,
from poison?
water breathing gets you under the water, but you still have poison in the air once you get to the lava tubes.
But she was talking. But the things from the water, Shari, the like, do those help with poison as well?
Those help you filter water into air. Poison's a different thing.
Hero's Feast. Immune to poison.
Really?
Hero's Feast.
Yeah.
For a certain
We have
amount of
Oh man, I gotta go back in the stream and watch to see how synced up that was. Cause I think that me and Matt had maybe an identical reaction at the same time. Wait. Oh, there's me. Right here. The Hero's Feast will help with poison. Oh, wait. What? Oh, there we go.
Hero's Feast. Immune to poison.
Really? Hero's Feast.
Yeah.
For
That's the DM look when a player just made a great ass point that I hadn't considered. That is the player just made a good ass point.
Water into air. Poison's a different thing.
Hero's Feast. Immune to poison.
Really? Hero's Feast.
Yeah.
For
Oh, I love it. I love it. I feel you, Matt.
The palace.
Chalice from the palace?
That's the truth, it's true.
That could work.
we have to go so many places.
It's going to be all right.
Okay.
We have one advantage that they do not.
What's that?
Opposable thumbs.
That too.
Giant.
Posable
smooth
thumbs?
dicks.
Only one of us is underestimating the other. We can do this.
That's a good
Oh, you mean with the... Are we...
Then.
You know what? Fair enough. True.
We know
So-
we have to be careful.
The plan then is sleep, and then we go to Shorecombe, and then we go under this volcano to the anvil.
With enough platinum.
Borrowing
Skull seat.
some water breathing equipment before we go.
I can do that to us.
You can do
Yeah,
that.
she can.
I can cast water breathing on
Yeah,
you.
yeah, yeah.
Excellent, excellent.
Hero's Feast while the breeding, platinum.
Reading.
And then, we,
We'll do that in the morning.
and then you get to hit something with a hammer.
Okay.
Bank in the morning.
Bank in the morning, then off.
And then through a tree,
At
and
dawn.
then there.
All right.
At dawn we
At
bank.
dawn we bank.
Fabulous.
There's
Shall we
Loaf of bread, stick of butter.
shall we rest up?
Yes.
One more thing before we go to sleep.
Yes.
Not to draw this out any longer. I'm going to, right before bed, just attempt to turn into, using my true polymorph, one of those fun, winged, tall creatures we met at Pelor's place.
An angel?
Wait to turn who into that?
Me.
Yourself? Yeah, the Planetary, you can definitely do that.
Yeah.
What?
The Planet Man.
With
Really?
true polymorph?
Yeah, and
You've seen it.
there you go. You
I've seen it, but I don't know it.
no, you watch. Are you doing this privately or in front of everybody?
Just in my room.
No,
In
no,
your
in front of all
Secrets,
this.
man.
In your room, you suddenly grow to the size of a 11, 12-foot muscular humanoid. Bald head, deep blue skin, with beautiful white angel wings that unfurl for a 24-foot tip-to-tip length. You feel holy power surge through your body.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure that would work.
Barbarella.
Cool.
Do you do anything?
No, I just kind of stand there naked looking at myself. Anything else that happens in that room, you don't want to know.
As the winged Dr. Manhattan stands there in his room, staring at his own Manhattan junk.
If you use the left wing, it feels like someone else.
Just a slower rendition of Hallelujah as you touch yourself to the night. Hallelujah. The wings curl in. All right.
Oh, that was the most home game moment we've ever had.
And on that note, we're going to close tonight's episode. All right, guys. Thanks again always for playing. Thank you guys for watching. Thank you once again, Darren DePaul, for coming.
All right. Wait. 42-32.
And yes, this week, closing Sprig's story in an interesting way. I wasn't sure how I was going to do that. Yeah, we'll see you guys next week. Be safe. Love each other.
Hell yeah. Oh boy, oh boy. What an episode. We're back to me being hesitant about, like, I feel similarly to how I felt at the beginning of the arc of, like, man, how is he going to do all of these gods quickly? Now I'm like, how is he going to run this while Vecna can scry on them at any fucking time? And I'm willing to give it to him this time. I was much more hesitant and critical going into this arc because I really thought it wasn't going to happen for me. But I'll hand it to Matt. He handled the gods, I think, great. So I am crossing my fingers, and I'm hopeful that there's something to justify Vecna's kind of laissez-faire nature about Vox a little bit more. And even if there isn't, honestly, not as big of a deal as the gods were to me. So I think that's the thing, is I'm more confident he'll give me something, and I also care less if he doesn't. So I'm stoked. I'm stoked to see the anvil. I'm stoked for the final conflict between Vecna. I mean, Vecna, I don't care that much about the character of Vecna. Like, I'm not that drawn in by Vecna as like a personality, but he's just a big fucking evil guy. Like, I don't know. Sometimes you don't need everything to have like a pretty in-depth personality. They can just be death and decay personified, and that's fine. Yeah, I don't know. Interesting session. Weird. A lot of weird things, but ultimately did not slow the momentum of excitement, I guess, that I have for it. 8 episodes left to make a few magic sticks and kill a god. And honestly, 8 sessions to make some magic sticks and kill a god? That's decent time. I'll take 8 episodes. Yeah, 8 sessions to make some sticks and kill a god. That seems reasonable to me. So I'm stoked on it. I can't wait. Yeah. That's what I got. Anything else? I don't think so. Especially while I'm a little bit unfocused today. Maybe I'll just call it there. I won't have any amount of my little post discussion that I normally do. We'll talk about it at the beginning of episode 107. What is it? Scald Seat. The volcano. Maybe the volcano will be a cool dungeon. I kind of doubt it, but it's possible. Who knows? Either way, I'll see you then. Super not certain if it's going to be on Friday. Maybe it'll be on Thursday. I don't know. It'll be at some point in the next 2 weeks. If you ask me on Discord, I may or may not respond about it. So, I can't wait for it. I hope to see you there. And goodbye. I'll see you next time.